counts and everything, because I know that'll bother me. And I was just like, you know what? We're going to do that. So let me go ahead and turn on the Coral Island masks there. That way for the people who watch on vertical, that they have it going. All right, so we got Groucho Gopher. Yeah, so if you're looking for some Slime Rancher, you can check that over with Bassett. One moment. Sorry. Had to clear my stuff. It's currently between minus 20 and 10 trillion. Excellent. That's a good place for me to be. It's real dangerous when you get to negative viewers. It's hard when you count as an anti-viewer. Right, so to pick up where we left off with Coral Island, because it's been about a week, broadly speaking, we're not quite to winter, we're like mid-fall. Oh, shortcut keys that do stuff. Imagine. Okay, I was gonna say I don't remember my organization. I actually have a pretty good idea where it was. Yeah, okay, so that one needs to be donated to museum. You need to be offered. But yeah, we've been making pretty good progress. Making decent money. Not amazing money, but decent money. We're well into fall at this point. I almost put the urchin there, which would have been a crisis. Not really, it would have been inconvenient. But broadly speaking, right now... I'll just ship that to get that out of my way. Oh, those were busy drying. I pulled them out too early. Okay. But broadly speaking, things have been going pretty well. We are up to the point of being in the gold cave in the mine. We are to the gold part of the ocean area. And all that stuff. We have been going a bit above and beyond with the... Oh, I forgot, I have animals. But yeah, we've been kind of expanding the farm very aggressively now that I can make... Like, now I can make the, what's the word? Now I can make the sprinklers and all that, so I don't have to do... So now I got the sprinklers, we're just expanding because it's just pretty much plants and all that. I need to drop stuff off. Because my inventory was too full to keep that all going. So let's go. So it was fall crops. That's fall... Yes, there's the fall stuff. Because, yeah, so I have you here and here. Drop those turnips off. And we sell the produce that is just, like, no quality. And the reason I'm selling the, like, no quality stuff is the no quality stuff basically is just, I'm blanking what the heck my inventory button was. There we are. The no quality stuff, when you're doing the stuff to, like, to do artisan goods, that's the word I was looking for. Artisan goods. Artisan goods are just a multiplier on whatever you started with. So, in the event with the artisan goods, if you start with something that's low value to begin with, you're just making the low value item slightly better. Whereas if you start with a higher quality item, then you have that. Alright, we were getting ready for the festival. Right, there was a product for the coop, a product for the barn, an artisan good, a flower, a fruit, and a vegetable is the 6 varieties. So we're looking for the ones of the highest value there. Okay, we'll ship a unit of the wool to get that out of here. Let's move you down. I'm gonna make some butter. And then I've got stuff we can do here. Mmm, basil juice. Anyone like some basil juice? Fresh from the farm? Farm fresh basil juice. Okay, so what the heck are we even doing right now today? So let's check on our quests. So quests I've got right now, we need to get 2 basil to Deepa. So we'll mark that. I need to get a pumpkin to Bree. We don't have any of those. I need to get an Amparama to... Oh, sorry. Arapamia, whatever. The big fish to Jim. I think we can only catch that at night on a rainy day. I don't remember. The heal the coral tree is like a big long-term objective. This I'm not going to worry about at all right now. And then the cave. So basically, cave, ocean, catch fish in the evening. And I think it's up north by the cave. The pumpkin will just grow, and the 2 basil. So let's grab the basil, because we did just harvest that. Let's actually see if we've got some cheap basil. Because that's how we show our appreciation to our friends, is we make sure to give them the cheapest produce we can find. Fine, you're getting silver quality, and you better like it. Okay, so we can start with getting that there. We did decide the last time who we're romancing. We are romancing, I believe it was Zara we ultimately got voted on, correct? The adventure treasure hunter lady? I'm gonna mark her as a favorite, so I remember. I'm pretty sure that's who we went with, was Zara. So we're gonna go out of our way to stop by and say hi from time to time to her. Right, so we were going to Deepa, which is usually she's chilling by the water painting or stuff like that. Where are you, Deepa? Too many people. I'm gonna need a lot of you to move out of town so you don't have to like keep track of you. There you are. So you are right by the square. That'll work out. Because I need to go by... Oh, the blacksmith will be closed today, but the lab should be open. So I should be able to go to the lab and do that. So Deepa is right around here somewhere. Did you move? Oh, I missed her. She's to the south. She going to the beach? Oh no, she's painting right here. Just because I can buy... Let's see, just because I can buy your jam at Sam's doesn't mean you should stop giving them to me. You know how much I love my jam. Thank you. She's like, I don't want to buy your products, just give them to me for free. This art style is nice. Oh yeah, no, Coral Island is very much a very aesthetically pleasing game. Oh wait, I need to go to the museum. I got so caught up in trying to locate Deepa. So you can go there, get her stuff there. I'll mark the Amparam one, because like I said, I think that one's in the evenings by the mine. I just don't remember is if it's any weather, rain, or like what the restrictions are. So I could donate you to get you out of here. And you gave me silver kelp and silver ore. Right, yes. Deepa... Oh, I don't remember about Deepa. I know Raj is a they, them. I didn't know, like, that, Deepa was. Right, and you're closed today. The lab is open. So we can go and get ourselves some fossils and all that. Alright. I keep seeing that being, like, new. So process the fossils. So we got a bunch of fossils and all that. So the next thing we're going to do is teleport up here, because that urchin is one to be offered. So was the sea stuff up here? Yeah. Alright, so there's the urchin. We're missing the blue mussel and the king's scallop. Oh, do we already have all the fall crops? That's not the right one. I don't know why I thought that would make any sense. So the fall crops, orchid, pumpkin, and a bronze quality rice. And those just probably haven't grown in yet. Let's see. He was one of 2 non-binary towns. Gotcha. Cool, cool. Good to know. I appreciate it. It is one of the pros and cons of the game where, like, it doesn't call out a lot of that stuff. It is very easy to overlook. Not out of, like, any malice, but, like, it's not like the characters in the game are gonna be like, excuse me, you used the wrong pronoun. I prefer this. I appreciate it. Like, anything like that. They just, you know, they don't acknowledge it because you don't talk. Alright, so we've got the fossils. So, with the fossils... Right, and there's just so many of them. There is so many characters in this game. So we got our artifacts, our gems, more artifacts. Alright, so I'm going to need probably another box. It's going to be more than one box if we're being real. Let's actually go and plan for it to be more than one box. 1, 2, 3, 4... And for right now, all these skeleton bones, all of those are going in there. Later on, we'll start sorting them out more, but can't pop these today. Alright, so the things we have to work on now is the mine or the underwater. Oh, I forgot there's the blessing things. No blessing, so that doesn't influence it. Okay. So, the mine we have to... We've got time today. Let's do the mine today. Because I've got enough time. Okay. Step back. Hey, don't mention it. You were in trouble and I happened to be passing by. You okay? So we could say, thank you, Zara, I owe you one. Or, whoa, that surprised me. You're really strong. I mean, both of these would be a positive. Like, one being, you know, like, saying just thanks, I owe you. And also, like, this isn't, like... It's not like we're saying, like, oh, like, you know... The comma makes a difference. If the comma was different, it's like we would be understating her strength or whatever, but it's like, you're really strong is just a compliment. I'm gonna go with complimenting her. Huh. Yeah, I trained to fight those guys a lot. Good. Well, I have to be somewhere. Just eat some food. And it'd be good as new. You don't seem that badly injured. And Klaus with the 20 stream streak, thanks so much for that. I do appreciate it. Alright, so we're going to pop in here. I'm suddenly going, did I have any tools sent away? Okay, I've got that. Right, so we were working on the wind/gold mine. And we were already at floor 15, so we actually have pretty good progress. We do need a bat wing, as I recall. We should be lookout for anything that can give us a bat wing. These technically can actually give you a bat wing. They did not, but that's okay. And that guy over there can technically give you a bat wing. There's just a bunch of them that are like loot pinata kind of enemies that have an RNG chance of giving you a bunch of stuff. Versus like the actual bats, which are actually one of the rarer enemies in the game. They like the fire bats and all that. Are the only one that's like their normal loot. But even then, they don't drop it super frequently. Okay. Pretty sure I saw an artifact node after I went down. Yeah, so I'm running around, killing whatever enemies there are. Grabbing any gold or rocks like that one over there on the left. This one here. They guarantee you to either give you like gems or that, depending on the crystal color. I'm pretty sure the Red King arowana is one of the rarest fish in the game. That you can only catch like, I can't remember if it's like spring or summer from like the 17th to the 19th of fall or some nonsense. Until like they had the update that added the Savannah, which added ways to catch it that weren't so limited. Like I want to say that was the one that's the big pain to get. So it's weird to go in and just pop those like loot pinata things and just get one. Which I do think those were a nice addition. Why is that one like albino? I do think that was an excellent addition to the game. That they did vaguely make it so whether you're doing the underwater stuff or the mining or the other stuff, that there is a path to kind of make most of the progression in the game regardless of what you're doing. But like if you're doing the actual activity, it's far more like it's far quicker, far more reliable. Where if you're just like, I don't enjoy, like say you just don't enjoy the combat and all that, that's fine. You won't finish the story part of it, but you'll be able to work on the museum kind of thing. So realistically, you're still going to be doing each thing at least enough to, you know, reach the bottom of the mine just to continue the giant story. Cleaning up the ocean just enough to do the mer folk story. But like once you get past those story things, you can just be like, you know what? You know, did my time, don't want to do that one anymore. And like for the ore, you can just genuinely go to the store and buy it. It's just, you know, it's not outrageously cost prohibitive that you would just never be able to justify it. But, you know, it is fairly expensive, so that realistically you're probably going to want to just pop in the mine to do it. But if you're just focusing on the other stuff and just making progress. Okay, so I don't think we have enough time to go and so we can get another 5 levels or whatever done. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna run out here, and as I mentioned, I believe the fish that this mentions we find here. I'm gonna quickly hop down and dump some of this inventory off. Okay, it was this boxer monster stuff. Cool. Large increased range in collecting items. I'm gonna drop that off because we're probably not gonna use it. I'm just gonna drop off some stuff real fast. And that's a spare quartz. Okay, I'll drop this stuff off. Oh wait, the crystals and all that were here, weren't they? And those are spares. We want to hold on to those because we can use them for enchanting. Okay, we're going to fish up here, because I believe the Amperam spawns up here. at night. I just don't remember if it's a rain only or any weather. And we have almost no fishing skill at all because we've done, like, very little of it. So, it's going to be a colossal war to catch any of the harder fish. And then there will be fish that'll be hard enough that, like, I won't stand a chance. Giant snakehead. All right. Sockeye salmon. We were looking for the Arapamia or whatever it is. I have no idea. I've always called them Amperam, which is definitely wrong. You're so focused, you've got to look at chat. Oh, no, it happens. Crib. Alright. Did I see... Oh, that's just the water effect. Okay, that almost immediately maxed out. Probably not what the, where the first fish we caught was. Giant snakehead. Let's see, they should now always be referred to as Pram. Yep. Apparently they are Arapima. Arapima? That makes sense. And I might be able to get one more fish after this one if we really go for it. Paima. Arapaima. Gotcha. Okay, so we got a whole bunch of new fish. They're basically out of time. So we can pop over here real quick. So the goldfish is new. Ooh, that's an osmium quality crab. Giant snakehead. So then those two can be donated to the museum tomorrow. Drop you off. And sell the butter and all that. Oh, I meant to buy seeds today. That's fine. Too late to worry about that now. Okay, so completed an errand and all that. Got a little bit of money from the various goods we're doing. But yeah, if we can get to the point of getting the osmium ore and kelp available, even if we don't finish their respective sections, that basically means all of the upgrades are available in the game and it's got to do the work. Alright, so let's move you down here. Apparently I have more cranberries in those bushes we hadn't quite gotten rid of. I'll start by dropping those off. I gotta do my animal stiff. And I do look forward to leveling up the town and unlocking some of the automation. Alright. Got some low quality goods to drop in here. Let's grab 2 more sunflowers. Basil. I don't have that much basil. Alright, so we'll just keep that going. Okay, so let's go ahead and we're gonna pop over to the museum and I mean I'm probably gonna need both. Well, first let's get our thing here. We're gonna want to pop over to the museum to drop off the new fish we got. We need to go to the blacksmith to deal with that. And then I also need to get more seeds to replace the ones we've been harvesting. Yeah, we're here plenty early, but that's fine. There's no point in me going to the museum before going on to the next thing, because I'm just going to have to go back to the museum again. Do we know what Zara likes? I don't think we do. I kind of wish in this view you could have the birthday show up instead of the Zara. So there's a hangout event available. We know she likes flowers and we don't know anything she dislikes. So we'll definitely need to put a little bit of time into doing random hangouts with her and figure out what gift she likes. Being that she's a treasure hunter kind of person, most likely I'd assume, you know, stuff like gems or fossils might interest her. But I don't know that with any confidence. It could also be stuff like food. She hasn't particularly made mention of liking or disliking anything so far. Now, we're not going to go and try and like talk to her every single day or anything like that. But I'll try to get to the point of gifting her 2 things a week. Alright, so let's process you. Okay, we got a bunch of random artifacts and all that from the treasure chest we pulled up from the ocean. So we can drop these off. Okay, so the bowl is ready for donating. All the rest of those didn't want to stack, so we don't have them. Okay. So drop you 2 off, because I don't have duplicates. You 3 can all get donated, and drop you off. Cool. I have not taken care of my animals yet, so I need to remember to do that. Otherwise, they're going to get all mad at me. And we will get automation for taking care of the animals and all that as well. That you can get a thing to, like, collect the eggs for you, where you can just, like, kind of grab it from the box or whatever. You'll also get a thing that will, that'll, like, automatically pet the egg, pet the animals every day. And it includes it'll, like, shear the animals and milk the cows and all that. Just checking to make sure I had the feed topped off for the next time it rains. Alright. So we got that all squared away. So we do need more seeds to keep a bunch of this going. Outsourcing affection. You know it. So you're 75, 80, 100. And the stuff I've got for the festival, still only the small duck egg. So we're not doing too much better on all that stuff yet. So we can go here. Start making our mayonnaise. Work on the butter. Right, and I've got more eggs and all that here. How about one of those cute pets? I do need to get the cute pets. Alright, so let's get the glass bowls and all that dropped off. Let's get all the stuff to the museum. From there, we need to go by Sam's and get more, go by Sam's, get more seeds. I'm playing single player. Generally speaking, on the channel, I don't tend to play multiplayer with people. Like, especially people like first-time chatter, random person dropping in. That's how you get trolled. There's another 7 things to the museum. Also, check out the In's, an absolutely fantastic content creator. Recently been streaming animals, aquariums, and zoos. So if that's your jam, you can find it over there. Does stream in German, as a heads up. Does speak English, but, like, streams in German. So, you can type in English and they'll understand, but just being aware. Was that the mayor going doobie 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 doo? Alright, I forgot we still don't have the bag upgrade. Alright, so that's 12,000. We'll want to do that at some point. Alright, so. Those take 8 days. There's 20 of those. 21 of those. 20 something of those. 20 something of those. Yeah, I'm not looking at the ones that produce once and then every n number of days, because they're pretty far into the month. So we won't get the most bang for our buck for all that. Yeah, so that one's down there. That's fine. I've already spent more than I should. Let's see, you still haven't found a way to use the amaranth for anything? Do you just ship it? I don't remember if amaranth can be made into a flour, like for baking. Yeah, I don't remember. There is some produce that literally you just sell it. But if I'm not mistaken, amaranth is a grain, like in real life. Oh, right, I gotta remember. That was from before we had the sprinklers, so they're not quite laid out right. That's the first seeds done. Is Native Americans? Yeah. So it wouldn't fully surprise me if you couldn't just make like an amaranth flower or something like that. But like I said, I don't honestly remember.
Thank you Paul_Harvey for subscribing for 21 months.
And thank you, Paul Harvey, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate it. I hope you've been enjoying the stream and all that good stuff. And that's 21 months you've been subbed to the channel. So thank you so much for that continued support. It means a heck of a lot. Alright, so we need a scarecrow. Put here. And one of Sprinkler's 2s. Put here. Gotcha. Just keep summon ship it. Yeah, that's honestly not a bad idea. And thank you, Unquiet Adam, for the 35 stream streak. I really do appreciate that as well. Yeah, I know it's like, so where I'm at, what amaranth is typically used for is animal feed. Is the most common use for it. Like I said, I'm pretty sure it's, you know, it's a grain. It's just its yields aren't as good for commercial growing. So it's generally used as animal feed. Right, exactly. Sparhawk basically saying it went out of popularity because of wheat cultivation. Yeah. So it's kind of one of those things that you mostly don't see much of it for human consumption. I'm pretty sure it is totally safe for human consumption, all that stuff. Let's see, you eat it popped in cereal, like mini tiny popcorn, it's tasty. Gotcha. I don't think, you know what, I think I might have had amaranth. I think I had it was like a almost like a porridge one time that was its big selling point was like it's amaranth, and you're like, okay. Sure, I'll try this. It's a different thing. I don't particularly remember it being particularly standout one way or the other though. Like it was just kind of comparable. Yeah, and if people are saying it's got like a light nutty flavor, yeah, it being in a porridge, I probably wouldn't have noticed it because everything else would have just overpowered it. Or I would not have made the connection that that was amaranth. Okay, let's grab our scarecrow. So for a scarecrow, I need some wood. Alright, so little by little we're carving this all back. Because this is the stage of the farm where it's just, there's not really a reason to not just continue to grow it. Because as you can see, once I take the time to set up the crops once, I'm going to happily ignore them till it's harvest time and then just chuck the seeds back down. And later on, we'll make this place a lot nicer. Plus, I've got no shortage of the materials. That's part of why we rushed to get everything. But by doing this early scale up, it'll put us in a much better position money-wise. Now, granted, you don't get that much money from just the base crops. It's the artisan goods that really make the difference. And until you get automation, that could get a little laborious about running around each day and, like, refilling the machines. It's not as nearly as bad as at the beginning when you're trying to, set up these whole fields from scratch. And there'll also be a point when I need to get rid of all these sprinklers for the bigger ones. But that'll be a later concern. Okay, so we got all that processed. So we just expanded almost a whole extra row onto our farm. Okay, and check. How much were you worth? Yeah, not as much as the other stuff. Alright, so there's not enough time to get what we want done at the mine. So the question is, do we do the RNG of trying to get the Amperama or whatever it is for Jim? I don't like Jim. Jim's kind of a jerk. So instead I'm going to work on ocean stuff. Torn Page. Forgot that those were finally implemented. Those were in the game forever, but didn't actually do anything for the longest time. So those you go down here to notes. And these will be your mail. You can get treasure maps. You get the Torn Page. So this is from Reita to Wataru. I don't care about your boat market near the lighthouse. Just make sure you pipe down at night. I already have enough trouble sleeping. Oh, sorry. I don't care about your boat market near the lighthouse. Just make sure you pipe down at night. I already have enough trouble sleeping. If I have to, I'll tell the mayor about your secret shenanigans. Wataru. Yeah, so that's a thing just to remind the player that there's the rare goods market that shows up 3 days a week. Which I believe each week it updates, so once you've gone into the week, if they have something you want, great. If not, they're not going to for that week. But it's a way if you're really struggling to get like a certain fish or a certain relic or whatever, they will have a bunch of them. I do believe it's got a weighting where it will be more likely to show stuff that you don't already have versus stuff you already do, but it will show both. But yeah, if I remember correctly, I want to say we were pretty close to finishing the gold area here. Because they clear all this debris, and then underneath the debris, you have the little beacon things that clean the surrounding area. Ultimately, you end up cleaning up most of the trash. Which is fine. You turn that into scrap, and then scrap is used to build a lot of the automation stuff. There's one. Okay, so this whole area, you've got that covered. There's one piece of trash there. There's nothing else for you to run into up here. Which means the other beacon's down here somewhere. Is there anything that can mildly increase my stuff? And I could eat the clam or the mussel. I think we'll just head back. It's not enough time to be worth me going after, resting. Alright, so we did get another one done. And a bunch of area cleared. So that'll probably go and zip all the way down there. But yeah, if I'm not mistaken, looking at our map... and up here... yeah, so I'm working on these two. I've got 3 here. There's 1 there, and there's probably 1 or 2 in this area. Because I know that's all in the iridium. It's somewhere around here. That actually, this might be the cutoff to the osmium area. So it'll be 1 there, 1 here, and I would guess like 1 or 2 up there. And those there. So we got somewhere in the area of like 5 or 6 left, and then we'll be up to the osmium kelp. Once we're up to the osmium kelp, like it'll probably be a thing that I more go down there when I'm looking for the kelp than going down there just to progress. Alright, that's fine. We can pop over here. They've already shipped some of you, and that's a lower quality than we've already got, so we'll just chuck that in. We've already got you, so we'll ship that one. Yeah, so we could ship most of this. Oh, we'll process that into an artisan good. Okay. So we can grab those. So that's for 2, 1, 2, 3. You shouldn't be there. 1, 2, 3. We need to get to sleep. Alright. Let's see. When it's food, you're super curious and you want to taste it. Yeah, no, I gotcha. And our farming gained a level, so we gained a skill point, so that's good. We got the ability to make even better fertilizers. And hydro, don't care about that at all. Literally means nothing to me. It can be worth using the fertilizer. I'm just very lazy and don't want to deal with it. So no birthdays today. Sprout, congratulations, Sprout. You're officially an advanced farmer. My final gift is this aging barrel. Place items in the aging barrel to produce aged artisan products. It may require patience, but aged artisan goods always bring the best returns. Jeff Smith, Farmers Guild. Alright, so this is a process that just takes time. So when we get stuff out of there, we can age it now. Alright. Okay, inventory is full, so let's start dropping all this off. We can drop off our amaranth. But definitely want to take one of those flowers up for the offering. And drop off the one amaranth here, so we've sold amaranth. I got all that junk. Okay, so we get the last piece of basil, which we're just gonna sell because it's crap basil. Alright, so next thing to do would be to deal with the animals. Oh, I always need to remember to do this when we wake up. Okay, chance to leave a seed behind when clearing that. Chance for crops to grow faster. I'm gonna go with the chance for crops to grow faster, because that could be just helpful. I need to remember to water these. And a lot of these trees that are sitting in these spots, I believe when winter comes, they'll all die. So then we'll be back to just a normal, reasonable grid. Alright. I'm trying to remember if I was waiting on anything for additional animals or whatever. Alright, I'll just not interact with you, I guess. Oh, I think it's like they're all queued to go outside and they're not interacting with me. It's fine. Okay. We're gonna need lots of resin before this is all over. Okay, so you can take the milk and all this stuff. And grab one of these eggs. Keep making mayonnaise. Alright, so we've got that all knocked out. We can check for the gift. I need to do this first thing in the morning, because some of the things that this comes up gives you a chance, like double goods and all that. Alright, so I've got more stuff for the blacksmith. Not a lot of it. We can drop off the blacksmith in the lab. See, we got more stuff for the museum to deal with. Okay. Then the lab will be just down here. So I can process the fossils. And you get different type of those fossil nodes and coppers depending on like where you're going for them. Oh, we got a cinematic. Groucho Gopher. Perfect timing. Can you lend us a hand with this? Groucho Gopher, you stay down here and keep an eye out for any issues. Charles, you pivot from around back, and Millie, you push from the middle. Pivot, 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 pivot. Scott, I'm not gonna pivot it's not gonna pivot anymore. It will if we all pivot together. Now come on, pivot. Scott, stop saying pivot. The sofa's not moving. Just one more try, pivot. Alright, shoot, it really won't budge. Groucho Gopher, from your perspective down there, what do you think? Maybe try lifting a little higher. I think it's stuck. We should try a different approach. Have you considered just pivoting one more time? I think I did. Have we considered pivoting one more time? I think we've done that every time. I mean, the reality is here, like, we obviously can't see what's going on above here, but in a couch situation like this, either one, if you can just lift it over the rail, great. Now we don't know what the roof situation is here, so maybe that's not really an option. But the other option is you rotate the whole thing so that this opening is where that corner is. You'd have to take the cushions off or whatever. And with that, then you should be able to swing it around. Then you can rotate it back up and move it up the stairs. Let's just go with maybe try lifting a little higher. Maybe we should just call a moving company. Maybe you're right, Millie. Alright, let's get it back downstairs. Thanks for trying, everyone. I guess some things are just not meant to pivot. It's a weird kitchen. Alright. What was I doing? Okay, right, we got our fossils and all that. And I was going to hop back over here. And drop off the stuff. Good old Friends reference. Let's see, have you tried hitting the couch with a hammer and walking upstairs and hitting it in the air with the same hammer? Am I missing a reference with that? That seems oddly very specific, but also I don't really understand. Okay, so the compass can be donated. The spear can be donated, and that's a new thing. And the Stegosaurus leg can be donated. Alright. That's usually how you move things, is just hitting them with hammers. We're gonna get just in time to get the pumpkin seeds that were not in the same season at all. Game logic? Yeah, no, I'm realizing I'm just like not catching the game reference or whatever. All right, so we can pop down over here, grab some more seeds because we did harvest a bunch of stuff. It's kind of too early in the season to not be continuing to grow things, because that's going to be one of our main incomes. Alright, so shop. Let's keep with the orchids for primarily. So this time we're not going to get as many as the last day, because I don't think we pulled that much. So let's just grab 30 orchid seeds, because I only think we pulled up the basil and like one other crop. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure all of that, yeah, all that's still filled in. Cool. Alright, we're eventually going to have to move these trees back. The ones we got set up, so I have to clear that path and all that. Alright, so let's try and be good and actually put a little bit of effort into Zara. So is there something here that we can get a hold of pretty... You don't go in there. Something that we can get a hold of pretty easily that we think Zara would like. The stuff out of here would certainly be good, but I'm not getting those at enough frequency to do anything. Is there a crop that we think Zara would like? I have a feeling just throwing crops at her is not going to work. I'm going to want all that for enchanting. She's not going to probably like bugs. Do we have any honey? Hmm. Alright, Sure, let's give her cranberry juice. I'm not feeling great about this, but we're gonna have to do some experimenting anyways. So Zara tends to be all over the place. Okay, so she's over here to the west. I don't have an easy way to get to her. But I believe the cranberry juice might be okay because it's considered an artisan good. Is this for me? Thanks. Alright, what did you actually think of it, Zara? Did we do good? Did we do neutral? She probably didn't hate it. She was ambivalent about it. I'm more interested in the history inside the Windgate rather than the ores. I think it's been closed for decades? Alright. Yes. Invite to hang out. Alright. So. We are now pursuing... like, different hangout spots. Well, we found her at Monkey Lane. Hang out at Monkey Lane. It'll burn 2 hours of my day and it costs nothing. Sure, I'm down. Okay. So, this is fun. You're a farmer, right? Have you ever found anything cool buried in your farm's soil? Like, treasure-worthy cool? Just usual rockweeds and worms. You did find an old coin once. Does that count? Nothing yet, but keeping my hopes up. I mean, we technically haven't found an old coin, but we've actually found relics and all that. I'm going to go with the middle one. We did find an old coin. The idea is we found something, but maybe it's not amazing. An old coin? That totally counts. Who knows? Maybe your farm's sitting on a hidden fortune. You never know what you might find. The ground holds secrets. You just dig in the right spots and have a little patience. I actually went to your farm a few years back, before you moved in. I thought I'd poke around. See if there's anything interesting to dig up. Didn't find much. Just some kids building a plant fort. Let's see. Kids building a fort sounds fun. Pretty cool story, actually. Or treasure hunting on my farm before I moved in. This almost feels like confrontational. Be like, wait, you were doing what on my farm before I moved in? I'm not sure how she feels about kids. I'm gonna just go with pretty cool, actually. Oh, you like that, huh? Got plenty more stories like that if you're interested. This one time, I'm in the deep jungle, covered in mud, surrounded by mosquitoes, when I spot it. A shimmer in the dirt, my heart's pounding. Could this be the legendary artifact I've been chasing? I'm imagining museums, fame, my name in history books. And then, okay, so here's the deal. I dug it out. This is back before I had my fancy metal detector gadget. Looked bowl-shaped, kind of shiny, had some gold coloring on it, definitely gave off an expensive ancient artifact vibe, you know? So I took it back on the boat, all excited, cleaned it up real carefully with my special treasure hunter cleaner. Seriously, not just any old soap. This stuff's legit. Spent hours on it, let it dry and everything. Then I brought it to an archaeologist friend of mine. Not important who. But anyway, they took one look at it and said, it's a can of tuna. An old can of tuna. Sure. But still tuna. I guess it's technically old enough to call an artifact, but let's just say it didn't exactly pay off. Still, a moneymaker though. Let's see, wait, you spent hours cleaning an old can of tuna? At least it makes a great story. Yeah, and it paid something, right? It's not always about finding the coolest, most expensive stuff, you know? This job's a lot of digging up and selling what most people would call junk. But hey, I love it. You found a can of tuna and it was like a bowl. Good to have had that breather. Alright, break's done. You are getting to know Zara better. Yeah, I was just there thinking, it looked like a bowl. Gold trim and everything. It was a can of tuna. I'm like, what? What kind of can of tuna is this? What kind of can of tuna is, gold trim and mistakable as, an ancient bowl? And how crusty was this thing that you didn't identify what it was much earlier? I mean, I guess it was a smashed can of tuna, maybe? Like it had been crushed into bowl shape? Maybe that? Even then, I don't think you would mistake it for anything other than, oh, you've cleaned it up. Oh, this is just a can. Like a smooshed can. Hey, look. Don't quit your day job. just don't quit your day job. Very much so. Alright, it's 1600. We can probably make another 5 levels in the cavern. So that was pretty good. So that hangout only took us 2 in-game hours. That was kind of my concern, is some of those hangouts are a full day thing that you're just gonna eat up a huge chunk of your day. So let's try and keep in mind some of the shorter ones for while we're still needing to get other things done. Alright, got another torn page. Tokyo Diary Shore Tragedy, Summer 12, Coral Island, by Marin Castillo, Tokyo Daily Staff writer. A body was discovered alongside the shoreline of Coral Island earlier this week. The victim was identified as the son of a visiting couple. Believing the spot to be his final resting place, the family had a funeral and chose to bury him near the beach. That's weirdly grim for this game. Because it didn't allude to other things happening. It was just yep, a child died here. Well, I guess maybe not a child. A son or whatever died here. My guess is one of the characters will find out, backstory that, they potentially knew someone or something. Alright. No or anything amazing here. Give me your wings. I remember farming those for the achievement. There was an achievement for getting a max skill and everything. And before... Ooh, I can't remember which update it was. 1.2, I think. Gaining XP in combat was atrociously slow. They have buffed it a lot since then, thankfully. But the way you'd do it is you'd start the day, you would have your time set to its slowest settings, and you would look to see if you could find a tile that had 2 or 3 of those mother slimes on it. And you'd just run circles around them, having them spawn the littler slimes, and when you got a bunch of them, you'd kill the littler slimes. And you'd just repeat that all day. Because it was the only way to get, a decent amount of combat XP. It was definitely one of the weak parts of the game at the time. Nowadays, they've got a balance where it's not amazing XP, but you get reasonable enough XP that you probably aren't going to hit 10 just playing normally, but you'll probably get pretty good XP by the time you've finished your run. That you won't have to grind XP too much. Alright. That's fine, I don't care about those other creatures. If we're lucky, we might be able to get the next 5 levels done. Oh, that's the last Batwing we needed. The enemy seems bugged. He's supposed to pop up and spit poison at you. Did I move too fast to get the geode? I did. Oh no, it's there.
No.
Hello, pretty wifey.
Meow. Puppy.
What's up?
I'm superhero Scoops. Right?
Yo.
Yeah. Wonder.
We found barley seeds in the mine.
What's that thing?
It's a slime.
It's slimy.
Yep, and I hit it with a hammer.
That's cool. I'm superhero.
Love.
I'm Morgan XW.
And I do not think we're going to make the 5 floors in this in-game day. We did get the Batwing, though, and I'd argue that's the more important one, because I believe that's the last thing I need for the monster offering thing. Got ourselves a tuna. Okay. So inventory is full, no shocker there. This is gonna make 3 more floors happen. 2 more floors happen. Let's go and take the bone and chuck that out. I may have gone too fast and not gotten the fossil. I need to stop doing that. I don't think we did get the fossil. Come on, 1 more floor. We can still make it work regardless. If we hit midnight. I was gonna say, if we hit midnight and it hasn't happened, I'm gonna make a rope real fast and just immediately pop down here. Okay. Let's go ahead and we will chuck the compost in here. I didn't need to because I already had Jamu, so that would have stacked, but that's fine. We gotta race home because we're pretty much out of time for the day. There's the queue. But we have the last Batwing I need. So that'll be another one of the offerings taken care of. So let's start by here is the monster loot. Drop all that off. Dark Essence is a monster loot that we haven't had before. Tuna's a new fish, so it can go there. We can So Peridot I can now donate. That's a spare. There's some Lotus. So that's a fall crop for 8 days. Let's run down here. Get that planted. We can sell those. Right. I'll definitely need to get some of that stuff processing as well. We're all good on this. Drop you off. Okay, let's get to sleep. So that actually went really well because we got a fish we didn't have. We got 5 more floors done. I've got a gem I can drop off. You think Zara would like the Peridot? Probably, but I haven't turned in the museum, and offerings in museum get priority. Is it possible to get more frames per second by lowering the power to your computer itself? That shouldn't be a thing. Like, if anything, lowering the power to your computer itself should potentially put your computer at risk of crashing due to what's effectively a power sag. Like that shouldn't be beneficial for you in any way. Now, if you got something like really weird going wrong with your computer, I could see some weird case, but that shouldn't be like that would be a sign that something's really wrong if you're gaining performance by deliberately underpowering your computer. I see my inventory is full. We're gonna grab all we can. Basically, the minimum power that doesn't crash your computer. Right. That, like I said, that shouldn't benefit your computer in any way. If it does, that's a sign that something ain't right. There's potatoes and the eggplant and the rice. So the rice is one of the things we're gonna want to offer. Like, is it technically possible? Sure. But that's, again, like, not something that should activate. Here's a bit of a decade. It's not a matter of how old the computer is. Generally speaking, with your computer, oh, wait 1 second. You're an offered good. Generally speaking, with a computer, when you underpower it, that's called undervolting. And you can do that to prevent crashes and that kind of thing, and that has some viability. There's some logic behind that, where if your computer's having issues, you can undervolt it to prevent instability issues. But like, that's usually kind of a specific situation. And even then, undervolting doesn't necessarily make your computer more stable. It's stuff like, if you're on that fence where your computer might have issues where it kind of overheats, that kind of thing, undervolting can potentially reduce the heat production, that kind of thing. But just straight up seeing a performance increase, that would be a very strong indicator that there's something else wrong with your computer. And then undervolting your computer is sort of like working past that thing that's wrong, but isn't going to be actually fixing it. You know, so the thing there would be figuring out why why something that should not be helping is helping. Okay, so I've got 3 items to offer. Let's offer those real fast. As the best your system would lower the power, lower powered, such as when a laptop is not plugged in, will lower the performance of GPU. At worst, it would have insufficient power to weather any kind of fluctuation. Your computer would no longer be capable of maintaining the voltage necessary to operate properly. Yeah, and that's where your computer would just randomly reboot because you had too much of a power sag. That's one of the things, like, if your computer just randomly like rebooting kind of thing, it is one of the things to check to see if you have a power supply problem. Oh, I need one of the orchids. That's fine. We can come back for that. So there's one of the fruit. Yeah, so we need to get any of these fruit and silver. So I got one of them. Alright, we got the monster loot. Let's hop back down here. We've got the monster loot. Let's grab the 5 wings. And then let's grab one of the orchid. Need to be offered the museum. We can see how Zara feels about honey. Yeah, no, it'd only be worth down powering it if you're specifically getting reboots just like randomly, because again, if you're running in the situation where things aren't working right, you wouldn't want to lower the power, you would downvolt your GPU or CPU itself. Not another place. But again, that's kind of limping your computer along when you have specific symptoms. Alright, cool, they gave me explosives. Okay, so let's check with Zara, because I believe you can only do 2 hangouts and 2 gifts per week. So yeah, so you see event hangout number 2 or whatever. So let's find out where you are. So you're at the beach. It's been happening, and it hadn't started the last few weeks to a month. Yeah, so you could experiment with the idea of very slightly undervolting your GPU or CPU if you're having random reboots like that. But that is trying to guess that the cause is something along the lines of whatever device overheating. Most likely it's not going to help you. Alright. So talk. The wind is nice here. Do you like honey? Is this for me? Thanks. Yes, invite to hang out. So we went to Monkey Lane. Definitely gonna go to the taco truck. We're going to eat tacos. It's gonna cost me $50. Alright, I'm in. You're having an occasional blue screen in Reboot. Those blue screen messages will give you details as to what caused the crash. It'd be worth looking that up. They'll give you like error code. It'll be like 0x00 some number. And I might be able to narrow it down to like its memory, its whatever. It'll give you a place to start, but that's gonna get into troubleshooting and all that. But yeah, that would make more sense than just randomly downvolting things. That was fun. You're getting to know Zara better. Excellent. So we didn't have any meaning. Oh, that's right. So the reason I see, to clarify that, I understand. New mechanics learned. New mechanics learned. Yes, we can hang out twice, we can gift twice. But that's what this was saying. So the first part of that where we went to like the monkey area and hung out, that was just the regular hangout. And then the event part of it was that, you know, she had the whole dialogue being along the, like, they walked off and then they kind of loaded into a different area. The event part of it was her being like, have you ever found anything interesting on your farm? So that was that. So apparently, like, in a while we'll have another of those. Okay. And she was ambivalent to honey. I'm assuming artisan goods in general are going to land on a case of ambivalence. That she's just not an artisan's good kind of person. Process the geodes while we're here. As you saw a YouTube short, if you're looking for diagnostic stuff from YouTube short, you might as well be talking to a generative AI. They'll be just as useless. But yeah, no, it's definitely like a YouTube short is not gonna have enough time to like look into anything unless it's something very, very specific, like what, like, you know, are you running this? Why did I get two? Wait. Why did I get 2 more entire levels of this available? I was just here and we didn't have any access to any of this. Huh? I mean, I'm not complaining, I want these things. I'm just confused. Because I would like the auto feeder, which I can't make yet because I don't have batteries. And I can't make that because I don't have batteries. I can't. Alright, so all these are locked behind batteries, so don't worry about that. Okay, literally all of that's locked behind batteries. Alright, never mind then. I literally, actually... Okay, so we're gonna need to get, I think it's a solar panel that gives us batteries in this game. And can, alright. I was curious if we were able to just buy the batteries. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Yeah, no, that's, realistically, to look into what you're dealing with, you're going to need to look up that black, or the blue screen, see what it's saying, going through that whole thing. It's not fun, it's very time-consuming, but, you know, that's the way you deal with it. Okay, that's a second triggerfish, so we can donate the triggerfish. Love to see it. We can grab the crappier ones out of those. And just sell those. Dear Groucho Gopher, congratulations on reach. Okay, so we ranked up the town. We just didn't get to the end of the day thing. All right. Dear Groucho Gopher, congratulations on reaching rank D. We've added new books to the library collection. Farming, Artisan Goods Guide, The Stamina Fruit, Mystery Giant Crops, Millie's Note, The Giants, The Creation of Coral Island. Feel free to visit the library and enjoy the latest editions. Let's see. Next time you see that, yep, that's all you gotta do. Write down the error code, and for the record, like, don't pop in here asking for it. It could be a thing that you can hop on to, like, the Discord, maybe, and, I don't know which channel to put it in. Maybe Tech Talk or whatever. You could ask if anyone could help with that. Another reason, because, like, putting it here, like, it's not... The typical person won't know what the codes are off the top of their head. There's too many of them. There's a reason why it's this, like, giant, like, serial number kind of code thing. Alright, so we've got all that. We've got our explosives. So, duck mayonnaise. That'll be the first one. We'll see what that's worth. So I need more stuff for... Continuing to make our stuff there. Alright, so we got 2 more things for the museum. While we're at the museum, we can pop in, catch those books, because some of those books will just straight up give you recipes. Like, I want to say the slime cloning machine or whatever. Which you're unable to access even if you reset your password, either phone number or email. The Discord? Okay. So we've got 8 silver quality pumpkin seeds. How long do you take to grow? 13 days. So I believe in 13 days we get one round. So let's get those in the ground before today's out, because I might be able to get one set of pumpkins out of those before the season's over, because I'm not going to hold on to the silver quality seeds into next year or whatever. Alright, so let's see what we've got for our new sections. Millie's note, the Giants. Article note, the Giants are actually pretty small, but they got their name because of their huge hearts. Back in the day, people were super impressed with by how kind and wise they were. Picture tiny elf-like creatures with a big impact. They've kind of gone off the radar now, maybe because the world's changed a lot. But they're still a big deal in stories and myth, teaching us about the kind and all that good stuff. The creation of Coral Island. Long ago in the early days of the world, full of promise, the goddess set to create Coral Island. She lifted the ocean floor, crafting land rich and fertile, where anything could grow. The first bloom was the white goddess flower, a mirror of her own grace. She then brought forth a variety of plants to nourish the future inhabitants of this enchanting island, filling it with creatures from land to sky to sea. To safeguard this land and its beings, she created the Giants, gentle guardians of nature. For the ocean's care, she brought the merfolk into existence, protectors of the sea creatures and the stunning coral reefs. They did an abysmal job and were easily thwarted by an oil company. Together, these beings have maintained harmonious balance for ages, each playing their part in the circle of life. I feel like you're just making stuff up, Millie. Alright. Nah. Yeah, no, you'll have to... Very genuinely, I recommend using a password manager these days. Just trying to remember passwords can be too much, and if you reuse passwords, that's just asking for trouble. Sure, password managers aren't perfect, but of the situations, I would argue they're probably your best bet to not getting yourself in a lot of trouble from, like, losing access to accounts and all that kind of stuff, and not getting hacked as easily and all that. Farming. Artisan Goods Guide. Taking your farm to the next level is a challenge, but this guide is here to make it easier. Here's what you should know. Firstly, gather materials is essential. Wood, stone, and scraps are key to building farm equipment. While there are other materials, these three are fundamental for most farming tools. Here's a list of handy items you can craft. Bee house requires 50 wood, 8 bronze. Mayo machine needs 20 wood, 20 scrap, 2 bronze. Scarecrow, 20 wood, 20 fiber, 10 sap. Note: making a scarecrow requires you to be proficient in farming. It's all about knowing what to keep away from your crops. Okay. Stamina fruit. Rumors have it the myths surrounding the existence of a stamina fruit. The purpose of this journal is to distinguish between fact and fiction. The stamina fruit does exist. Eating the fruit gives a significant boost to stamina. A noticeable side effect is loud, flatulent post-consumption. The fruit must be consumed whole, in one bite, for its effects to take place. Contrary to popular belief, you cannot replicate the stamina fruit's unique properties. You can divide the fruit up, causes eater rubber-like arms. Okay. And mystery giant crops. Ever since the giant crop sprouted my farm years ago, my life has not been the same. People often ask me how it happened, what special thing I did. Truth be told, I did nothing out of the ordinary. That period was a chaotic time in my life. My wife and I were so busy planning a trip to visit her family in town that I completely forgot to harvest the crops. There simply wasn't time. When we returned, we found ourselves standing before this enormous crop. It was surprising to us as anyone else who hears the story. Yep, so now we have those things. I don't even remember where they're listed in here. Where are those listed here? Yeah, because we got, if we look at these, we're getting these down here. Yeah, there was some of these things where you'll, where was it located? There's somewhere in there that once you get those... Ah, it was in here somewhere. It was under badges? There was somewhere in here where it actually note down, like, which masteries you've gotten. And I want to say they had special effects. I don't remember what the heck they were, though. It doesn't matter. Oh. And so with that, the town rank is now D, and the ocean rank is now C. So that's cool. So let's run back here. Now, sometimes the different things you can buy at, like, the, at, like, Sam's and all that will change based on your town rank. Unfortunately, Sam's isn't open today. We can't hang out or do anything with Zara. So we got plenty of time today that we're going to go work on other things. Right, so let's start by grabbing the pumpkin seeds. I might be able to get a harvest singular out of them before the season's over. It would have been nice to grab more seeds, but I don't have them right now, and Sam's not open today. So we have that. We can have the trash and drop that off. And that should leave me enough time to go to the mine and make progress there. There's getting pretty close to where we can get osmium ore. And like I said, that'll be one of those ones that I'll periodically pop in here with the intent on getting the osmium ore for whatever it is I'm trying to craft next, that kind of thing. That's fine, whatever. Oh, put the explosives on my bar. Okay. As you can see, the bombs work really well. But it is one of those things that, if I'm trying to, like, gain a bunch of stuff on there, and you can make the bombs. They're not super expensive to make. There's where the ore is on this floor. And they do hurt stuff, just not that much. Amusingly enough, hurting stuff by things like bombs does not seem to have any effect on aggro or anything like that. Yeah, it'll be all our bombs. Oh, I just realized we already had the way down over here. I just didn't notice it because behind the rock. That's fine. I usually don't hold on to the bombs either. Another thing that Coral Island does that's really nice is you don't have to have materials on your person to use them. And it's not just like some games where it's like, oh, you know, while you're at home, you have access to everything at home. It's literally you can craft stuff remotely from like all the way across the screen kind of thing, or all the way across the map kind of thing. So you can be down here and be like, oh man, I could use a rope and just like pull whatever's the 100 or something rope or 100 something stone to make a rope directly from there. Which is just a nice quality of life. Yeah, it can get a little cheesy, but it's a nice quality of life when you're like working around the farm, like doing your decorations or whatever, and being like, you know what I don't want to do? I don't want to deal with all of that crap. Alright, I'm gonna try to go for the bottom. There's a very good chance we'll fall short. I don't have much time. It all depends on how our luck is on finding these. Absolute worst case, I can use the stone we've collected and just make some quick ropes to go down. Alright, let's see how we do here. Because usually I need to kind of get out of here by midnight. Okay, once we've done that, what we'll end up doing is occasionally popping in here to get a couple osmium bars worth of ore and all that. And then use those osmium bars worth of ore to, you know, upgrade whatever tool that we have money for. Work on making our automation stuff. Oh, I didn't check. Did we get the thing for the solar panel? That's the solar panel. So we don't have the solar panel yet. I don't know what that's locked behind. But that's why I can't make all the automation stuff. We hit the city rank high enough to be able to do automation. I see the materials. But one of the core materials are batteries, and I don't have access to that yet. All right. One more floor will do it. And then we'll be on to the osmium area. And that'll basically give me all of the main materials you can get out of for upgrading your tools and all that, at which point then I can start allocating money and being like, okay, let's use the money, get our best pickaxe, start doing the putting a little bit more focus on the enchants. Alright, so the entire mine is available to us. So much Jamu. Did it again, Human. The cursed tablet you have broken. Free Gru should be. Above we go check. I don't remember at all what voices we gave the giants. I usually give like one of them like a really nasally voice and all that, and I just don't remember. Gru. Gru happy. Happy, so happy Gru can whoosh. Who this, Chief? Yes, freed you, this human did. Oh, thank you, human. Grew Zoom Zoom now, because of human. But Chief, where others? Grog and Gong are in village. Just two? Goom. Wait. Into Firegate, human go? But not initially, so we can say, yes, I am. Not initially, but I might want to go. No, I just wanted to be a statue like the other giants. I mean, the answer would be yes, I can. Not because I want to free the giants. I want the ore. I want that osmium, man. Give me the money. Yeah, I am. No, we still do not. Of cause of stone. Dangerous fire can be. What? Fire no dangerous. Fire good. Fire cook yum yum food. But fire burn. Fire hurts. Gong. Grog. Fire is unpredictable. Or giants enter mine, but only see 3 statues. Be careful, human must remember. Maybe, in Firegate, human will find other giant, or become stone. Stone? Never mind, I'm out. Deuces. Let's see. There's more, but there are no more statues. Yeah, so there are more giants. I mean, they've been very careful, like, they've been, like, mentioning the fire giant a lot, and that one's missing, so for my character to be like, wait, there's more of you? It'd be like, human not pay attention? Human real dense. Why is dense human savior? Yes, other there are. Hope to goddess I am, that safe you are in Firegate. To village we go, Gru Gong Grog, Goom Goom. Alright. So with that, we need to beeline home. Because it's about to be past our bedtime. But that means we can now get all of the different types of ore. And with having access to all the different types of ore, we will be able to start, like, crafting some of the, like, our end game tools and all that. Let's see here. Right, oh, the journal entry. That's what we're doing. So, quest. We have finished this one. Give me my cash. We'll mark the other one. Let's pop over here, drop you off. And continue to chuck trash into our machine there. We figure out... So let's hold on to the duck mayonnaise for just a minute. I want to see what that's worth. And the reason I care about that is we're about to have the festival where I have the competition between me and the other place. I have no illusions of winning that the first year. Usually you're just at a very big disadvantage. So it's something you work up to the next year. Actually, don't even know what season that technically... Oh, it's this season. Right. So I want to see what that's worth for next year. We can also go over here. 3 more of you and 3 more of you. That we're still making artisan goods. Because I want to see if that's worth more than the honey we're making. I don't think it will be, but there's that. Alright, so we're town rank D. Okay, so we did get new seeds at the store, and then goats and then something else are available. We can choose a reward of cash. We gained a level in ranching, so we can now make a cheese press. Deepa likes us slightly more. Did we didn't do the agenda for... Oh, she would have gone up because of town rank. So she was at the fence from the task we did, and then the town rank pushed us over. Because town rank does give you a little bonus in your relationships. All right, so it's Theo's birthday today. All right. Farmer Groucho Gopher. Exciting news. With the town rank at D, we've received more grants. That means more advanced quality of life machines to help you out. Check this out. We now have an auto petter, a sturdy computer. The auto petter takes care of animals, and the computer, it has online shopping. I have blueprints ready, but I'll need materials for R&D. Drop by the lab to see the other gadgets when available. Now, the big problem I have... Okay, what's a duck mayonnaise worth? 200. And my honey is worth... 245. Alright, duck mayonnaise, you're sold. And you're back in here. Now, the problem I have is I still don't have the ability to make the solar panel. Alright. So, we're going to go ahead and get the quality product. We have a random RNG chance of getting a higher quality product. So we got the cheese press, and I already have the materials for it, so we're making one of those. Alright. Drop off the butter and the mayonnaise. Grab the dragon fruit and the papaya, and we can drop you off in here. Okay, we can put all these crops away real quick. And as I mentioned before, I am going to need to run by town and check, because we are going to get new seeds available. We might miss out on being able to actually do some of those seeds just by the just by how much time it'll take. Oh, we could drop you off. And nothing's closed that I care about today. The one thing I'm going to run into is I am going to need to start saving for upgrading our barn and all that. I also need to start working on getting a bunch of the other stuff upgraded as well. All right, we're gonna have a lot of money tied up here soon. The good news, as we get these harvested, all that's effectively a multiplier that we're just X dollars goes in, more than X dollars comes out. Okay, so we've got the large and the small milk. What do I have for my barn item? Oh, I already just have a regular large milk. That's fine. So let's pop over here. So you're gonna have to sit there. We're gonna grab you out, drop you off. Oh, we actually have 1, 2, 3. Never mind, you still have stuff in you. So we're making our first cheese. Okay, so we need to go by the lab, we need to go by the blacksmith, and we need to check to see about Sam. So we're gonna do a town run, grab all that stuff. Carrying us a little luck. Extra health, that doesn't mean anything to me. I think my entire time playing this game, I think I've only been like knocked out like twice from damage. And both times there's like the big ogres that they have a spinning attack. And I think they nerfed it, but it was that would proc on you like every second and it hit hard. So if they caught you on the spinning attack, you'd just get hit again and again. Flowers a person's birthday? Right. You are correct. We could do that. And I'm gonna manually do that, not just do it from afar. Because the one downside of crafting from afar is it doesn't let you, like, be careful about what materials you use. So I do want to make sure I'm using... materials I don't care about. It's like a bunch of just, like, your regular old... your regular ones. Yeah, no, they absolutely will wreck your day. Processed fossil remains. Found some silver ore. Right, so... yeah, all of these require batteries, so I won't be able to do anything until we get batteries. Yep, exactly. We want to show Theo our appreciation, but like, just a little. We're not made out of money here. Not yet. So errands, you want basil, I've got plenty of it. Alright, so shop. So you grow in 4 days. You grow in 9 days. Not get too many of those because we're not gonna get the whole time. Same with you. Alright. So we got a bunch of the new seeds. That's fine. I was thinking, do I want to put that much more down there? It's like, no. Let's see if we can't find one more flower just floating around, because then I don't even have to go back to home to do it. Okay, yeah, let's go over here real quick. See if we can't snag ourselves one more. I've already got plenty of crabs, it's fine. We'll get ourselves more, it'll be alright. Ooh! That one's actually one I want. So for right now, I already know I got plenty of centipedes. Alright, I'm just gonna have to go by the house. The road beetle is one that always shows up at night. Okay, so let's see here. Already got 2 of those done. Already got 2 of those done. Alright, so I got some stuff to drop off. Drop you off. I'm like juggling what I'm doing because I'm thinking of like, okay, where can I put my time? All right, so let's go here, drop you off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'll be for my bouquet. This is the ground bugs. I could donate you. I could donate you. I can offer you. We could sell you. I could donate you. Actually, no, donate you. Alright, so let's sell the one we can sell. And before we get too far, let's get that other rove beetle I saw in the trap. Because I could drop one of these off at the museum. And then we could offer the other ones. And then we'll go track down Theo. We start with the offering, because that's the one that's a higher priority in my book. Alright, so we can drop you off. So we're missing the Atlas Moth. That's the only one of those we're missing. Yes, we're doing really good on the bug stuff. We're down to the home stretch in the bug stuff. The fishing I've utterly neglected, so we're not at all good on the fishing. But we're about to get the computer here as soon as I get the access to the batteries. And once I get the computer, then like each day I can check and be like, what am I missing? Where am I missing it? And go and deal with that. Drop those 3 in there. That's more done to the museum. Theo, where are you located? So you're not fishing today. You're not home. Alright, well, we'll try doing it this way. Theo, find. You're at the community center, which is literally right next to me, so that's perfect. That's Theo, right? Did you notice the black roots? I can't say for sure what that is, unfortunately. But I think it's fair to say it's a reflection of the oil spill that happened some time ago. Thank you for the thoughtful birthday present, Groucho Gopher. Cool. We have done our social obligation. Alright, so let's run home. And get these planted, because we got a bunch of seeds we just got access to because we ranked up our town. Start with these ones here. All right. Now there's just the flowers. Okay, so we got all that filled in, we got all that filled in, all that filled in. Okay. So pretty soon there's going to need to be a focus on just cash. Do you have quails yet? I didn't see what we just unlocked. I don't have any on my farm yet, but we did just rank up the town, which means new things became available. And I didn't catch what what became available. The prompt went by too fast. Just gonna cut these back a little bit. And then I'll quickly get this one extra spot here where our crops are going to go next. Okay, and sprinkler 2. And the farm grows. Cool. So we got all the new seeds planted. Okay. Let's drop all this off. So we've got you to sell. Sell those. I do have one wild seed to plant. Let's plant that before we get moving on. Because we're at the point now with those wild seeds that they roll pumpkin. We're pretty close to the point where we won't actually get the pumpkin on the other side because we won't have enough grow time. Okay, town errands, basil for Bree. Let's go grab the basil. 1, 2, 3, 4. It was 4, right? 4 basil for Bree. And then otherwise, I think that's the only thing we had going on there. So for Bree, she is at her manor. Not really a fast way there. Okay. Can't find much of those. All right. I thought she was in here. Yeah, and you wanted the basil. You're in the manor? Yeah, okay. Let's see. Complete errand? Thank you. Give me my money. Alright, so you're probably getting pretty close to the point where I can potentially get the stamina fruit for the town rank nonsense we've got going on. What are we up to with our town rank? 1,500? No, I think it was like 3,000. We get like 400 or 500 every single time we rank up the town and all that. Alright, so I think what we do is there's not really enough time to do too much in the mine. And in addition to that, right now I don't actually have what I need for doing more. It's kind of a bad thing that I'm just now getting some of these forageables. We have not been doing good about foraging this season. But yeah, so I think what we do, we teleport down and we'll do the diving and push towards the osmium kelp. Because then, like what I said, is we'll be at that stage where I can pop in each time I need to be working on whatever material to get like whatever weapon upgrade, that kind of thing. Okay. Oh, you're not real. Okay. Cool. You apparently have a gift for me. You received a fossil note from Yogi Shark. And the pass should be coming down here to clear up this area soon. Right? Oh, one of the few tiny pieces of, trash that appeared caught it. It's pretty annoying, actually. Okay, that's fine. Now I'll take care of another spot. Cool, so you're sorted. That takes care of that. So next two are down below us. That's a base scallop. Okay, so we've got the three. So these are the last ones we've got here. We've got all those other ones. We got 2 here and 4 there, and then we're to osmium. All right. We can eat one of the... We can eat the urchin. Give ourselves a little boost in stamina, just keep going for a little bit longer. I don't want to burn a Jamu on it, because the Jamu is like tons of energy. Okay. And that's it for both time and energy. Yeah, so it looks like we got 6 more, and then we're on to osmium. Okay, so we've got all that to drop off. We can sell the spare of these. Already got plenty of these mussels dealt with. This is a spare... Yeah, we've already done those. The base scallop we haven't done anything with, so let's drop you off in here. Okay, so that's a spare there. We weren't missing any other ones, right? Because there was a blue scallop was one we needed, and then there was one other scallop we needed. We have, like, regular old sea salt. We'll chuck that. We don't know the value of the cheese wheel yet, so we're gonna hold on to that in case it's better than our other product from the barn for doing the competition. Because even if we don't win, the higher we score, the more stuff we get. Alright, so we gained relationship with both Bree and Theo. Made decent money. Okay, so you're worth 260. I believe that means the, sorry, I was gonna say, I believe that means the... Words are hard. I believe that means that the honey still wins. I want to say you're like 300. No, 245. Oh, no, the cheese, I think, wins. Alright, so the cheese wheel is now going to be what we bring for our artisan good. Hey, Mark, how's it going? Good to have you. Drop all that off. Drop this off. Drop off the junk quality cranberries. So as you can see, it takes a lot of the wine barrels to make the equivalent of stuff. You can drop all you off. Go 1, 2. So if we look at last month's, yeah, trying to decide what I want to actually use produce-wise for producing things. Oh wait, I keep forgetting to have 4 of them. Okay, so we've got all that. So let's also grab our hay to top off the other stuff. Think our sheep is sick? I never had one get sick before. Unfortunately, I don't really have medicine for it or anything. Okay, top that off. Wonder why it's sick. Because usually I associate, you know, the animals getting sick as in, like, you know, I didn't have a heater in the winter kind of thing. Yeah, we can get medicine. I think, like, the animals don't die. I believe while they're sick, they just don't produce well kind of deal.
Thank you Lunar_Bell for subscribing for 2 months. Hello.
And thank you Lunar Bell for the Prime Gaming sub. I do really appreciate that. I hope you've been enjoying the stream. And hello to you as well. Let's go ahead and put that in for making cheese. That in for making mayonnaise. Can I do anything with a jar in this? Yeah, we can make some salted eggs. Right. So, no new birthdays to deal with. Got some junk tossed in there. Okay. So we got a lot of time today. Let's run up here. I want to check two things. I want to check on the medicine, and I want to check on the carpenters, what it would cost me to upgrade the barns and all that stuff. Blimey, Groucho Gopher. Let's see, what a day, huh? I just passed and I saw you out here. Rainy, eh? I love the rain. Yeah. Oh yeah, same here. In a way, the rain is the beginning of all life. After the rain, everything looks fresh and new. Whoa, my cow, wait! A few minutes later... Oh, that was new. I've never had a cow run away from the barn like that. She's probably confused. The rain can do that to animals. Where were we? Alright, so. Let's take a quick look at what we've got here for getting things done. Okay, so, animals. So the animals we've got, we now can get a quail and we can get a goat. But those require the level 2 of the barn and the coop, respectively. So I can't do anything with that. We can get animal medicine. I will buy a unit of that to help our sheep. And I'll need 2 of the heaters, because we're about to go into winter and the animals will end up getting sick. Yeah, no, we definitely want to do the quail, but I gotta upgrade the barn and all that, which is one of the things I was saying I wanted to do real fast, is just take a quick peek over here and see what we need for this. Alright, so edit farm buildings. So upgrading you is 40 hardwood, 5 silver. And upgrading you is 20 hardwood, so it's hardwood and silver. That's all we need to know. The rest of the materials are no big deal. It's hardwood and silver. We do actually have an axe that can get us hardwood now. We have not unlocked the area where I can kind of farm the hardwood. But we can get it, which is something. So let's give the medicine to the sheep that was sick. Okay, there's the temperature thing. Because that'll cause the animals to get sick once we get into, like, winter and all that if we don't have it. I also didn't check how much money we needed. That didn't give me hardwood. Okay, there's a little bit more hardwood over here. And here. Yeah, definitely gonna have lots of cleaning on this farm to do. Yeah, so whatever hardwood we've got is probably what we're going to have for the time being. So let's drop all you off. This is the same trout we keep getting, so get rid of that. Alright, hardwood. We have 39. I definitely don't have enough money for the stuff at the barn. And I didn't pay attention to the cost. I'm gonna guess it's probably like 5,000 bucks. Because I know the amount of money we have right now is going to be inadequate. So let's see here. Let's go ahead and run down here. I do have a couple things that we could potentially make fossils on. I'm going to wait on that. Instead, we're going to take advantage of while we got a good chunk of the day left. We're going to try and like push out to get the last of this section of the ocean cleared, so that we can get to the osmium materials. And then the strategy will change to being more money focused. And then it'll be like, come down here as I need, you know, whatever materials for the next thing, whatever materials for the next thing. I'm guessing the solar power thing might be time gated, where we get the recipe at a certain day of the year or whatever, as a way of like not having you get all out of sync with where you'd be wanting to advance the player kind of thing. No, that didn't sound right. There's definitely going to be some kind of progression blocking it, like either we need to take the ocean to a certain stage, or we need to take, probably not farming, or ranching for that matter. I know it's not going to be those two. And I don't think it'll be friendship locked either. I see the critter just north of me. Okay, I did manage to catch it. Alright. I think that's the second one we've seen of those. Diving skill? I mean, it would make sense since you would need the materials for diving. I'm just surprised we don't have it, considering we're getting to the tail end of gold kelp area. But either way, we'll want to get a couple of those set up. Because then we can start setting up automation for the animals, automation for, you know, processing or artisan goods, or processing a good into artisan goods, that kind of thing. Pretty soon we're going to need a Jamu to keep going. Alright, so let's check. So I've got that one there. They are both on this side. Let's clean this crap up. Okay, and that should be more than enough for what we need. And that's still blocked off there, so clear this spot. As we still see a bunch of oil up here. Alright, and that'll clear that up, give us more stuff sorted out there. So that's going to clear that up. We'll head down here and see if I can't start working on the next spot down here. I feel like that trash is a material to build things. Yeah, and actually it's like low-key a useful material. Alright, so we'll see what side opens. So I've got that area that's blocked, this area that's blocked, and the area to the left that's blocked. Okay, that one stayed. This one cleared up. Alright. Kind of going out of my way to target where I see the kelp. Because we are going to need a lot of it. Blue oyster, it was blue clam I needed, right? Not blue oyster? Yeah. Alright, this will be interesting. Found that one really early on. Let's keep catching everything we see. I'll figure out you in a minute, but that's good news. Of the 6 we had left, we had 1 already is done. We've got 2 in progress. Okay, you good? Okay, you're good. All right. Is there something I want to eat for just a little energy? Probably one of the blue oysters. Because the day's pretty much done. But it would be nice to know that this one's locked in. I'm gonna have to surface any second now. Let's get out of here. Okay, so we got 2 of them done. The third one's discovered. Which leaves me 3 more after that before we're down to the osmium kelp. Which would basically mean I have all of the access to like all the materials from diving and access to all the materials from mining. At which stage, like, you know, we're just down to, like, fine-tuning there. So let's see. Nothing to add with that. Drop all you off. So that's not as high quality of sea lettuce as we already have. The bay scallop is not as quite as good as we already have. And the blue oyster is a better quality than we already have, so swap those. This one's a better quality than that, so let's grab you out. We'll donate that. The hedgehog, that's one to be donated. Process all those. Dump all these. We can drop off the sea salt because I don't have room for it. There you go. Sell all these real quick. And then we're gonna go to bed because I want to see what they're worth. Because again, we're getting ready for the competition here for the fall season. All right. And there's the solar panel. So we want to build several of those because those are going to be a big blocker for me producing any of the automation stuff. So I can build like 2 or 3 of those if we have the materials. Because then if I can do that, we'll start getting the batteries, and as I get the batteries, we'll keep trying to expand our automation. And that should make a lot of our stuff, like the artisan goods, way less of a hassle. Hey, Groucho Gopher, just a heads up, your animals might get sick if it's too hot or too cold, or if they're not looked after properly. If that happens, animal medicine is your best friend. You can pick up some at my ranch or the clinic. I've tossed in a dose with this letter. Better be safe than sorry, right? Alright, well, thank you. I appreciate your concern. But I'm not going to use it. So you need gold bars and a bunch of glass. So let's go ahead. And so for glass, it was scrap. In here, was it? No, it was here. That's right. Alright, so I'm going to do multiple laps through here, picking up all this stuff we're harvesting. Okay. So let's start dropping stuff off. So there's all that crop. There's that. There's you. That's higher quality than we've found before. Okay, so the salted egg is not worth much. The cheese, we got a bronze quality, which is better than we already had. That's not worth as much, so we're going to go ahead and sell the bronze quality, and it's just what it is. I can't imagine a smaller wheel competing with the larger wheel, even if it is one quality tier higher. Our inventory is full again. Good problems to have. Okay, so that's all of our crops pulled up. Got nothing but the lower quality stuff, so let's drop that off over here. Okay, Let's see what else we've got. So, we need to keep the furnace going. So that we can keep making the solar panels. Because like I said, the solar panels are a hard blocker. Man, I still don't have enough glass. It's fine. The solar panels are a hard blocker for me being able to do the automation. But now that we can get that, even if we get only one of them up, that still means it's getting done. Soon, animals. Soon I will get your thing that pets you for me, and we will never have to interact ever again in the future. The day is coming. Where I simply stop by specifically and only when I need to collect the goods. That's mean. I mean, to be fair, usually in this game, like, and when I say this game, this genre, usually in this genre, I find the animals to be very annoying to deal with, personally, because kind of no matter how far you get in the game, it's either you fully automate them, or you have to go in there like every single day to deal with them. So I kind of get pretty tired of dealing with them. They also require me to carry more tools on my person, and that's just right out. That's even meaner. It is what it is. Alright. Agree, bully. Low-key, on my other save, that I hit the 100%, the moment I no longer needed the animals, I sold all the animals and got rid of the barn. I'm not a fan of mechanically how animals work in these games. You already know we're going to need more silver. That's a thing to be concerned about. Drop off all of this. Keep that going. Okay, first solar panel is up. Alright, it'll slowly give me batteries now. You could never? I'm sure you could. With a little motivation. Alright, so we can't go by the lab today. We can go by the blacksmith, though. So let's pop by the blacksmith, get that done, and then from there we can pop over to Sam's to replace a bunch of those seeds with the crops we just harvested. You know, you can also pop by the museum and drop off our newfound friends there. Process geodes. Okay. It won't be too much longer until we start getting enough duplicates of the various artifacts and all that we'll be able to start using those for enchantments. You played the older Harvest Moon story seasons. Once it had such amazing owls, even cute silkworms. They came year 3, first room died. Didn't know that the game had a lifespan for animals. You stopped playing after that death. Yeah. These are the kind of games that it doesn't really make sense to have stuff like lifespans and all that. It's like, yeah, realism, but like, you know, people grow very attached to their animals for some reason. Alright, so that can be donated, that can be donated. That can be donated. That can be donated. We can also ship one of those. That can be donated. Alright, so I can ship one of the goldfish. And the sword. And I got a lot of stuff to donate. So, you, and donate the rest. You don't want that kind of real life in your cutesy farm game? Right. It'd be the same if you had like this cutesy farm game, and then instead of like, almost all the games will give you pigs, but the pigs dig up truffles. It would be different. It's like, oh yeah, you're raising these pigs. Okay, it's harvest time. And be like, well, this doesn't feel good. Oh, I mean, I appreciate that you gave me fish tacos. I'll hold on to the fish tacos for a day when I'm like, today's a fishing day. I don't know where I'm gonna put them, though. Don't I have a box that has, like, old tools or something in it? Oh, no, is this box over here with the monster goods. So put the fish tacos in there. Alright, so, what are we working on now? So I can push the ocean. I think that's a good choice for right now. So let's top off the glass again here. So that's just going to take time to deal with. We can pop down here and keep pushing the ocean. Because we're about 75% done with the mine. And we're getting to, like, we're pretty close to hitting 75% on the ocean stuff. Okay, is that done? Cool. So we got that done. So that might open this up here. Then I got the 2 back there to do. I feel like this is gonna open up here. Let's check one thing. All right. Oh, it's just the one. So I've got 1 here. I apparently haven't met someone down there, and I got 2 there. I'm also going to want to make sure I'm getting back into getting the traps up and all that down here as well as on the land. We can figure that out as we go. Because now that we're, like, right at the point of... Like, the computer is one of the first things I want to get. Because as I mentioned, the computer can be extremely powerful. Because once you can do that, you can just be like, okay, wake up, take a look at the computer, what bugs and fish am I missing and critters am I missing that are available to me today? And then you can just immediately beeline over there and go at, like, just kind of go after those things. Because we definitely want to make... I mean, we're going to have that up before year 2. Because we're not even in winter yet. And we're going to have access to pretty much all the materials in the game. Grab these all real fast while we're waiting for that to close in. It's also nice because I don't have to worry about all the achievements this time. Because I've got all the achievements in the game now. So stuff like the sell 1 of everything, I can just not sweat it. All right. Yes, I'll probably open both of those. That's gonna be down to the osmium area. Let's really quickly, we'll drop the anchor here. Let's really quickly loop back to these two that you can skip. That was a real long hang that time. Oh, I think it hanged for a long time because it made this whole area available, that there was some behind the scenes update that until then it wasn't caring about that area. Because I believe until oh, you're blocked off from this side. Okay. Let's go around this way. Let's see, one game, can be really... One second. Sexy shrimp. So let's see. One game you really like when you went on their own. They were Netflix the past 3 years. Gotcha. Alright, so I can't go through this way. We're just gonna keep on circling around until I find a path that'll let me go into that area. You received a queen scallop from Aang. Neat. We got a blue crab. You have to move my anchor on this one. I wasn't expecting to have to do the whole, like, circle around the neighborhood. You can just stay, I got plenty of that. Okay, that's blocked. Interesting. Is now there hope that the mobile game you really love comes to the Switch at least? That'd be good. There's another blue crab, and I've already got the seahorse, so I won't worry about that. Alright, so let's try from this side now. Excuse me? Alright, let's go up and around again. I missed the entrance to that place a while ago, apparently. It's also a little interesting that I'm able to access the osmium area before I've technically finished the gold area. Spending the entire time swimming around versus actually working on it. Okay, and this is the last entry for here. Cool. I was actually about to be like, for a moment being like, what? Well, that's easy. Like, did I just hit an area where I can't quite access it kind of thing? This is Interact or Goddess's Blessing. I don't imagine I can use this for fast travel yet. Yeah, heal the ocean. Okay, man, I don't really want to use a Jamu on this. It's fine. I've got tons of Jamu at this point. And remember, that was the thing the last time I played, too, is I was hoarding the Jamu. And so we hit, like, the end of the game and I was sitting at, like, 50 Jamu, and that was with me realizing I had way more than I need, and I only used them in, like, the last place or two. So you just successfully took up a bunch of inventory, well, an inventory spot and just sat there forever. Alright. So let's move over here. We'll have to go in because it's getting late. Alright. So I've got one last anchor, or one last area to clear in the gold area. And then gold's done and it's osmium for both parts. And then, like I said, then I gotta be really focused on the money. And ultimately the way I'm gonna focus on the money is I'm gonna keep trying to, like, build automation. You know, build the automation, expand that, use that to make more cash, use that cash to then, like, bootstrap to get the next thing up and running, that kind of deal. Alright, drop the artisan goods off, that's a spare, so we can sell that. Those are spares, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, those are spares, I'm pretty sure. The osmium one will be better than we've got. That's a spare, that's a spare, that's a spare. Sell that. We will do one queen scallop. We already did the blue crab, so we can sell that. We can sell that. I'm suddenly realizing all these need to go into the dehydrator. That makes them worth more. Yeah, you're good now. Alright, so you got all you. So that's an upgrade here. And the bay scallop's already got a better one. The green mussels already got a better one. Nothing to do here. There's no time to deal with all that. Sell you. Probably gonna get the penalty from staying up too late. Let's see, you link it in the Discord. They make niche indie games. Nice. I like niche indie games. I play plenty of them. Alright. So we're starting to hit that... Okay, so Bree's birthday is today. We're starting to hit that time frame, or that money amount, that I could potentially upgrade the coop or the barn. You woke up feeling tired. Yep, we stayed up too late. Girl Town residents, the Harvest Festival is tomorrow at 7 p.m. in Alun Alun Square. Remember to bring your 6 best items for Harvest Display contest. Sincerely, Mayor Connor. Okay, so you, and you. Grab the cheese. Grab that. Grab you. And now I need to grab more stuff for making juice out of. I know the cranberry juice isn't, like, amazing money or anything. I just have lots of cranberries, so it's like, alright, let me just chuck this in. We can math later. We can take all of this and drop it off. Okay, so we've got the pumpkin for multiple things. Bree wanted one of the pumpkins for, just like a regular, like, mission quest, whatever you want to call it, reward. We needed one of the pumpkins for the offering. Go ahead and let you out while I'm doing all this. Okay. So go here, gold, drop all those off. Grab all these. I want to keep the pumpkin. Because like I said, I got multiple things I need to turn in the extra pumpkins for. All right. Cool. And if we get there in time, we're gonna take a quick loop past to just see if we have everything we need for upgrading the barn to the coop. Because if so, we'll prioritize those. If not, we'll just see where we can put our use. Alright, so they're just doing their animal things down there. We could certainly use more seeds, which would also be a good thing. Okay, so I've got 2 of the milk. Grab the 3 duck eggs. Grab 3 of the smaller eggs. Alright. Make some mayo, make some cheese. I'm going to need a second pumpkin. So the question is the gold pumpkin. Is the gold pumpkin going to be worth more than what I've already got marked? So the fruit-wise, I've got the melon here. We don't actually have the price. The melon seems to get higher stats, so I'm going to just assume the melon's better. I don't know that for a fact in any stretch of the imagination. Okay. And it's also Bree's birthday, if I recall correctly. So let's go up here. Make a bouquet of flowers. Alright, so Bree is at home. This works out. So we can run up here. Let's do a quick check to see what the heck the price is for upgrading the coop. We'll prioritize the coop over the barn. because it's likely to be the less expensive of the two and has lower, material requirements. Let's see here. So edit buildings. The upgrade is 4,500. So 3 silver. So silver, fiber, stone, and hardwood. Alright, so I will have to go and get that and bring it back. Let's try and be fast, because I know the carpenters don't stay open very long. It was cinematic. No, Walter, I can't. I don't want to go. If you want to go, then fine. You'll have to do it on your own. Okay. Flowers debris. You're so thoughtful. Thank you for the birthday gift. And give quest item. Thank you. Alright, so I finally got to finish that quest. It just takes forever to grow those. Cool. And that's all moving along nicely. And then tomorrow we'll be able to start hanging out with Zara and giving her gifts again. So we need to race back home so that I can grab the stuff I need for making the coop get upgraded. And then once the coop's upgraded, then I can put the time into, we can get a quail in there. You can drop that off in there, auto-sort it. Okay, so for the upgrade, I needed silver. Ooh, I hope I have enough fiber. Fiber, hardwood, and... What was the last... Oh, stone. And just a little extra fiber along the way. Okay, so edit buildings, right? Upgrade. Cool. Oh, I didn't need that much fiber. Alright, so increase the ammo capacity. Okay, we'll get started with the upgrade tomorrow. Cool, so we are now officially upgrading the coop so that we can have quails. Which will be good. The next thing we'll want to do is the barn. Now, the catch of the barn is I'm going to need... Oh, actually, no, I don't. I have enough silver for the barn. Let's pop over here. Drop all you off. I don't have enough hardwood for the barn, and I cannot resolve that quite yet. I'll have to check. That path should be opening relatively soon on the left-hand side of the map. So I want to get that sorted. In the meantime, grab you, grab you, grab you. Keep all of this continuing to process. Alright, we've got our very first battery. But a lot of the inventions I want are going to take, like, 10 batteries or something like that. Which is why I said I need to make, like, a good couple of those. Alright, let's drop off the offering of the pumpkin, which should finish a whole section of the offerings. Also, I don't remember if I got my blessing today or not. Extra stamina. Low-key, one nice thing about that extra stamina buff is if you aren't maxed out or if you haven't used up your stamina for the day, it gives some back. Barley seeds unlocked. Alright, so we still have the winter crops, which obviously we'll get in winter. which that's foraged, 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 grown, and grown. And then the ocean loot, we need to find the king scallop and the blue mussel. And then with that, we would get our greenhouse. So we should have plenty of time to do the barley. Alright, so we're gonna go run by Sam's and get another round of seeds. Because I've got the extra money now. So we know we've got that locked in. I'm making a little over, like, 2,000-ish each and every day. So I don't have to fuss too much about spending. Aaron's, you want a geode? No. I'm sorry, I want the geode. Maybe you're right. I think it really was the blueberry cookies that were bad. Maybe, but I'm not 100% sure. What else do we need? Let's see. Ah, flour and oil. Okay, What, Why are you saying, Now I think about it, I think we made the bad cookies with pineapple. It wasn't the blueberry cookies that were nasty. Let's use strawberries this time. Are you sure? Because it'd be a really long trip back here if we got the wrong berries. Fine, we'll go strawberries this time. But if this one's bad, we bake blueberry next time. I really should have written the recipe down. Yes. Trust me on this one. I'm 50% sure it was blueberry. You're 50% sure? Okay, maybe not 50%? What about 73%? Ah, squid. We're gonna be stuck eating another batch of bad cookies again for the next week, aren't we? Ah, squid. Okay. Shopping. So I think I grab like 20 of you. And like 20 of you. There's no such thing as a bad cookie. Counter argument. There is such thing as a bad cookie. It takes a certain amount of really, really messing up the recipe to get there. And I mean really messing up the recipe to get there. But I can confirm that there is such thing as a bad cookie. Alright, so it went on the flour side of things. I think for our primary product we're selling, we're gonna go for mead. Alright, I almost forgot that I gotta water this spot. I do really look forward to when winter starts. And then I don't have to worry about any of that anymore. So you don't need that much work, Rual. Just forget that he... In the oven? Oh yeah, I mean, well, there's that way. Yeah, no, you can definitely ruin a cookie. Like, that's, that is one I can verify. Oh, it's Sunday. Okay. Did we do everything we were gonna do today? So far as the... Yeah. Because it's Bree's birthday, and we already took care of that. Let's get this very, very last thing on the ocean done. And then from there, it's going to be literally going, okay, I need a insert name of machine. What material do I need? I need to upgrade this tool. Where do I need it? The very first machine I want to get is I want to just beeline right for the computer. Because the computer does a lot of things for you. Being able to order stuff at the house, so instead of having to like run to Sam's or whatever, being able to just be like, send me the seeds, saves you a lot of hassle. Being able to check where I can find bugs, fish, whatever, makes it a lot easier to continue the museum stuff. Alright. Well, I'm running out of places for you to be. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm a liar is what I am. This whole area is a place I can be. Alright. On the bright side, with as much as we're cleaning out here, when we do find it, it's just going to finish itself up. There you are. And then with that, the gold quality area is done. And now I can just beeline up to the osmium. And I'm just going to go up there, I'm going to put down the anchor. I'm going to take two, well, actually I can't check on the computer, so we're not going to do that. We'll just go ahead and get some osmium kelp. And then once we get the osmium kelp, we are going to make it a point to, we're going to go ahead and make it a point to check on the lab tomorrow and see what the requirement of the computer is. And then once we have that, that's like the grocery list of things to get so that we can get the computer right away. So that going into like the next season and all that, we can make sure we get all of the critters and all that we can. And that thing's like, thank you, I've been stuck under there years, slowly starving to death. This whole time. Alright. Just beeline up here. And then this is officially the osmium area. Right down this way. That means we have pretty much access to all the materials in the game now. So what we can do is start going and looking at our upgrades and being like, okay, computer, what do you cost me? Oh, I take that back. We don't actually have a good supply for hardwood. But other than hardwood, you have pretty close to access to just about anything we could need. You're playing Kenshi? Cool, Kenshi's a good time. I've definitely done enough playthroughs of it. I'm trying to clear out this area really well, so that the next in-game day, or like the next time I pop down here and I need kelp or I need or whatever, I can easily just pop in here and there's room for it to be grown. We'll definitely want to upgrade our scythe soon, because as you can see, it's taking me 3 hits to hit a lot of these now instead of 2. We're getting to the point, the fact that our scythe isn't upgraded is starting to really kind of hurt the speed we can do stuff. Let's see if that's a king scallop over there. We'll drop the 1 use stone. That's a king scallop. We need that. Let's try and go back here real quickly. Because we could drop this off at the offering, and then I'm only missing the blue mussel, which I don't remember where that is down here. Alright, and there's the king scalp, so we're just missing the blue mussel. And then it's just winter crops, and then that thing's done. Okay, so let's see here. Start by going down to... I can ship you. Okay, so... ditch that one of the Murex, so you can put you up here. That's a new one. Ditch that of the Murex, so you can put... a heart urchin there. That's a new one. We have another type of scallop here, so get rid of the crap, even those Murex. Drop you off. We can pop over here. Drop all this off. I'll go ahead and sell the 1 use seaweed. Alright, so we got a tiny bit of the osmium. Did I dump shells in here again? Murex can't be processed farther, but you can. So grab the trash, grab that, grab this. Okay, we got another... that's the same battery. Okay. So now the next day, today, in-game, is the festival. So we're not going to get nearly as much done today so far as like the running around, knocking out whatever needs to be knocked out. But we can go to the festival. We've got what we've got to try and win the display. We are very, very, very unlikely to win. I do have the full variety. Oh, good. Where I was mentioning we don't have access to the hardwood, now we do. I don't know what we did that triggered the hardwood to be opened, but we did do whatever it was. Now, I do not remember what the cutoff is for the start of this event. So we're gonna try and be fast here. Let you both out of your places. All right. So I can sell these. Sell the crap tier ones. Sell the cranberry juice. Sell the egg. Alright, we're not going to worry about running all that stuff today. Okay. That's a large wool. Do I need that for the offering? No. I just need to ship one. So there's one large wool for shipping. I didn't grab the eggs. Yeah, because I don't know if it's like noon or what time the whole thing wraps up. It could also be one of those ones that are later in the day. I can never remember. Like, there's some that are very early in the day. Like, I remember the tree planting ceremony or festival, whatever it is. That one you got to get to pretty quickly. It doesn't stick around very long. All right. We'll just grab these again. Just try and keep this going as best we can. And with that, we can make another solar panel. And then here, let's rearrange our stuff slightly. And then here is what we're bringing to the competition. None of it is particularly good. So we're definitely gonna lose. That part I say with confidence. And it's just the reality I live in. But we will hopefully do enough. Look at that. That's a quality thing you love for the Roots of Pacha, where there was this dude taking you to the festival even when you were late. Yeah, okay, so it's 7 p.m. That's really good news. 7 p.m. is when I gotta be there. Cool, cool. Because here I was like, crap, I really need to rush I couldn't remember if it was 7 a.m. was the start time or 7 p.m. That's fine. Alright, we found a torn page in the garbage. So, for the torn page... Pablo's diary. Oh no, that's not the new one. So unfortunately... It's a noise complaint. Yes, this is the new one. New Year's Eve dinner, menu planning. Note, no alcohol for Jack, Jim, Theo, Deepa, question mark, and the children. I don't know. Is there someone we don't know who is? I'll have to check that. Favorites to keep in mind. Jack, kimchi, fruit tart, Deepa, Hawaiian people. Remember to get pineapple. Everyone else okay. Alright. So, process the fossils. So, develop equipment. So like I said, the computer... Oh, I forgot all of you are separate things. Suck. I forgot that... Okay, so sturdy computer lets you order stuff from at home. That's still valuable. And then that chip lets it so you can find whatever's being caught bugs-wise. That's the fish, and that's the foraging. We do want all of those. Alright. And then this crap we want as well. Alright, so... Computer is... 40k money, 10 batteries, 10 silver, bar, 20 bronze, or 100 scrap. So that'll be for the computer. And then meanwhile, so these ones I believe you have to unlock all in order. So for the auto feeder, okay. For the auto feeder, is 15k, 2 batteries, 5 silver, essence, 20 hay, 100 scrap. Alright, so that's going to be a whole thing. It's a shame I can't check this remotely, so those are going to be our first 2 targets. And so it looks like the money is probably going to be one of the big bottlenecks versus a lot of the other stuff. We'll go ahead and jump back down here. Alright. So drop that off. We've already got plenty of that bug. Did you do Star Wars weapons, your favorite quad artillery? I'm assuming you're talking about space engineers? Kind of the same thing whenever you bring that up. Do whatever you feel like, man. If you're having fun with it, do it. Like, enjoy your games. Alright, and we can also bring a gift for Zara. Process geode or copper. Okay. Oh, how much is it for upgrading our next tool. So the cheapest tool to upgrade worth upgrading right now is going to be my scythe. 10,000. And then hardwood. I see. Okay, so drop you in here real fast. So the dragon's tear is right for the museum. We've already donated you, so we can sell you. We've already sold one of those. And you're new, you're new. We can sell one of you. Or not sell, drop you in there. Okay. So the Trisula, we could just sell. Boom. And drop this off. Put you down here real quick. Trash, scrap, full. There's another battery, right, and for the auto feeder it was 2 batteries, 5 silver ingots, 100 scrap, and 20 hay. So I'm only missing the money for that one. And before we forget, we've still not figured out something that Zara properly likes, as I recall. Like, likes. She likes the bouquet. We haven't found out anything she loves. Let's grab a quartz. Zara, you best like this. Is this Hightail? Does this look like Hightail? No, this is not Hightail. This is Coral Island. Okay, let's drop 2 more artifacts off the museum. So we're like, Hightail is very similar to Minecraft. This is very similar to Stardew Valley. But like the Hightail Minecraft situation, they're also very different. So I need more silver bars and bronze ore. So what we can do here is I'm not going to approach this. We are going to go in the osmium one. I'm going to work on the osmium one. I do play different games. Yeah. Yep, nope, I am a variety streamer. I do play a whole range of games. So, expect to see stuff bounce around the channel quite a bit. Alright, so I'm hoping between like all the geodes and all that, we do a relatively good job of mixing up our stuff. Alright, I like when I just crit an enemy immediately. Alright, the festival is at 7. Alright. If I can get the 5 levels, that's fine. Even though I was mentioning that I need silver ore, and this is where we get osmium ore, I'll get a little bit of silver. Because I'm kind of low-key in my head being like, I don't have the money to do what I need the silver ore for. So we can start trying to get osmium going as well. And then just keep upgrading our tools and all that. Alright. There's the osmium. Okay, so it's 4. Okay. So I forgot that I had all this junk on me. So we gotta make sure we don't get rid of the stuff for the festival. So make sure to get out of here no later than 6. So I have plenty of time to drop the stuff off at home and get there. Let's see, it's not as if you can't change and go directly to the silver ore if and when you need the money. Yeah. Well, that's what I was thinking. It's like, if I'm like, oh, I have the money, let me go ahead and do it, I could just beeline over there and probably knock out a good, like, 30, 40 bars worth pretty quickly. Hit the wild card ones real fast. Alright. Definitely not enough time to get another 5, so we got 5 of those done. Then we get the full 40, that's the mines completed. Which doesn't fully conclude the Giants timeline, but it gets most of it done. So there's all the stuff from your area. I did get 2 rice seeds while we were there. And drop off the mayo. There's all that stuff. So grab the trash and all this so you can keep processing all that into scrap and glass. There's the regular cheese we don't want right now. Okay. Actually, we will go ahead and start processing those osmium bars as well. Okay, so that's all stuff for Rual. Sorry, that's all stuff for the festival. So let's pop over as close as we can get to the festival, probably here. And we'll get the quartz to Zara and see if she loves that. Because so far she's only liked the other stuff we've given her. So far as like she's liked the bouquet. But everything else she's been pretty indifferent on. Like she didn't dislike it. It just didn't exactly excite her. Alright, so the festival should be starting any second now. Cool. Alright, Harvest Festival. Oh, I forgot about the pumpkin smashing mini game. It's a shame I can't remember what songs are like smashing pumpkins. I'd joke with that. Alright, so now that we're in here, we don't have to worry about time anymore. Okay, so let's go and try and remember to do everything in here. The pumpkin smashing is so much fun. You should give it a try. Don't worry about winning. Just have fun. That sounds like loser talk. Good thing I brought lots of film today. I'm gonna take some photos of the giant chicken later. Let's see, Bio said she loves to find gems, fossils, buried treasures, so maybe something along those lines. Yeah, no, exactly. That's the reason I brought quartz with me. Quartz with us this time. It's just all of those are rare materials, so I kind of don't want to give them to her, but, you know, it is what it is. And of course, the massive cow over there. Have you seen it? Groucho Gopher, are you ready with the crops? Don't worry too much about the competition. Just the entire stake of our city and everything about your reputations, you know, is based on it. It's not too much pressure. You only get once a year, and people will definitely remember. It's all good fun. Betty mooncakes are the best. Maybe I should try making some too. The mooncakes, the ambience, everything is always great this time of year. It's my ex-mother-in-law's favorite festival. And I think it might be mine too. I haven't decided yet. Alright, well, before we do a bunch of stuff, let's just go ahead and start smashing pumpkins. Well, now I get to see if I got enough of a combo. The entire thing with this is to just not break your combo. Because you saw I was getting like 100-something points per pumpkin. Yeah, so I just got casual 17,000 or 1,700 points. Versus my next closest competitor had like 200. It's not a hard minigame. But yeah, it's 100% you have to keep the chain going. If you break the chain, you just won't make it. We used to have a swimming contest here at the lake, but the community voted to move it to the beach. Should I get more mooncakes, you think? Maybe later. I've been going back and forth a lot. People notice, you know? Don't let that stop you. Get your mooncakes, girl. I won't be fishing today. Looking for bugs is more exciting. Making these lanterns with Alice really brought back some good memories. The crops competition, though, sometimes gets a little intense for some folks. Alright, bobbing for apples minigames. Just having like a full minute timer is a lot. The important distinction is the apples that look like Red Delicious. The green apples are worth more. And that means at least they have some competency about the quality of apples. Okay. So I got an apple tree sapling, apple pie, apple jam. We beat that nerd Archie. Archie actually is the one who has the highest ranking in most of the mini games. I'm not cooking today, just enjoying the day with my beautiful wife here. Where is she? My brothers and I helped Mom bake the mooncakes last night. It was fun. Got to put a durian inside. I got to put a durian inside one of them. Oh, don't worry. I already gave it to Noah. You should have seen his face. Today's a cheat day. At least, that's what I'm telling myself. I think I might dance later. I'll ask my brother if he wants to dance with me. I don't want to do it alone. Getting lots of inspirations from my new song. I might do one about someone getting run over by a massive chicken on the way here. That'd be a hit. To be honest, I was surprised by how much I'm enjoying it here. Something this place clicks, you know? Stepped off the boat, instant relaxation. That's a Kickstarter character. The trees are happy today, and so am I. Are you happy today? No. I know I'm losing. So, listen up. Tickets for the festival. You need to separate tickets to enter the contest? What do you say? I think it's a brilliant idea if I say so for myself. You agree with me on that one, eh, old sport? Did you call me old sport? Lady, you got probably 10 years on me. I'm only here to see Jack compete. It's not a bad idea to come here now and then. I should do it more often. I'm having fun. Man of many words. I like coming to events like this sometimes. I get to do all my socializing at once. Then I can use my spare time for something more useful. Betty's interested in selling her mooncakes at the store. I could have a business discussion with her. Don't be too focused on business, Sam. Relax, enjoy the festival. Good luck against Beluga, Groucho Gopher. We need to teach them a lesson. Oh, don't worry. Don't feel bad of losing. But I'd feel bad losing to you than losing to Beluga's farmers. I'd feel better losing to you than losing to Beluga's farmers. I've never seen anything like this before. Things are different back in the city. Even though it's always crowded in the city, people there are just distant. It's intimate here. I like it. I should try out the pumpkin smashing. It looks like lots of fun. Aunt Dinda's been testing out new recipes at home for the cooking contest. Dinners have been great. And interesting at times. I really like your outfit today. I think it's very flattering. You know, your normal farmer outfit that you got at the very beginning of the game and have not changed once. I'm trying to say you should change your clothes. Do you want to join our table? Our table that has 2 chairs which are both currently occupied? I just like looking at the decorations. All these lanterns remind me of the festival I attended a long time ago. My favorite neighbor is here. What have you been up to? You tell me I can interact with a duck, and I can't. That's just mean. Good day. How may I help you? Alright. So we can buy all of our pufferfish related decor for our home. Oh, I can't actually talk to you. You know what? I'm okay with that. I gotta learn how to make mooncakes. You're a farmer, right? Do you know how to make them? You look relaxed, dear. Farmer, it's your festival, isn't it? It's the festival where you get yourself utterly dunked on by your competition and have to go home in shame. It's a festival of farmer, my mom always said. No, she didn't. I made that part up. I'm a bit tired after getting to the festival ready. Those giant papier-mâché animals are very heavy. But I don't mind. It's the least I could do since I'm not good at other things. No worries, Raphael. It's fun once you get the hang of it. Hello, Groucho Gopher. Are you interested in carpentry too? Like this young man? We'd be more than happy to teach you. Okay, so we can buy a mooncake from them. Oh, don't do this to me. So the wild seeds are a normal price, so I'm not buying those. Okay. So these were discounted. We're only gonna get about 1.5 seasons worth out of them, so that's not really that great. And honestly, the discounts on these ones aren't that amazing. Yeah, I know, mooncakes. Uh-huh. Have you tried the mooncakes yet? Submit crops. There is our barn good. There is our coop good. There's our artisan good. There's our fruit. There's our flour. There's our vegetable. Ooh. I'm going to guess that the cheese wheel's worth more. I don't say that with confidence, because I was given the apple jam at this, so I haven't had a chance to check its value at all. Here told me that about the new veins of gold found inside the cavern. Essentially, it's everyone's right to mine those. We are more than happy to let it circulate in the town. As long as everyone doesn't forget about taxes. Hey there, Sprout. How's it going? Name's Jeff. Sure is heartwarming to see these real honest-to-goodness farm around these parts. Let's see, your max in your first year was 54 points, but it's really impossible to beat him, right? I mean, I'm willing to bet if you, like, really, really min-maxed, you could. Because if we think about the goods that you would use for the starting festival, so the fruits, the vegetables, you'd have fruits, vegetables, cow, chicken, artisan. I think you could get there, but it would be like literally just beelining directly into farming and as quickly as possible getting the upgrades at the lab. I think you could theoretically beat him, but it would be one of those things of like neglecting literally everything else. But I would believe it would be doable, but that's if you were focused entirely on just beating him. Not my usual stomping grounds, but this town's kind of cute, especially with all the fall vibes. All right, so I believe we have talked to everyone. Let's do our quick pass. Make sure we don't have any talkie bubbles hidden with anything. We did both the other mini games. Oh, that's why we check. Fancy seeing you here. I think I ate too many mooncakes, but I just can't stop myself from taking more. Can you marry Raj? We already voted on Zara. Usually I don't go to these festivals, but since Emma insisted... I hope you're having a good time, Groucho Gopher. I love it here. I think this spot has the best view. He was an option, though. Hadn't actually checked. Yeah, you can marry... Like, the ability to marry Raj exists in the game, yes. He is one of the romanceables. In the city, there's just so much light pollution, we can barely see the moon. Enjoy it, Groucho Gopher. You don't see these kinds of things in Pokio. Yeah, I already won the minigames. I haven't done the festival that won, though, like the main event, because once you do that, you wrap things up, if I recall. I'm cold. I think I want a hot cocoa. I can go for hot cocoa. I'm here to keep my niece company. She said she wanted to look for worms with me. I like the Harvest Festival. Nana said it's her favorite festival in the world. I won't lose to Valentina. I could catch 5 fish too. Sometimes I get carried away tweaking the blend of my coffee beans for special events like these. When I try to replicate it, I have no idea how. That is what we call pain, my friend. What must be a busy time for you? Alright, now I believe we've actually talked to everyone. It's actually quite easy to win here, because you can use the same item more than once. Right. The catch is there's two things going on. There's a multiplication, there's a multiplier you get for doing variety, and then there's also a solid, like, basically the individual item gives you a base number of points based on like the quality and its value and all that. And then you get a additional set of points for doing variety. So you could in theory just repeat the highest quality kind of thing across the board. Let's see, you're playing your first time and you also decide to marry Raj. He's so precious. Yep. Light pollution, you feel like it's 4 a.m. your phone updated last night and some genius decided to set the screen to keep the screen bright enough to light up a room at all times. Yeah. Alright, so let's see how we do on the face-off. So, if we win, the best prize is the stamina fruit for scoring 160. All the other things I don't really care about. 1 second. 1 second. Hold the phone. Zara is here. Zara was sneaking way out by the entrance. Hold the phone. The temple right there, the one in the middle of the lake, it's full of mystery. I hope to uncover that mystery one day. Oh, this is nice. Thanks for sharing it with me. Alright. Zara, please, I'm begging you. Please have loved that. I don't know what you want. Zara, there you are. Likes. Well, at least she likes quartz. That said, at that rate, I'd give the bouquet, because the bouquet is way less expensive. Yep. Yep, yeah. Raj is non-binary as well. They're they, them. If I said he, my apologies. Let's see. Start the harvest face-off. Okay, so how did we do? How badly are we going to get decimated? Interesting. Quite interesting indeed. You young farmers suck. This crap's insulting. Everyone gather around, please. Let's get this ceremony underway. The Harvest Festival, it's not just about displaying the fruits of our labor. It's about crushing your competition and making a name for yourself and destroying their reputation irreparably forever. It's also about celebrating hard work and dedication and the resilience of our farmers. Every single item on display here carries a story. That one over there's got a lot of mold on it. A story of nurturing, of patience, and preservation. Perseverance, which is not preservation, it's a different word. A story that represents our communities, Starlit Town and Beluga Bay. Now, to introduce our competitors today, on my right representing Starlit Town is Groucho Gopher. And also, check out Treacle and our fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of games like Rimworld that, playing some Hightail recently. So if you're into that, you can find over there. Definitely recommend checking out Treacle. Good time there. Thank you so much for all that. And on my left is Bobby. He's a weenie, and I've been trying to kick him off his farm my whole life, but that kid just doesn't seem to go away. He's got a lot of lawyers, that one. Proudly representing Beluga Bay. Now, with no more dilly-dallying, let's roll on to the moment we've all eagerly anticipated. We've all been eagerly anticipating. The grand reveal. Oh, we are not doing well. Alright. We got close, but we came in at 71 points, and Beluga Bay got through at 84. And that's because my base value of my items was utterly terrible, but the diversity score really made up the difference. whereas all of his items were just the base value on that honey was just too high to overtake. So next year we'll be able to get ourselves, like, this top row here is what really killed us. You would have laughed if he got 72. Oh yeah, like it looked scripted kind of thing. The winner of today's Harvest Festival face-off goes to Beluga Bay. I look forward to seeing you both back here next year.
I knew it. No competition at all. Just like Daddy always says. See, Groucho Gopher? It's all about charm, strategy, and bribing the judge. And just having the best produce. Better luck next time. Well, you gave it a good go, but let's face it. This is my turf. You know, on your island, in your city. That isn't where I live. Maybe next year you'll spice things up in real challenge.
Yeah, generally winning the first year is really hard. Like I said, it's probably one of those things if you actually took the time, I'm willing to bet you probably could win your first year. But it's pretty, like, unless you go and make it a priority. Now, something the same for items. Let's see, does everyone now cut you for a year by letting down the community? Yeah, you just should lose all your reputation with everybody. Like, the entire game runs normally, but everyone kind of makes an underhanded comments at you because you've let them down. Collect your prize? I forgot that it didn't collect the prizes automatically. I know what Zara's getting tomorrow. So now we leave the festival in shame. Alright, so we're gonna start by dropping all of that there. And we're going to sell these things. Oh, wait. Alright, so the apple pie is actually one of the things for the next thing. Bears fruit and fall grows. That is an actual tree. So we'll want to figure that out here in a minute. But we don't need to worry about that right now. So it is midnight, so let's just go to bed. Let's see, your time at Sandrock does something like +1 score scripted thing. There's a muscle testing machine where no matter what you score, the next day a character no over strength will beat you by 1 point. That checks out. So we can get another mason jar or $1,000. I'm gonna go with $1,000 this time. Most of the time I get whatever the other thing is, but I already have a mason jar. Yep, so we won both competitions, so that gave us a bunch of points. And our farming went up another level. We can now make the level 3 sprinkler. So we gained relationship with Mayor Connor, Joka, Dinda, Zara, Waku, Bree, Emily, and that is all. And it's Luke's birthday. Yeah, no, I don't like the scripted things like that. Like, I'm okay with the first year being, it's like, yeah, technically, your farm building has expanded. So, any new places we put down sprinklers, we're getting the bigger sprinklers. Oh, I didn't mean to actually go in there, but that's fine. Now I get the silver duck egg. Duck holding out on me, waiting till the competition's already over to give me the good egg. What I meant to do was open that and open that, so while I'm running around here harvesting, they all get out, do their thing. Okay. I'm gonna need more seeds. And always remember with the taro root, it's really easy to overlook when they're harvesting. You kind of just have to like peek at the bottom of them. Oh, that's right. Taro root's a new one. I was just like, I went to stack it and it's like, why can I not stack it? So let's go over the stuff we submitted for the competition. Take that duck egg and put that duck egg in. Hello, Farmer Groucho Gover. Please enjoy the shredded jackfruit pie recipe enclosed in this message. I only make it freshly harvested jackfruits, so do keep that in mind. It's like, don't you make a not as good jackfruit pie. I know where you live, and I would show up there someday, maybe, if I feel like it, it's not too far. Look, I'm probably not going to show up, but just know that I would. Go ahead and just do a round through the field again. Okay. And drop you off. It's a little spot there I can't cross. All right. So drop all this off. Grab you, grab the trash, grab the scrap, grab this. Okay. So now with this, we need to grab those. Before I forget, I also have these two saplings are for fall and winter. So this time I'm going to put the new saplings to be just right where they need to be, where I don't have to deal with them. All right. So you can grab your milk we've got here. Keep on making the cheese. Okay, so we've got all that. We probably should do a run to get some other stuff. And for right now, for our trees, the apple tree is not going to grow nearly in time to try and decide how I want to do these trees. I'm pretty sure they have to be, like, on the actual growable area. So let's run down here. Things will probably get moved around a lot as we go through this. Let's clean a little spot around here. To later on make a path. Why not? I don't really understand why I can't put it there, but okay. That's fine. You can move them later, so if I decide I don't like that, it's not super expensive. But, we can move it if we need to at a later date. Alright, we've got some hay to drop in here. I got the geodes. We're gonna want more of you, and you, and you. Okay, and I've got enough stuff here to... Alright, so you require the osmium kelp. So we're definitely going to want to get that going. There's another thing for solar panels. To keep those batteries coming. Okay, so it's Luke's birthday. So let's go and... We've got one bouquet already made. Let's get a second bouquet up. And let's give one to Luke and one to Zara. So Luke can be a couple different places. Alright, so Luke, where are you hanging right now? So Luke is in the socket and pan. Which I want to say is right here. I'm still full from the food from the Harvest Festival. Whoa! This is a special one. Thank you for remembering my birthday. Alright, so we got our birthday obligation done there. Next up, where is Zara? Alright, Zara, where are you at? You're by the monkey temple, whatever the crap it's called. And before we go too far, since we're walking by this anyways, let's go get our brand new animal of a quail. Animal. Quail. Man, you're 5,000. You suck, quail. And we've got our quail, quality. With only the highest quality eggs. And Zara is just over here. The Harvest Festival was a fun one. I can see myself going again next year. Oh, this is nice. Thanks for sharing it with me. Yes? Invite to hang out, because we could do this twice. We could do this like twice a week. Alright. So we went to Monkey Lane last time, and then we got tacos after that. We'll go for the hot spring. Oh, that's interesting. They can just help the neighbor. That's... Hang out the ranch. We could feed flamingos. Painting, picnic, yoga, spa day, tavern. Coffee break. You know what? The shell hunt might actually be something she'd enjoy. We'll do the shell hunt. Alright, I'm in. Because she likes to, like, look for gems and rare things, so, like, fussing around the beach looking for, like, rare shells or whatever. That seems like something she'd be into. She's like, I hate it. Sand is the worst. Why would you ever think that I would want to do this? I had a miserable time. All right. That was fun. You're getting to know Zara better. You didn't have to, like, the Hangouts didn't even exist when the game first came out. You found or caught an aber pen shell while hanging out with Zara. I like how it's, you caught or found. It says, with no real confidence. Oh, that teleport's not active yet. And I don't have any money because I just bought a quail. So let's go to do the offering. Because the apple pie happens to be one of the recipes from the cooking thing here. So rare cooking. Definitely my work. Right, and this is like precious gems and rare crops. And all that stuff. Artisan goods. Well, I'm actually making my wine right away. Oh, okay. I actually have a Titan Arum. Yep, and there's the quail egg. I actually have the Titan Arum. You're getting to know Zara better. No, you have not. New information was gained. The goddess doesn't judge as long as it's tasty. I mean, that's fair. I can get behind that. I'm just gonna sell it. So I think 3 of those running will be good. Alright, so we're a little bit late in the evening. And so for the things we're looking at making, I would need the silver ore. That's what we're missing. So this time, where I jumped in, I started doing the osmium cave. Let's put in a go of the silver cave. Oh, you know what I need to do? Hold that thought. I need to start the process of actually being good and checking the hardwood and getting the hardwood. Because I'm going to have a bunch of things here that are going to require hardwood. I got a torn page. Set up the trap there. The torn page. Pablo's diary 2. Mom and Dad celebrate again. Another candle, another laugh. They looked happy. I was too, just a little bittersweet. Can't remember if these are... Oh, these are just pine trees. So just normal trees there. As are those. Come on my way. You can do a butterfly. Wait for it. Oh, it's just a Luna. I've already got that. But yeah, so the reason I wanted to go in there is that you probably noticed that, we are getting the... We're getting all that hardwood. Right now, that's the only place I can get hardwood. You'll get more options as the game goes on. And then you eventually get an option that, like, you don't get unlimited hardwood, but you can get a very large amount of hardwood in not a lot of time. Honestly, I'll just sell that one. Grab the seed. Alright, so you don't have a lot of time. So we're gonna go ahead and hop down to... I'm waffling whether... Let's hop down to the ocean. I don't have a lot of time, and we're going to... Oh. You gave me hats. Okay. I was gonna say, I don't have a lot of time, and so we can grab some of the osmium kelp. Because you need the osmium kelp for, So I was gonna say, I need the osmium kelp for the sprinklers, as well as other things. Oh, I need the blood jellyfish up there. Alright, that's a new one. Yeah, we can clear up this way. Yeah, geoduck, clam, oyster, whatever you consider it. Clam, probably. Mollusk. A little bit of the kelp over here. Okay, so that one alerts quickly. And have a really good straight shot at it because of all trash. Another advantage we'll have is as I'm clearing this, when I do need the kelp, I can just kind of drop back. So I can just go for where anchor is, backtrack, come back around, and do all that. Alright, so I got ourselves some osmium cup. Let's see, can we see the quail laid a golden egg? And pay for its fancy barn? I mean, we'll be checking on the quail to see what egg it is. We haven't owned it for a full day, so it can't lay an egg quite yet. It will lay eggs. That's fine. Okay. So we have a horse muscle. I don't have any inventory space. So right now, I don't have a duplicate of that, so let's just drop you in there. So let's grab the horse muscle and drop that better version horse muscle in there. Oh, the Geoduck is a new one, so let's go here. I have worse quality view, so we'll put the Geoduck in there. Cool. That bird's got bills to pay? Yep. Let's see here. Probably not gonna get bed in time. They'll probably end up fatigued in the morning. All right. So Luke likes us more after the birthday gift. Yeah. So good news, like I said, we're getting about 2,000-3,000 give or take money every single day. You know, with some spikes up and down. So it does mean we can kind of move things around relatively quickly. You woke up feeling tired. Groucho Gopher, morning. Good morning. Ah, yes, that is, I'm always, in fact, I love the saying talk, but I'm kind of in a panic. My dog Taco is missing. He's the bestest boy. Chat loves him. Have you seen him? Oh, okay. Would you keep an eye out for him, please? Taco loves going on adventures, but usually gets home by the end of the day. He's a mountain dog. Came from up there, actually. Just followed Suki and sort of lives down here now. Yeah. I mean, we can be like, it's only been one day. Hopefully Taco's on a new adventure. I'll be on the lookout. How are you doing? We can ask, let's be considerate and ask how he's doing. Not good. I'm just worried that he might get lost. Or maybe he went home, back to the mountain. If he did, then I'd be glad as long as he's safe. Anyway, I should probably leave. Take care. You should check on Luke at the vineyard later. I want to say the first version they didn't give you a hint about, like, go check on this and people got lost. Because there's just some of the place you went are not place you normally pass through. My friend Groucho Gopher. I've heard baking butter croissants can be difficult, but I believe this recipe will make it easier for you. Mother used this recipe many times. I can vouch for it. Alright. So we have about 11 days left in the season. And the inventory is complaining constantly about being full. Alright, so... Yeah, missed one of them. We drop all you off. Drop you off. Drop you off.
Thank you Blade of Hope for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, Blade of Hope, for the Priming Gaming sub. You'll get one of those a month and use it here. And that means a heck of a lot, so thank you so much, and I really do appreciate it. I hope you've been enjoying the stream. Okay, so not getting complaints about inventory full so far. There it is. Alright. Yeah, I'm guessing barley is a seed that's not available to us yet. Let's grab the last of those cranberries that were over here. And move all this around. I also need to go inside to the wardrobe and drop off the hats. All right. And grab the one hay. All right. So I've got all that set up. We could put you away for a minute. We got bronze quality here. So I can go ahead and make that into mayo. Make a large cheese. We could take you, turn you into butter. Alright, we've got all those. They're not making any juice right now, so let's go ahead and get stuff there. I've been broadly just using what I've got the most of, which isn't really the right move, because usually the stuff you have the most of is the stuff that's kind of worth the least per unit, which means the multiplier doesn't do crap for you. Because multiplying a small number gives you a somewhat smaller number, whereas multiplying a big number gives you a much bigger number. Okay, so we're getting pretty close to the point where we'd be able to get the computer started. But I would need 40,000 for that. So I need to be making way more money. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to spend a bunch of this money we just did get here. To go into the next thing. Oh, let's drop off these hats. Wardrobe storage, boom and boom. So I own hats. So I can go here. I do not like the hats. The hats are right out. Okay, so we got a bunch of these we can pop. So let's pop over to the blacksmith. And pop those geodes and all that sort of stuff. See, we got more stuff in the museum. Mining proficiency. Plus 10%. Alright, so we're going to the mine today. You don't have to bribe me that hard. Because it's already going, do I go to the mine today or do I go to the art place? Yeah, so I just need a lot of money. Now, as far as just getting raw money in this game, usually the vast majority of time getting money in this game is artisan goods. It's just pretty much setting things up so you can get artisan goods nice and easy. And keeping that moving. Let's see here. So we have the gems. So the blue quartz I can now donate. We've already donated the bull once, so we'll go ahead and sell that. And that's a new one. I just need more money every farm simulation game ever. Oh right, we need the crops. Yeah. No, it's just one of those things. You always need more money. No matter how much you have. Well, it's actually, let me take that back. At the early to mid game, you're always like, I need more money. And the moment you get to like early late game, money becomes utterly irrelevant. That you just find yourself so like up to your eyeballs in money you don't know what to do with it. You're like, I just don't care anymore. Like, I'm just throwing money to buy ore because I just don't feel like getting it myself. Oh, it's Wednesday. You're not open today. Because one of the other bonuses of the computer that's, like, not super obvious, the computer doesn't care what days people are open. So if the store is normally closed on Wednesday, it doesn't matter. You go on the computer, and you can just get it anyways. I'm curious what 10% more proficiency does. Like, does it mean 10% more damage against the rocks? 10% higher drop rates? Like, mechanically, how does that work? I'm gonna leave you two alone. Alright. We can keep delving deeper and deeper. Well, that's a second tuna, which means I could just turn that in. Alright, we'll probably be able to use the Jamu here. And ooh, there we go. Nice spot with a bunch of osmium. So I also want to get our pickaxes upgraded and all that. But yeah, the more stuff we also end up automating, the more time we have to work on our things. So pretty much everything increases your ability to make profit. Some are definitely better than others, but like getting the thing you can put on top of your sprinklers so that it automatically fertilizes seeds and harvests the crops there, that could be an excellent thing for just keeping you able to get more done. Getting the things that automate dealing with the animals. Again, it means I don't have to run down where the animals are in their barns. Which saves me, like, both the running back and forth as well as the time of, like, going up and petting each and every animal and milking them and shearing them and all that stuff. And I do think they changed it. It used to be you didn't get XP for using the auto harvesters and all that. So, like, if you use them, suddenly you just wouldn't be getting any ranching XP. So there's no advancing things. But they did fix that. I believe you get in a reduced amount, but I mean, you're automating it, so who cares? Well, that's interesting. It also used to be that when you use the explosives or anything else that cleared rocks or whatever without doing it yourself, it didn't give the bonuses like where you had higher chance of like rare stuff or whatever. Well, that clearly is not the case anymore because we just procced it off of an explosion, the double ore. Which is good, because before that, it really felt like you just shouldn't use explosives, because you didn't get, like, any of the benefits of leveling up from it. I'll take a freebie. Not really good use, but those ore blocks take me quite a bit to break. Hey, you know what? If it wants to just give it to me, like, every time I do an explosion, I am not going to be upset about that. As far as tunneling goes, we are making time. And last bomb. Interesting that I got a fossil node from that, but that's okay. Did I miss where that opened up a node? I did. We could drop the bone off. Flame Guard Greatsword. I want to say that is just a straight upgrade for our current weapon, if I recall. Oh. Oh, we met, oh wait, it only counts as being Rihanna now? Alright, so we're over halfway through the last segment of the mines. So a couple of days like that, and this is just done. Alright. Yeah, I think that mining bonus might influence the chances of we finding the tunnel down. Because I'm finding them pretty quickly on most of these floors. So that could be one of those things that, like, where in Stardew you've got the whole concept of luck that influences a lot of things. Yeah, we'll go grab that osmium and then we're gonna get out of here. That influences a lot of things. It seems like this one, instead of doing that, you've got the goddess's blessing. And instead of them being like negatives where it's like the spirits are mad at you or whatever, instead of be like, alright, today you're getting a bonus in mining. You know, go forth and mine. And there's a lot of days where you just don't get something. Alright. So let's look, and we have a big old stack of osmium. Here we've got all these to drop off. Butter. We'll go ahead and part with those. We don't need those. Okay, we can donate the tuna. And the wheel of cheese is only 260, so we can just sell that straight up. Drop those off. Okay, and we got our first bottle of wine, which is big because I want to say that is one of the things we need to offer. No, okay. So the wine is just a ship. I don't trust that. We're gonna go to sleep. Let's see, how do you get so many kegs this early? I made them. You unlock them through farming. And then I just crafted them. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so foraging has gained a level, so we can now make the mushroom logs. And then mining has gained a level, which just gave us a skill point. So we're actually looking pretty good, that we're getting close to maxing out some of our skills. But yeah, no, you can make the kegs pretty easily. I think you get them at something like level 6 or something like that farming. I could be wrong about what level. Yeah, so we can get the mushroom logs. And the mushroom logs let you grow mushrooms on them. Alright, so for the crops... Oh, sorry, the foraging. Lowers the process time for bee houses and mushroom logs. Increases the selling price of all foraged goods. Chance for regular trees to drop hardwood. A chance to forage better quality stuff. Literally all of these are good. I would say, for right now, the hardwood is a really good one, and the foraging better. I'm gonna go with the hardwood. Let's see. Chance for regular rocks to give us other bonuses. And before we do anything else, what blessing is the goddess going to give us? Nothing. Hey, how's Fallen Coral Island? A friend is looking for a black trumpet mushroom and will pay a lot of money for it. There should be plenty growing around the lake. If you find any, please save one for me. See you when I get back, Ben. I got plenty of those. So we got 10 days left of the season. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's start by dropping off all this. And all that. Grab the honey. Drop that off. Oh, and the not high quality flour. Okay, drop off the next set. That's another one to add there. Okay. So those are still churning away. You can move you up here. Let's see, kegs like barrels remind you of a small streamer who discovered that to make a mortar in Vintage Story, he needed a barrel, and then started to make a copper saw, and then 2 days ago, you haven't found out if he even needed the copper saw to make the barrels. I actually do believe you need the copper saw to make the barrels, for what it's worth. I do believe that is actually a requirement, because you needed that for, I believe, was the planks to then make the barrel with. The saw in Vintage Story is one of those things that blocks a lot of stuff. All right. Okay, so we've got a much better duck egg. And so I'm basically just keeping the best good as far as I can guess. Here, so we had like the silver quality small duck egg. Here's a bronze. Hold up. I need that one for our stuff, so you go back in here. So that milk can become butter. This milk can become cheese. And this egg can become mayonnaise. Drop that off for hay. Okay, so I've got one thing that guaranteed needs to be offered, and a bunch of other stuff we're going to run around with. So let's pop up here. See what we can offer there. Like, everything really starts when you first get the saw. Not even the first pick and hammer have that impactful. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, the hammer and pick are just a means of getting to the saw. Alright, so with that, that's the coop thing's done, and they've given me a mayonnaise machine. Cool, I already had one, but I can live with that. Rare artisan, that's what I thought. The cranberry did count. Alright, so I got wine dropped off to progress that altar. We're just missing the blue mussels from the ocean and the winter stuff for the greenhouse, and progress is good. We can pop over here and drop off the tuna for the museum. I like the idea they have it in like a keep alive box or whatever. And it's like, dude, I just fished this up. You know that crap's been sitting in my pocket. This fish is not going to be in good shape. This is not going to be a happy, healthy fish. All right, so process the fossil. I got geodes to pop. And then we're gonna go and grab a bunch more seeds for flowers. Because like I said, I think in the long term, we are going to use our main moneymaker is going to be mead. We're going to grow lots of flowers, process that into honey, and then process the honey into mead. All right. Okay, and we can grab all these. Alright, so we got our first duplicate fossil. We have a duplicate of that. We'll hold on to the spare there and hold on to the spare here. So I've got those to drop off. The hammer we're not using anymore. It's out of date. We got 2 more things to drop off at the museum real fast. Yeah, no, saws are super important. It's like getting the pickaxe is a major, well, pickaxe hammer is a major milestone to enable you to craft a bunch of stuff in Coral Island. But the saw is the thing that actually like physically lets you build the things. All right, so we have a need for money. I also have a need for some more hardwood. Pop for the Giant's Village. We'll do a round grabbing the hardwood real fast. And then we could potentially push the mine. Or the ocean. Oh, I need to get that mayonnaise machine out of my inventory. I don't need that. Yeah, I care about that. Well, we got the ghost mantis, and even though I startled it, I was still able to catch it. Because I need the hardwood. Because I believe it was 40 hardwood to upgrade the barn. I'm going to guess the barn is like 6,000 or 8,000 or something like that. And then we would need to buy the next animal and yada yada. Keep approaching. Okay, got close enough. Cool, that means the ghost mantis I have enough to potentially donate. Alright, so let's see real fast. So the ghost mantis. Are you an offer one? No, you're just a donation one. Okay, that's fair enough. So we can pop her to the museum, drop that off. That'll be another item dropped off at the museum for the day. Cool. I think we pushed the mine. My pickaxe is more upgraded than the other stuff. We'll likely make better progress. We can drop the mantis there. I don't have nearly enough animals to justify a second Mayo machine. Just gonna sit idle almost all the time. Sure, you live there right now. Alright. Yeah, because I think we keep pushing this. That'll help get me the silver I need for the computer and all that. We're getting close to having the batteries that I need for the computer. The big thing I'm missing for getting the computer is just going to be straight up cash money. And kind of the sad thing is the computer doesn't directly help you get money. It does help you complete stuff. Yeah, they definitely buffed the crap out of that sword. It used to be a lot of your weapon upgrades are pretty trivial and meaningless. It does seem like they made them more meaningful. Wait, I was gonna buy seeds. I was gonna buy seeds. Hold up. You're gonna buy seeds. So that we could get the last planting or two done. Because we've got about one more plant / harvest rotation, unless they go for like the really cheap stuff before the season sorted. Let's go here. And I mostly want to get the flowers, because again, we're talking about doing... We're talking about doing mead. So grab those flowers. We'll still go to the mine today. I was going to get that in the ground. I should have checked how long. I want to say they're 8 days. Yeah, those ones are 8 days. So we should be fine. Because we got a bunch of these fields. That we harvested a bunch of stuff already. Really? That was 40 already? Alright, let's go. Let's just... We can get there in time. Let's just wipe ourselves out. Because one of those things that it's basically going to be putting like 4,000 bucks into seeds in the ground, and when it's done, I'll get like 12,000 bucks. There we go. Okay. The other thing we can also start doing is once we start clearing up some of that and I start getting a surplus, any of the stuff that isn't as high quality, like right now we're just getting rid of the no quality ones. We'll start switching that over where it's like, okay, any of the bronze stuff, automatic sell, we don't worry about it because we're never going to take the time to upgrade it type deal. Yeah, no, I mean... We didn't put a dent in the field there, but that's fine. We are effectively upgrading, like, the seeds and all that to, like, much higher. Again, I should be able to get, like, 1.5, 2 times the quality, or 2 times the money, or more, without even getting the honey production or mead production involved. It's usually in this game, because I'm always chasing, like, doing the little bit of everything, I almost always end up being in a situation where I have to do a little bit of everything. Well, I have to do some of that for purposes of progression of the story and the museum and all that. But as far as, like, the scaling up... That's annoying. But as far as, like, scaling up, instead of having to do that, it's like, just have like one or two things that can do mayo and do like, you know, butter and whatever. Just a couple machines. And then just lean in heavily doing the beehives and the aging barrels. Come on, tunnel down. And plus the reasons I want to target the mining is we're pretty close to being just done with the mine. So far as like actually needing it for progression. Where we'll simply only come here for resources. And at that point, I can just kind of completely ignore the mine until it's like, oh, I need silver. Make a run for silver. Oh, I need osmium. Make a run for osmium. Oh, I need gold. So I'll just go there like once in a while. Especially once we get there's a thing for cloning items. Like as an in-game mechanic, not as an exploit. So when we get the slime replicator, I could do stuff like set up a slime replicator on osmium ingots. And then while it won't be very fast, I'll get you like a free osmium ingot. I think it's like every 3 days or whatever. So you can set up a couple of those for your high value materials like your osmium ingots, your osmium essence. Blessed opal ring. The blessed opal ring gives us increases the chance of finding rare items. We'll use that instead of the block chance because I don't really care about block chance. So 10 more floors to go and then we're just done here. So I would say that Blessed Opal Ring is doing work. I'm just seeing it pop rare rock again and again and again. Which means getting free stuff like a little bit of silver, a little bit of bronze, a little bit of whatever. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and burn a Jamu. And with the enchant you can get on your tools, you can get an enchant that increases the odds of getting rare stuff. When you're getting to late game and you're trying to 100% the game, getting that enchant is one of the biggest things you can get. Just to have it pop more coffers, more geodes, more everything. Oh, there's already... The hole down to the next floor is already here. Alright, so we got... 4 floors to go. 3 floors to go. 2 floors to go. 1 floor to go. Alright. But we did have 3 floors that we got some really solid RNG on back to back. And also, if you run out of time, I'm just gonna quickly slap down a rope to finish it out. And done. And 25 tier 3 explosives. Right goddess was. Powerful and special Human is. Skeptical were we. Yet here we are, at bottom of fire mine. Human, look at that. That is Gyu. Human, hurry. Break the cursed tablet you must. Think about it, I think that's one of the only times they moved the camera in the entire game in that manner. Like, they do stuff like where they pan to show you a cinematic or whatever, but as far as like rotating the camera, they really don't do that very much. But the giant storyline was one of the first ones they finished when they were developing the game.
Chief.
Gyu, here you are.
Chieftain, Gyu here.
We thought... Responsible for turning the others to stone, we thought Gyu did.
No, it was not Gyu. It was Gort.
Gort? Here Gort is? Where?
Gyu do not know, but Gort was here when the other giants turned to stone. And then Gyu... Oh, Gyu is so sorry, Chieftain.
Alright, it is Gyu. To the lobby we go. Let's go to the lobby, let's go to the lobby, let's go to the lobby to get ourselves a snack. Thank you, we do, Human. In lobby we shall see you. At the snack bar. Getting overpriced popcorn. And a comically large-sized soda. And a box of chocolates that you're paying like 4 times the normal price for.
Chieftain, giants feel something strange happened. Yes. Something happened. Giants heard boo when giants arrived here.
Fun fact related to that? Sure.
Chieftain?
Sorry. Chieftain, is it alright?
Gyu.
It is Gyu.
Why is Gyu here? No.
Not the place here is. Talk about it we will back home. Explain to us, Gyu will. After Gyu rests. Yes, Gyu? See you then we will, Groucho Gopher. But yeah, I know we're us making a reference. I'm not sure if it's a thing outside the US, but I can't remember if it's AMC theaters, but movie theaters. They had the thing because most movie theaters, like, they don't actually make very much on the movie tickets, not historically. They made money on you buying the popcorn, the soda, and all that. And so they have, like, the little commercial at the beginning of when you're... Oh, I think, is that literally where you're going there with that? The reason Candy Bar is so expensive largely is because the licensing fees to show movies is exorbitant. So even though ticket prices are high, they basically just cover the license. Yep, no, exactly. We're on the same page. But yeah, so it's just one of those things. It's extremely expensive to run a movie theater. And when it comes like the licensing the movie and all that, they don't make much money at all. So it's almost entirely you buying the snacks and all that kind of stuff, which is where the bulk of the profit for the theater itself comes from. But yeah, so that's a big reason why when you go to the theater that they're charging, you know, like $4.50, $5, $6 for a candy bar and stuff. Is because that's where all of their margin has to come from. Alright, we gained a level in catching. Okay, so we got the flying insect trap. We're gonna need those. Alright, and it's Randy's birthday. So that's something we can work on in the interim while we're making money for the art stuff. Is doing stuff like making the trash. Sorcerer and Usher for a bit. Yeah, no, I had learned it through well, I can't remember what the show was. There was a show that was basically talking about different industries and kind of giving like how those industries works. And that was one of their big things that they were talking about is the movie industry. Like, by and large, the theaters make their money from like the snacks and that kind of stuff, or any upsells the theater might have within itself. Like if you're paying extra for like premium seating or anything like that, that's where the money comes from for the theater. Whereas like the movie ticket doesn't. It's not that they lose money on the movie ticket, but they just don't make that much. Goom Goom Human, rested and ready to tell us the story, Giyu is. To the village you must come, hear the story. Your help, we feel, will be needed. See you we will, chieftain. Yeah, and as I was mentioning before, they had some like pretty catchy marketing jingles and all that, pushing the stuff. Raj's hot fact. Raj is one dapper man. Let's drop off what we can of these. Oh, and the eggplant. Getting all of our bok choy on. Do I have enough yeah, I got enough inventory for all stuff. Right. So the insect trap requires honey. I forgot about that. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the trap requiring honey just because honey's going to be one of our main money makers, but it is fine. It is a thing we are just going to have to accept. All right. So drop that in there. Drop off the bok choy and the artichoke. Sell that. We do have a bronze quality milk. I believe that makes it our best good for the cows for next time we have a competition. The cheese should not be in there. Gonna make ourselves a big butter. And a little cheese. Alright, and I need stuff to... Oh, this box is getting full. That's not my favorite. So we'll need a bunch of these. Okay, so with that we got some geodes we can pop. Oh, and we have the quest to grab and all this. Alright, so for catching the bugs, scent lasts longer, increase the selling price, move faster while holding a net, chance to catch better quality. We'll move faster with that because that'll be helpful to just catching it all. We've got Randy here. I need to remember to make some of the Titan Arum stuff there. So we don't have much in the way of flowers left for this season. We can make a bouquet for Randy. Alright, so at this point in the day, we can pop up here. Randy should be at class. So we can give Randy their birthday gift. Thank you for coming by, Joko and Dinda. Oh, of course, Mr. Randy. We want to hear how Archie has been doing. He's been a good boy, of course. Right? Indeed he has. His dedication to his homework and reading is remarkable. In fact, his reading skills already surpass the typical level for his age group. I noticed that too. He's been making regular visits to the library. Seems like his life revolves around school, home, and the library. There is one unique quirk. We're all aware of Archie's liking rocks. I often find them stashed in the most unexpected corners of the classroom. Even in my shoes. As for academics, he's been experiencing some minor struggles in math. Nothing to be too alarming. A bit of additional help at home would do the trick. I must confess, I'm not much of a math whiz either. I know just enough to work as a carpenter. Don't worry, Joko. I'm sure Archie's math problems aren't too complex just yet. And even if they become more challenging, we can always ask, Zaira. I can do that? I can ask Uncle Sura for help? Of course. I'm sure he'd be more than happy to help. But he always seems busy. I don't want to be a bother. Why not ask him first? If he's occupied with his research, then we respect that. But I have a feeling he won't mind lending a hand. Okay, I'll ask him then. Excellent. Well, that covers everything from my end. Looking forward to our meeting next term. Thank you for your dedication to our son, Mr. Randy. Archie, you can't stop talking about how wonderful a teacher you are. Mr. Randy's the best. That's very kind of you to say. I'm just doing what I love. Having a robot hand and pretending to be an honest, decent teacher by day while I build my kingdom up in the mountains out of a skull. Call it Skull Crusher Mountain. Alright, let's give you... It is for my birthday? It looks excellent. My most sincere thanks. Did we decide who we're dating? Yeah, we had a vote the last stream, and we're going after Zara. So we are pursuing the treasure hunter. We're gonna make obnoxious little jokes about how the treasure hunters are real treasure. And all sorts of, you know, stuff that makes you vomit just a little bit in your mouth. Okay, Petrified Giant. Okay, so we've got that one. Alright, so only 2 stones. So I'll drop these off at home. We'll go see what the story nonsense is with the giants. And I believe that'll probably wrap the giants quest line for now. Okay, we'll ship one of the blue quartz. Alright, so we need to start getting the silver ingots going. I also just noticed it's coconut time. So what we'll do is, while it's the coconut days and all that, we're gonna walk a little bit to a lot of the places we normally go. I've really got to clean that corner up. You can tell I haven't foraged this corner in forever. It is just completely overtaken with figs and all that. Yep, Froggy's doing their Froggo thing. Ah, human. Goom goom. We have cornered Gyu for ritual sacrifice for his part in causing our petrification. Good timing. Ready to tell us Gyu is. Gyu, ready? So... Long ago, Gyu received a message from Gort. Come to the cavern, it said. Gyu no see Gort many nights, so Gyu was many excited. Gyu think, hey, Gort come back to village. So Gyu ask all giants to come to cavern. Welcome Gort, except for Chieftain, you smell funny and I hate you. Chieftain remember, right? You know come, I forgot he even had a reason. Chieftain remember, right? You know come, was busy with goddess. Yes, remember we did. Audience with goddess we had. Does he really need to keep with these little center dialogue alterations? Yeah, no, they happen. Gyu very happy. Sad when other half left village. Gyu think if Gort return, Gyu be happy again. Gyu go to cavern first. No patient, no wait for others. But Gyu hear Gort say strange words. No understand. Dark energy around Gort. Gyu try call Gort, but then boom. Too bright and then Gyu was stone. Strange spell that was. We know familiar. Yeah, Groom remember bright light. See Gyu, but not know Gort was there too. Yes, Gong too. Just see Gyu then bang. Grog remember same. But Gyu, other giants at entrance, not you. On bottom of cavern you were? Why? Gyu do not know. Only Gort know. So, Gort alive. We must find. But where find him? Gort say before spell, learned at Savannah. But Gyu not know what is. Savannah. Human, know the Savannah, do you? Cats, the cradles and all that. Do you know what I mean? I have no idea, sorry. Alright. Figure out we will, eventually. Sorry we are, Gyu. Thought you make giant stone. Of Gort we not think. Thought gone forever. Human, help us will you? Maybe not help Gort, but... we try must. Let's see. That sounds like a much work. Busy with goddess. Hey man, he's a big giant. He's a big little giant. Of course, I'll help. Good to hear that is. Our thanks we owe you. Cool. Now, the important detail about what that does is that does make it available for us to do a bunch of things. Alright, so Final Giant requires us to reach the Savannah. Savannah is end game. We are not at that point yet. So the next main storyline thing will be to help the tree. Yeah, they're called giants, and the story reason why they're called giants is because they're big in heart. And you're like, bleh. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. Let's be real here. It's adorable, but like also, come on, man. Alright, so let's go get the coconuts, and the reason I want to take the time to beeline to deal with the coconuts real fast is they're usually only available a couple of days a season, and they're different coconuts each season. It's kind of one of those things that's like, oh, it's coconut time. Let's do our rounds. Get our coconuts. It also gives me a moment to reset a bunch of these traps that we got running around all over the place. Hey, Dev, how's it going? All right. But this way, if we get asked for coconuts, we've got options. There's also a bunch of recipes that you are required to use a coconut for. Yeah, the game seems to be way better about remembering when I've left an item there, because we left that, we left that crab on the beach a while ago. All right. So with that, let's fast travel back home, drop this junk off. And at this stage, we're pretty much done with the mine, except for when I need, like, when I'm short on a material. So we don't have a reason to just beeline to the mine on any given day. Drop you off. Pretty sure all of these bugs and all that are duplicates and all that. Yeah, so we can just ship them all. We're good now you're here? Well, I'm glad that we can be positive. You thought those were zombies when you read winter is coming? Nope, pretty much every survival game or like farming simulation game or whatever has that. Alright, so I just realized our beehive is not beehiving, which is definitely one of the only wrong answers. So what we're going to actually do is we're not going to keep putting the sunflowers in. These are the flowers that are going to be worth the most that I've got right now. So we want to keep those going. What does it take to make more beehives? What is the material requirement for the beehive? Bronze ore. Alright, I'm going to need to figure out where these are going. Because I can't put them here. I don't have space over there. That's going to be your primary income, is just making honey than making mead. So we just scaled up our honey by a lot. Okay. So, the next major thing that's going to do a lot of stuff is to get the ocean moving forward. Wait, how are we on money? 2,000? Well, it's too late to get seeds, so I guess we won't worry about it. Alright. If we catch the blood jelly here, I can take that to the museum. All right. As far as other things we got going on, it's mostly just getting the money
Thank
now.
you, Eddie, for subscribing for 5 months. We be schwimmin'.
We do be schwimmin'. And thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. Been subbed to the channel for 5 months, so thank you for that continued support. It means a heck of a lot. And yep, we do be schwimmin'. We be diving. I was really looking for a third one and then following it up with jiving, but I'm drawing a blank, so you know. We could just pretend I said the funniest thing ever, and I'll have a good laugh. Anyways, it's definitely how that works. Alright. Be splashing, be jiving. You know what? That works. That works. Or flipping. We are not finding this beacon thing.
Thank you, Soulspire, for subscribing for 5 months. I love Coral Island, the ocean, and dem froggies.
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
And thank you, Soulspire, for the tier 1 sub, kicking off the hype train and all that good stuff. Yeah, you know, Coral Island's excellent. I really do appreciate all that. And let's see, there was something I saw about Flipper, the movie. There we go, we finally found the stupid thing.
Thank you, Aloe World, for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, Aloe World, for the T-War sub, kicking off, like adding to the hype train, not kicking off, and to the hype train and all that, so thanks so much. Right about to push us over to the edge to level 2 and all that good stuff, so thank you so much for all that support. Really do appreciate it. You heard of the movie Flipper? I think I saw the movie Flipper. I'm familiar with Flipper. I'm just trying to remember if I actually saw the movie, per se, versus I think there was a TV show as well. Alright, so we full cleared that area. Cool, so that area's done. So next we just move back down here. Oh, we should put the trash away. We're gonna probably need that Jamu in a minute for our stamina. So grab that. Grab the Geoduck. Grab that.
Thank you, Dev So Dusty, for subscribing for 27 months. I love you.
Thank you, Dev So Dusty, for the tier 1 sub. The 27 months you've been subbed to the channel. I do really appreciate that. It means a lot that you keep coming back and all good stuff and everything. But yeah, no, I'm a big fan of Coral Island. Like, we have 100% of this game very recently. And this is, when I say it's a new run, this is like the 4th stream into this run. We're getting ready to go into our first winter. There we go. You're the first channel I found? Yeah, no, I remember that. Thank you for that. It's actually one of those things that kind of surprises me, is like how many people like are new to Twitch, which it makes sense. Like when you're being objective and you're looking like at the number of users on Twitch and everything, it's like, okay, obviously that's nowhere near enough to be like the majority of the population or whatever. Yeah, I'd like to try and get that seahorse, where it's all up over that trash. It's gonna be hard to make that happen. Hoping you loop back down, because if you loop back down, you're gonna finish that one up. Alright, so let's go down here, see if I can't get an angle on that seahorse that I'm no longer seeing. You bolted quickly last time. Alright, I got it. That's a new one. Shiloh Seahorse. What was that crazy light thing? It's how we clear up the oil from the bottom of the ocean. In the storyline of this game, basically, it's like Stardew Valley, where you go to a town. The town's kind of going through a rough patch. So like Stardew Valley, it's the big box store showed up and kind of like screwed the locals and everything. In this one, it's like a tropical tourist town, and so what has happened is there's been an oil spill on a neighboring island that, you know, got to the beaches here, and as you can imagine, the tourism industry doesn't work so great when your beach is covered in oil. Ooh, do I have? Yeah. And so the town falls in hard times, has to sell like all the stuff from their museum, yada yada. You get the idea. But so what you're doing is kind of fixing the town. And so the way they have you fix the oil spill is using mermaid technology. Or merfolk, not mermaid, merfolk technology. Right, and I need to drop you in here. And so that thing is just like, it's the MacGuffin that you go and you give a poke to get it to clean the oil. Mer they them? Well, I mean, it's merfolk. Merfolk is fine. Okay. Alright, so Randy gained a level of friendship because we gave him a birthday gift. Made some decent money for another 3,000. So I've got 8 days left of the season, if I'm not mistaken. Alright. And we woke up tired because I didn't get to bed at a reasonable hour. Story of my life. Let's grab some gold. Start smelting gold bars. Make more glass, drop you off. Process the trash into more scrap. Okay. Alright. You have a good one, Dev So Dusty, and thank you again for popping in. Thank you so much for that hype train. Getting to a level 2 hype train at 22% with 4 gifty subs, and well, 4 subs. Really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. All that support and all that. Couldn't do this without that support, so thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. Really do hope everyone's been enjoying, you know, the stream and all that stuff, and, you know, for everyone who's got those subs, that advertisement free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. All right. Okay, so let's drop all of you off here. And drop off the grapes and that. There's more hot peppers. Grab the resin. Grab the nutty sap. Those are still processing. Okay, and drop you off. And do the second lap where we pick up everything that I missed harvest, when I was harvesting it all. Okay. Alright, so this whole thing is full. So rather than clear out a bunch of stuff, we're going to just sell some stuff. So I'm going to grab the lowest quality rice we're going to get rid of. We don't have that much bok choy, so let's do that. The lowest quality cranberries we're going to get rid of. And that should take care of that. So we would free up some inventory space. Because I have those boxes separated out by, like, what season the crops are in. Show attention to all the animals, because the happier they are, the better produce they make. Because it's raining yesterday, got to refill their feed. We'll also have to remember at the end of the month, I need to basically cut down all the hay we can to top off as much as we can. Okay, so for this was the regular quail egg. Alright, so the regular quail egg is not what I have to ship. I have to ship, it's probably a large quail egg and it might have a quality requirement, like silver quality or something like that. Alright, so let's pop in here. I'm going to start leaving those in there when they don't have a stack of 3, so I don't have to sit here and fuss over it as much. Alright, so I've got 1 of those to donate, 2 of those to sell, and I have a spare still. Yep. So we will sell you. That's not what I want to sell. Sell you and you. Donate the others. The lab is not open today, so we can't do the fossils, but we can do all the other ones. Was it someone's birthday today? No. That's fine. Once again, I need to remember to do this crap at the very beginning of the day. No blessing. That's fine. So let's pop all these coppers. Continue working on all the relics for all that. I don't need that fish, so we'll sell that. Okay. Cool. Alright. So we'll check. We might have one of our last days for getting seeds this month. Okay. We've already got that. That's one to be donated. That's going to be donated. And drop off the others. That's to be donated. That's to be donated. We're not going to worry about shipping any of these right now. Okay, so I got a bunch of stuff to drop off at the museum. So that'll be a bunch more. And each time we do this, We get closer and closer to the point where I'll start having to look for specific ones and all that. We're not near there yet. There's another 7 in there, or 6 in there, I can count. So that's some pretty solid progress. So let's beeline on over here. Because like I said, this is probably the last time we can get seeds for the season. Because once we get down to like where there's less than 8 days, let's double check to make sure I'm not misremembering. I'm pretty sure it's 28 days for a season. Yeah, it is 28. Okay. So with that in mind, we can run over here. Alright, so you take 8 days. So that's not going to quite cut it. So we're going to end up getting the blue Delilahs, which that'll be the last round of those. Yeah, we still don't have the other stuff there. So yeah, let's go ahead and make great life decisions. Excellent life decisions. That's the last ever we're going to get out of those, because by the time those are ready to harvest, then, you know, there won't be enough time to do another round. That's because of how many of these we're just missing space because of everything. I have been forgetting to water these trees so much. Yep, and I didn't even have to clear more land. I'm just gonna sell you and you. And we can drop this off. Alright, you're still making the gold and all that. You're still doing scrap. You're probably done by now. So we can sell you. We get all the honey going. Got the cranberry juice going. How do we have the recipe for the aging barrel? No. The aging barrel will be there, so we don't have the recipe for the aging barrel. Yeah, so I'm at the point of getting plenty of batteries now. Now it's a matter of just getting the money, which we've invested pretty heavily on moving things there. So I don't need to go to the mine for any reason. The hardwood's probably fine for right now. I think it is literally just us pushing the ocean for the moment. Because otherwise the other thing I'd work on is catching bugs, doing the fishing. Probably the fishing would be the big one. I have utterly neglected the fishing. Alright. And I remember this spot was one of the most involved spots in the whole game with the ocean clearing. There's like this whole long maze that one or two of these things goes back and forth through. I remember it goes from the left side to the right side. But the point is you end up having to clear most of the spot. I would say genuinely is like one of the most involved spots in the whole map. And one of the other things we can ultimately do is we can clear up all the junk on our farm. That'll be probably what we do after this is basically done. Is we can just go to our farm, completely clear up all the crap so it's kind of done. Alright, wait for the Shiloh. Got it. That'll be another one for the museum. We still need to find the blue mussel down here. A lot of the stuff like finding the random blue mussels and various critters like that probably won't really happen on a meaningful capacity. Yep. Until we have the computer. That's part of the reason why I've been prioritizing being like, hey, we're saving up for the computer doing that. Is one, it'll stop making it so I don't have to wait for Sam to be open when he, you know, I need things on a Wednesday. I don't have to like stand outside either. That's interesting. There's still the two up there, and that's still blocked. I'm just gonna keep on clearing. And if you're someone who's like, this doesn't look fun, I wouldn't want to do this part, you can actually choose to not clean up the trash at all. There's a machine that will pick up trash for you. It's pretty late game stuff, but you can just like plunk it down and it'll slowly pick up all the trash in an area. So it could just be a thing where you pop down here, put the machine down, let it fully clear an area, and when that's done, you just move it to the next one. All right. I really need to improve this scythe. There we go. Alright. One of the first things I'll probably want to do is go and try and, oh, you went the whole way around there? Alright, fair enough. Take a second, Jamu. Okay. So with that, we should be opening up the area to the right here. There's the sea grapes. There's you. Alright. Wait, do we not get that one done? Okay. Let's see, before we move on, let's see if back over here to the left, if there's one over here. Because it could be down that way farther. Or it could be up here to the north up here. As the way you clear out to that little courtyard to the north. Alright. Yeah, I'm willing to bet it's up here somewhere. And use to open this area up. Okay. There it is. Alright, let's run on over here. Because I don't know if there's more up there or not, but that's fine. So you're going to snake over there. But we definitely have another one down this way. Yeah, so we can follow this over here. Let's try and just get into position to drop the anchor. Alright, we got ourselves a stone crab. I gotta get out of here. We can start in this spot the next time we go down. Alright. So we can drop all that off. That is a better quality heart urchin than we have, so we'll drop that in there. That's a better king scalp, so we'll drop this in here. We need room for the grapes, so we're going to drop you and put that in there. We can drop the stone crab in there. And that's a better version here, so we can donate the Shiloh seahorse. We can pop over here. Drop all that. Drop the Murex here. Drop all that. Okay. Let's get to sleep, so hopefully we don't keep ending up waking up tired again the next day. Because that's what we keep subjecting ourselves to. Alright, so we dumped a bunch of the cranberries and got ourselves like an extra bit of money. Yeah, and there's going to be no more planting anything else for the season. So we get to keep this money, and hopefully we'll need to unlock the larger bag, because we still don't have the largest bag yet. Bear with me, chat. I need to quickly use the restroom, so I'm going to do that real fast, but thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Thank you again for tuning in. Ow. No, he ripped everything else off, which is fair. Yeah, that's not stressful as all get out. Okay, so what we would like to do is if we go this way, because the orbit's going around this way, I believe there's those mounds people talked about. I forgot how much of an impact that all has on your animation speeds and everything. It's like, we'll just grab the jacket, it'll be fine. We'll toss it on. I approve of this disaster. This is a straight up disaster, and I am here for it. You don't get to have a name yet. Okay, that's another zombie bomb. Yeah, it takes a very long time. It takes a very long time for the zombies to die from that. Zombies want your ice cream? Yeah, it's a bummer because usually you don't find food at the beginning, or if you do, it's like one minor thing that's not worth anything. Alright, we'll see what happens with this. This is looking spicy. Well,
Are you okay? Well, he certainly doesn't need
alright, and I'm back, and thank you so much for the follow. I do really appreciate it. Okay, so we got the Shiloh Seahorse to drop off at the oh, 1 second. Favorite human, finally out you are. We have been creeping on window, stare at you as you sleep. Grateful we giants are for freeing us. Now together, we are an ancient gift we bring. Architect Desk, this is called. Use it, and to your farm, we giants shall be summoned. To any spot, any object you may move, using powers as you wish. Been, it has very, very long since the last with another human this we did. So, rusty we might be. Work for free though, we do not, for we are unionized. Cost you some coins, moving stuff will. Forget that, please do not. Now, take this item, and upon our power, call when you like. Thank you, human. We are. Or thankful human, we are. Yeah, so this is where it's talking about, like, I don't know if it ever changed, but like in Stardew Valley, if you plant a tree and it's a fruit tree and you just put it in a bad place, pretty much your only recourse was to cut down the tree and then regrow it from scratch someplace else. I don't have a place I want this. But with this, you can use the architect's desk, and I can literally go, you know what? This building, well actually I think, yeah, this building, I don't like where it is, I want to put it over there. I can. They're going to charge me for it, but I can. Discard changes. But you can do that with just shy of anything. There's a couple of things that are like static placement just by the nature of what it is, like your greenhouse goes there. But all the stuff you place, you can move around. It ends up being like really big for like, yeah, you put down like your fruit tree or whatever. That's fine. You can just go and take the apple tree and be like, hey, apple tree, I need you on the other side of the property, thank you. So let's drop you there. Grab all this. Keep trying to have stuff running. Yeah, those are spring crops, that's right. Alright, so those we need to drop off. Yep, and once we get to next season, I only need the watering can when I first clear a field. After that, we don't need the watering can at all. Well, I meant to let them out, but that's fine too, I guess. Oh, inventory is full. Alright. What about trees? Yep, you can move trees with it. So, like your fruit trees and all that? Are you moving them? I mean, you can. I probably won't move the fruit trees. Not, at least not in the middle time. Oh, if you mean the two that are, like, misplaced right now, I'm probably not going to bother moving those because the season ends in just a couple of days. And you do have to pay for it, as the game kind of lets you know. So for a couple of days, I'm not going to pay the price. If it was something, because those aren't permanent trees. If they were permanent trees, I'd be like, heck yeah, we're moving those things. But these trees, they go for 2 seasons and then they die. And then the trees over the fruit tree I planted down here, that apple tree is permanent. Coral Island's a little bit different, like Stardew Valley and that, where Stardew Valley just has basically, like, it's either a tree or it's a crop. In Stardew Valley, you have kind of a middle tier that's a sapling, or whatever it is. So it works mostly like a crop, but it carries for 2 seasons, and it's a 2x2 in size as opposed to 1x1. It's mostly something that just makes using the sprinklers a little bit complicated until you get the bigger ones. That's kind of its job, is to just mix up your figuring your layouts a little bit. Alright, so we got 3 of those, so we'll go ahead and process those into mayonnaise. We can go here. Let's go grab the silvers. So get you to drop off the museum. The blacksmith's not open today, so we can go to the lab. We can see about fossils. Okay, we got a Triceratops skull and a mammoth claw. And then we're not going to be going over to the Sam's because there's really no need for it. Take all that and sell these. And then the fossils go up here. Those are both new, so we don't want to deal with anything off the museum yet. Alright. So you can actually check in the progress doing this. So when I look at the fossil collection, I've actually only dropped off 2 out of 60, but that's because we just got access to them. For the insects, I'm 36 out of 53. For fish, I'm 8 out of 69. For sharks, I'm 0 out of 3. For critters, I'm 25 out of 45. For artifacts, I'm 37 out of 78. Wind gems, I'm 3 out of 8. Water, 3 out of 8. Earth, 3 out of 10. Fire gems, I haven't gotten any yet, which is actually kind of surprising. The overall gem collection, I've got 9 out of 35. And granted, a lot of those are just being held in there till I get duplicates. And then vintage artifacts, I'm at 5 or whatever. So you get the idea that, sure, there's a very long way to go, Most of those things I actually have so far as the artifacts and gems. I've got a lot of them, but I'm keeping them back at the place until I get the thing that duplicates items, so that I can, like, duplicate whichever ones I've only got one of, and all that. Granted, I really don't need to worry about selling them, but I do recall later on we end up needing some of those artifacts a second time for Savannah stuff. And then, you know, you want to actually take the really valuable ones and have something duplicating those, because they're worth the most for enchanting. So you get, like, the highest rarity one and just duplicate it again and again so you can use it as enchanting fodder. Alright. I was honestly expecting to find one of those things down here. Hello, whatever the heck you are down there. Don't worry, I'm heading your way. I'm just clearing everything out between me and you here. Because I'm sure I'm gonna need to clear most of this out anyways. Giant isopod. Cool. All right. Just checking. So I've got the two there, we got the two up here. So I can't get through here and I can't get through here as far as I can tell. Was there another one? I might be chasing stuff. Alright, let's stop. I think it might be clearing an area I don't need to be clearing. Yeah, because you're walled off there. There's no more of the spire things over here, so I'm wasting my time. We did open this area to the north. I'm willing to bet once we go there and go north a little ways, then we will end up seeing... Alright, we'll end up seeing where there's more of those things to clear it up. Yeah, so up here I'm willing to bet there's some of those. There's another giant isopod. Yep, there we go. So there's one of these up here to help clear out the area. And it might not have been a total waste. It could be one of those things that once we get to the other side of there, and I go to clear out the other ones, it'll path through that area I cleared. Either way, worst case, we end up needing a lot of trash after a while. You convert trash into scrap and use scrap to make automation machines. So, like, weirdly, trash is actually a very... Yeah, I forgot the hold charge with the scythe was kind of useless. Alright. And I vaguely recall this one, I want to say just spirals around this middle thing a bunch. So you have to clean up most of it. It is one of those things that as you get farther and farther into this, because they want to make it more involved, it ends up having a lot more spiraling around, crisscrossing through areas, so longer paths and all that. But as a result, it means you have to be just more thorough in clearing an area. Some of the earlier ones, you can just kind of find the thing and just make a very fine line through the trash, and it's good enough. Alright, so move you down here, grab a Jamu. There we go. Okay. Oh, I missed whatever that was. Didn't get a good look at it either. It's probably just another Shiloh, but you never know. Okay. Okay, so it's spiraled around to that spot. Okay, that one's done. Now I can go over here. We'll open up this wall, probably. Which also opened up that area to the south, which is where we were just clearing. And you're going to be blocked, most likely. Or not. Alright, well, let's start with the ones down here before we go up to the ones up there. Kind of follow through, like, step by step versus trying to skip ahead. So you've got that open. That right path is not open yet. So let's check down here now if these paths have opened at all. It has. No, wait. I'm wrong, it is not. Yeah, so that one was blocked, this one is blocked. Oh, I probably have to go up and around. I see. And I'm assuming we can't go down here. 1 second. New critter. Okay. So, what I'm going to need to do is go up here. There was a path that went kind of down right. I'm willing to bet that's where we need to go. Hey, Night Dweller, how's it going? Yeah, so that's blocked. So I think this is the one where we have to go down, clear over to this area, And then that'll let me go up and over. I think it's we go up and around this way, and then down and around through all that. And at that point, the entire map is cleared. Oh, another one of the starfish. Okay, so I need to clean up my inventory. I don't have room for it. Stones. Let's go over here. Okay, where's... Okay, so you're all down this way. Well, crap. It's slightly out of my range, so I couldn't catch it. Should have been more patient. You can drop the anchor over there. And time to go. Alright. So yeah, Ocean's getting real close to done. Mine is done. Money is slowly building up. We're spending it as fast as we're getting it, but we are making to cash. Okay, and you can be sold just as is. Want to drop some of those off. So with the cheap ones of those. Alright, so drop you off, grab you. I think we've officially hit the point where this is full, and there's going to be no more space for it. So I'm going to start chucking some of the ones I don't think... Oh, actually, the sea mushroom, we'll just probably move that into something else. I do remember this as well as ones that kind of bleeds over where it needs a second box, that one box is not enough. And I think we've reached that point. Also, keep you... And we'll keep you. Those two get donated to the museum. We can grab the sea grapes and replace them with the best quality ones we've got. Yeah, some of the stuff like the murex down here, those we can figure out stuff. The flame scallops I believe I can get year-round, so we'll swap those out. Okay, I think we're good with that. Process the sea grapes. Process those. Take all this stuff down here. Alright. Another $2,000. Yeah, 7 days until the season changes. So it's going to keep warning me now, being like, hey, you're running out of time. Don't plant stuff unless you got time. Which, like I said, we're done planting new crops.
Hey, buddy, I just wanted to take a quick breather from my victory dance to drop you this little note. Gotta admit, the view's pretty spectacular from the top, but put in some effort, but, well, there's something about Beluga Bay. It's got a special magic. Catch you later. Stay cool, Bobby.
Alright. I'm gonna end up needing to move those later. Alright. So you can, for right now, sell all the honey and all that. I once again need to do a lot of inventory management. But as you can see, a lot of these crops are coming up. And there's not going to be more replacing them. Alright, so let's start processing all these down. We will drop... Okay, so something's got to go because we're full up here. So let's take the... Something we got a bunch of that's low quality. Alright, let's go ahead and we'll chuck the low quality basil. It'll keep the higher quality flowers. Alright, inventory is still triggering on full. Okay, so the silver quality barley, we want to make sure we keep that. So let's get rid of the bronze quality amaranth. We got more stuff to drop off here. All right. And just like that, we got a bunch more crops. They're going to get just straight up sold for cash, which is good. So it'll be an instant influx where you're not going through the whole production line. And I'll probably need to go through here not too long and just, like in those crop boxes, just go and grab like one of the types of crops, whatever's like the lowest quality / value. And just deal with that. So you said we got a new recipe here to... Yeah, that's the table. Alright. One, two, three of those. Make more cheese. Alright, so with that, it is Monday. So we can give gifts to the potential romantic interest. So let's take this gem. Because that's a different one than we tried to give her last time. So maybe she'll like it more. We can pop over here to the museum and all that. Sorry about that. We can pop over to the museum and all that, do our rounds of all this stuff. Oh, that is a lot of coffers. Good problems to have. This is because we got that ring, because there's an increased chance of getting rare drops. Alright. Well, that's big. That's also a thing with, like, the gems. If we don't find a gem she likes, we can start looking at some of those artifacts we're just getting a bunch of spares of. It's got a was it a Mesosaurus torso? Oh. Cinematic with who? Oh, Mayor Connor. Oh, hi, Groucho Gopher. Hey, Mayor Connor, let me help you with those. Thank you, Groucho Gopher. Perfect timing. Oh, well, that was pretty short and direct. Oh wait, we need to go home and see what I got duplicates and what I don't first. Alright. So let's start by dropping everything off. And now I can check. So those we've already grabbed and shipped. We've got those. I could ship one of you. I can ship one of you. So before we go too far, let's ship those so I don't mix stuff up. So ship you and ship you. Let's go here and drop off all the crafting goods we got out of it. So we can ship you. That'll be a donate. Then we'll have donate and donate. Cool. So we donate the rest, and then we will drop off the gem for Zara. See if she likes it. And then we'll potentially hang out with Zara, which I'm curious with the rain, like, if that affects the hangouts. I haven't really looked at it. Okay, and that gave us a Japanese furniture set. So I've got a Japanese bed, chair, and table. Cool. So we can improve our living conditions versus default bed. Alright, so let's see where Zara is chilling on a rainy day. She'll probably be at home or at the monkey area. She's basically at home. She's outside of at home, but she's basically home. It makes me kind of curious when you marry her what happens with, like, the boat, because her whole thing is she lives on a houseboat. The fire gate is probably the most interesting part of the cavern. Both the history and the treasures are worth more than the dangers pose. Okay. Oh, this is nice. Thanks for sharing it with me. And that's her like, not love message. Yes, invite to hang out. So... Gotcha, so we got a much shorter list of things. Yeah, we can explore the exhibit. I think Zara would like the museum. She's a treasure hunter. Obviously, you'd want to look at your treasures too. You'd be like, that's mine. Yeah, sounds like a plan. Besides, every once in a while we gotta look at our museum and see how it's doing. Her love gifts are really tough to find out. I think you won't spoil them? Yeah, no, that's fine. I can keep experimenting with them. The game will eventually reveal some of the loved things by different means. Like, you'll get notes that hint things people have dialogue. Aw. And apparently we're doing all the talking. That she's just being like, wow! As our character does all of the verbalizing. I hope you guys had as much fun as I did. See you soon. You're getting to know Zara better. Alright. So, with that, we're making good progress on Zara. Let's see how many... Were we up to 4 hearts yet? No, we're not quite 4 hearts. And at 5 hearts, you have to, like, make the decision, you know. I forget what it is, like, you get her... I don't remember if it's, like, a bouquet or whatever. There's something to signify, like, yes, I want to romance this character. Oh, there's an extra that we haven't met yet. Oh, right. It was the, one of them. Alright, so with that, there's not really a reason to drag the day out. We did what we meant to do in town. And now we go back into the ocean and continue to get that knocked out, because that'll also help advance the city rank. Each time I do one of these, I can't remember, it's something like 20 or 40 or something. Oh, we got a torn page, 20 or 40 rank. The Villa Tomb. What is a mystery tomb in our villa? I wonder why Father never removed it. My nanny said it isn't allowed to be removed. But why? Okay. I mean, to be fair, if it's a tomb and there's people buried there, people get pretty upsetty spaghetti when you dig up a graveyard or tomb or something. That's one of those ones that people have a tendency to not be the biggest fans of. Okay. Yes, we've been making a lot of progress today in a lot of things. We upranked the town. You accidentally removed a tomb. You hate it when you do that. Yep. I do see, like, the sea anemone thing over there bouncing around. It's way up in that trash, though, so I'm trying to clear until we can get a clear path to it to try and catch it. Alright, got it. Okay. Yes, as I mentioned, some of these later ones just go on for days. Not great about the giant isopod. I've got a couple of those already. All right. Okay, so that would open up the path going down right. Not gonna worry about that. We've already got enough to do over here. Let's wait till the stone crab clears the garbage. Because I'd like to catch another one of those for the museum as well.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Alright. Got the stone crab. Yep, I can fix my posture. I'll do the stretch here in a minute when we got a good pause. Yeah, so likely one of these will open the path to the right. And the last one will open the path to the north. Hey, David, how's it going? Okay. There's our queen's scallop. And I definitely remember this takes a hot minute to finish these. But considering we're getting 2 or 3 of these done almost every in-game day, and I think like the total in the entire game is something like 80 or 70 or something like that. We're on that last couple and all that. Should go pretty quickly. Yeah, so you're basically clear. Alright, so let's see where this one goes. I think we got pretty much all the trash picked up around here, too. Yep. So I still got another one of these to clear, but that's fine. Okay, so it did open this path. Okay, so let's try and beeline up here to these ones. Drop the anchor. Okay. We can just keep circling around getting that. There'll be some back and forth. If we do end up with some spare money to upgrade the tools, like I said, I will probably take a moment to upgrade the scythe. Because even though it delays me from working out for like a day or 2 or 3, that's fine. Okay, so we have the stone crab. They've got one there, so we want to donate the stone crab. At the Olympian oyster, I've already got a better one. We've got the queen's scallop. I could have sworn we had one of those. But of course this inventory is losing. Nope, we didn't. We'll go ahead and get the clamshells out of there. I got the sea anemone. That's our first one, so we'll stash it. You picked up Coral Island after watching you play a few days ago? It's fun. You're on year 2 summer? Yeah. No, Coral Island's excellent. I'm glad you're enjoying it. It scratches a lot of the same itch of Stardew, but like it's the, you know, the whole, it's kind of what you play in Stardew and then. I need to go to sleep. Alright, so that was enough to get us the second reward in the D tier. 20 hardwood. In this case, I'm going to go for the 1500. And we've maxed out farming. Aging barrel. And diving is now level 8. And that was a record for the highest profit day. Because that's how much that honey is worth. That was only 4 pieces of honey. Was 2,800. Those were $75 per seed. That is a pretty significant upsell. What that means is I could buy the biggest backpack. The biggest backpack was 12,000. Alright, so let's get the fancier bed. Let's get our little table. And our little chair. Alright, so sell our old bed. It's dead to us now. Let's water the trees immediately because I will absolutely forget to do so. Alright, Luxury, you take it easy. Inventory's full. Alright, we can drop off here. That's all the inventory. All the rest of that junk I don't care about. Okay. And that's another thing of barley that we want to put in there because that's a higher quality one. So what is the next low quality thing that's getting punted? Honestly, I might dump the silver cranberries. That's a ridiculously large volume of them to be get rid of, but they're one of the lower value things per item. So we'll just sell those for a quick influx of cash. All right. So we got you taken care of. Grab the Jamu, drive that down there. And the aging barrel are resin and osmium bars. And hardwood. So you can get a set of 4 of these. Weird, that's fine. And then as the honey comes out, we'll start mead production. It's gonna delay the payout from all those flowers we're getting. I'm not gonna deal with the hot peppers, we're just gonna sell them. That's going to delay the gratification from the honey, but it is an additional multiplier, so... get these ready. Oh, I forgot the cow's name was Chalky Milk. And do we have a rain day that I need to restock? Yes, we did. All right. And grab all this stuff. All right. We got all that figured out. We've got the different types of eggs I've got 3 of. We can make some duck mayonnaise and some salted eggs. And do we have any milk that we got 3 of? Yes, we do. Some more cheese. Alright, so I've got the crab to drop off at the museum. A bunch of other stuff to process. Okay. So now we're going to try the granite. I don't expect... Oh, actually, forget this. Chance to forage double items while diving. Increase artifact sell price. Chance for trash to drop rare resources. Rare trash. Okay. And a chance to leave an item behind. So you'll notice we've maxed our level. I still got a skill point here. You use the merit points at the community center to get the last point. I don't feel like granite's going to be a winner with the person we're romancing. So let's go ahead and grab a magic lamp. All right, so you are where today? Okay, you're by the monkey place. Let's go drop the magic lamp off with Zara. Let's see. Small diving proficiency. All right, that's a good one. Since we're diving right now and all that. I'm going to take the 12,000. I'm going to upgrade my bag. Is going to be the plan. Where are you, Zara? Oh, you're farther over here. The root's at the beach? Yeah, I noticed. Is this for me? Thanks. Did you not like that? Zara, did you not like an actual artifact? She is not a big fan of the artifact. Doesn't hate it, she just doesn't care. Invite to hang out. Sure. Well, we've seen her fishing, so let's go ahead and go fishing over there. Alright, I'm in. Because we've seen her fishing before. She fishes by the dock by her house all the time. Apparently, we're the only one fishing. There we go. Now she's fishing. And we're doing I'm not sure what. Okay. I'm feeling a bit tired now. Time for some rest. You're getting to know Zara better. You caught a tiger barb while hanging out with Zara. I don't need a tiger barb, but okay. Alright, so let's go ahead and run over here. Because we still got those coffers to pop. Caught as a new fish. So, process our geodes. So we could stick to just doing bouquets and all that, because she likes, not loves those. And it's a safe thing that I can get a hold of very, very easily. So it's very low effort. We can go ahead and pop this as well. Let's see, process fossils. Got kelp. So that might work out to be pretty good option to just reliably get her to be happy. Because they keep throwing artifacts and that at her, and gems, and they're not really doing much for me. Alright, upgrade the bag. And we can no longer upgrade our bag. Bag is maxed. And one of the nice things about the fact that we're depending so heavily on artisan goods is normally what had happened without the artisan goods, you'd reach the end of the season, and then you're into this, like, awkward spot where, you know, end of season approaches, and then suddenly you just don't have what you need. Alright, so we've got that. So that's one to donate. And the rest of you are all good to donate, or good to sell. So let's sell the fish, because we got a bunch of it. Drop all you off. Now we could drop the crab and the cassette player off the donate, and we could dive back into the ocean and do that. We apparently have a thing that's going to make us better at doing diving things, which will be good. Yeah, each time we're donating stuff, we're getting ourselves a little bit closer to the next skill up. Yeah, and you're expected to, like, it's also one of those things to try and get, like, a feel of where you're at progression-wise, sort of seasons, that as you'll go, it'll give you, like, a fall item, and you'll be like, okay, so they expect me to be doing this, like, leading into or right at fall. And then, you know, like, if you're getting, like, winter items in fall, you're like, okay, I'm ahead of the curve on this thing. Maybe I need to go focus on this other thing that maybe I've left fallen behind. So, like, if, for example, the ocean's going really well, and I'm getting stuff that's not available yet, I'll be like, oh, okay, maybe I should go to the mine instead. Alright, we got a torn page. So, journal. Haunted lighthouse. Day 7. I think the lighthouse is haunted. The light flickered twice when I said ghost out loud. Coincidence? All right. We can find more and more goodies in the trash now that we got the other grape. Me at the light switch? Ooh. Yeah. Because, like, maybe there's a ghost. I said ghost and the light flickered. I mean, it kind of always flickers, but, like, the timing. Got a ghost emote. Yes, the rare trash is going to give me even more coppers and even more kelp. Yeah, I did not realize how strong that ring plus the rare perks are. This thing's proccing constantly. I think they buffed a lot of this stuff. I'm assuming the 10% proficiency or whatever is 10% stamina reduction, basically. Alright, there's a second sea anemone, so I can go ahead and drop one off at the aquarium at the museum. I'm not seeing it get down here, so I'm assuming it's getting caught up on a piece of trash right at the beginning. And just working my way around to the right again since this makes a big circle. Oh, sounds like the other one just finished. I'm assuming the one on the right goes down to this spot. Just need to find that. It does also make me wonder when we get the rare item, like the rare drop enchant on our equipment as well, plus the ring, plus the trait bonus, like how absurd this can get. Alright. Now, one of the things I'll need to be careful about is saving some money for start of winter, so that I have enough money to buy the seeds to get that started. But like I said, we had just for honey, not even meat, just the honey. And it basically took 75 bucks for each one and gave me a cumulative total. So it's like 75 times 4. And it gave us a total of like 3,400 for just those 4. And if we do the honey, it's like another 1.5 times or whatever. Okay, so we're starting to get tired. Forgot we had these here, so let's go ahead and we'll start eating those. It's fine, we're gonna clean most, if not all of this. Because we basically already have. Okay. Find our way around. Cool. Alright, so with that spot clear, I've still got one down here that we haven't located its beacon thing, whatever you want to call it. Gotcha. So this is where the last one's going to be. So that one we missed earlier, that's like, okay, I don't see it. It's going to be over here. Okay, we're low on energy, and it's time for sleep. So, like I said, keeping about the trend of roughly 3-ish a day of those. And considering there's only going to be maybe 20 total in that whole osmium area, we should get through that pretty quickly. Right, so those are fine. That's a duplicate, so I want to drop that off. We can go to this thing. Drop you two in here, grab you out. That's fine. I'll deal with that in the morning. Okay, so no trunks this time? Is that? No, they're there. They're just way over here. Alright. And we got a nicer bed. Ranching level up. So we just got decorations. That's fine. Well, I mean decoration / chest. Yep, so a bunch more money. So even though we spent 12,000 yesterday, we're already back up to 8,000. So we might be able to get the barn built. I'm low-key debating delaying the... Well, no, because I need the goat milk for one of the offerings. Let's not delay the barn. Before I forget. We also got much better sprinklers. I usually don't sweat too much about getting the better sprinklers set up until we get to the point that I'm making the things that automatically harvest and seed and everything. At that point, you just want the better sprinklers, because then you don't have to make a bajillion of those things to handle it. And I remember those things are relatively expensive to craft. But, you know, once you craft them, it's fine. So we didn't have much variety in crops that needed harvesting today. We did have a lot of them. Okay, so we did get a bunch of the seeds back. I wonder if I can actually get those planted. And that's because we have the replant rate. All right. We can grab more of all you. We can drop all these spare, like the lower quality ones, off here. Oh. And those artisan goods. Grab the cheese. And the resin. Let's move you down here so I don't have to keep shuffling you around. All right. I don't know why that played a louder noise. Maybe because we hit like some threshold, like... Five there? Okay. Sounds like Tomb's getting ready to call it a night. Alright, so we got 3 of those eggs. So we'll process those into mayonnaise. Alright. And the rest of that's all fine. Okay, so we're good to put more in for the barrels. I'm going to start processing the silver pumpkins. And I think I'm going to literally just sell the, I'm going to just sell the bronze pumpkins. We're not going to be too picky about keeping stuff. Alright, so let's see now. Can I get the better barn? Because I want to say it was... Oh, I need way more hardwood. I've got 8 hardwood. Alright, new errand we got to be running for the next couple days is each day we got to go and do our little run over here, grab the hardwood, because I need 40 hardwood for the barn upgrade. I believe it was 40 at least. You just run right on up here. I think that's one I didn't have multiple of, right? Nope, we got something to donate at the museum. Cool. Alright. We'll work on getting the barn set up. And then once we get the barn set up, then I'll be ready for the next thing. It'll be a matter of time before I will also need to upgrade the house. I want to save there's stuff blocked behind that. I want to save the house upgrade until after the basic automation. Am I really going to get enough logs out of one trip here to... That's enough. Alright, well, let's race back home real quick and see if we can't get to the carpenter in time to get our barn upgrading. Because the barn upgraded, we can get goats, and goats are necessary for one of the offerings. At least one of the offerings. It might actually be more than one. And these should be duplicates, so sell those. Alright, let's check real fast. What are your hours? 5 p.m. Okay, wait, does it say close today? Yeah, 5 p.m. Alright, so with that, we need the silver bars, the hardwood, the stone, and we needed hay. We needed 20 hay, as I recall. So let's run down here. And grab some hay out of one of these. There you go. And that will get us upgrading so we can get the goat. I'm assuming 8,000's enough. If not, then we'll do it when we can. And then we need the goat after that, and that'll be another source of income that will just be present. You see a letter. Now imagine just going into someone's home and just being like, we're just gonna go ahead and while they're not here, just go into their bedroom and just snag a letter off I don't know what you'd consider. It looks kind of like it's a couch, but it's kind of like off the end of the bed or whatever that's supposed to be. And just be like, someone's personal letter. Let's just have a look-see. Pretty wifey.
Handsome hubby. I'm heading downstairs.
Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well.
No.
Remember that wifey loves you so much.
Almost as much as I love you. Love. Whatever it is, I want it. That's a very cozy setup, yeah. And thank you for the Gigantify, Randall Thor. I appreciate it. And all the taps and all that. Yeah, no, it's like, okay, like for a room like this, I get it. It's like its own dedicated little couch or whatever. So you know, fair enough. It looked like this is one of those things. They make the town seem like, you know, it's on dire straits, and you're looking at every one of these houses, you're like, my dude, even with an oil spill on this island, every one of these houses is a multi-million-dollar house at starting. Genuinely, some of these we're talking in the tens, maybe not hundreds. Well, no, actually, the mansion with the vineyard and the other mansion on the coast, those could be hundreds of millions. But like you're talking at least 1-digit millions. Probably a lot of them 2-digit millions. To be fair, it's probably oil money that built these. Well, according to this, the idea behind it is it's almost entirely like a tourism town, which that's fine, because we have that like a lot in Florida, where if you go down along the Atlantic coast and you get down to the southern end, there are lots of $100 million mansions like right up against the beach and all that, and there's no oil or anything there. It's just, you know, you got yourself like a tropical paradise, and that's money. To my Undinda, take my hands. There is a journey far ahead of us. It's foggy right now, but with this letter, I promise you, my Adinda, if we walk together, it will all become clear. Take my hands, and I will show you the stars, true love my heart. We build our home near the mountain. We will fill it with warm soup, children's laughter, and happy tears. We will grow old together on the front porch, sipping hot tea on a winter afternoon, awaiting a holiday visit from our grandchildren. Be my Adinda, now and forever. Joko. So, how often do those mansions get rebuilt, Hurricane? More than they probably should be. That is a joke that they have to go through like major repairs or replacement every 5-ish years or so. I can't believe Pufferfish Corporation. Can you? It's unbelievable. To waltz into our town like this and just try and take over? The nerve, the gall, the humanity. Don't get all funny with me, Joko. It's a serious problem. I know it is, sweetie. I just don't see what it has to do with lunch. Archie, my boy. Join us? No, thanks. I'm making pancakes, your favorite. No, thanks. That was weird. He loves my pancakes. More for me, then. I mean, us? More for us? Something's up with that boy. Have you noticed? He's always rushing around these days, like he's late for something. Never enough time for his parents. He's... I don't know. Distracted? The boy's growing up, Honeycake. He needs his own space. That's all this is. Do you want me to go talk to him? No. No, I don't think so. Let's give him some time. Maybe he'll come to us. He may not. We don't know for sure. The child is quest right? Yeah. Archie is a proud little boy. Archie's like, I am very confident. I am moving on. It's good. All I do know is we seem to have forgotten maple syrup. All right, now that all that's out of the way. Okay, so edit buildings, upgrade. You needed plant fiber? Okay. It's all right. They close at... Ooh, I don't remember if it's 5 or 3. They close at not right now. We can rush down here. I actually don't think I have that much plant fiber. We can go, because it was only like 20 or 10 or something like that. We can mow the neighbor's yard. $10? Okay, that's fine. Just walk out to your front yard and it's like, they haven't fully mowed. There's just like 1 or 2 stripes mowed into your yard and you're like, upgrade. 6,500. Boom, done. Okay, I'll start the upgrade tomorrow morning. Look out your window and see the neighbor frantically, you know, chopping down your yard with a sickle. And you're having that long mow. It's like, okay, do I stop them? They're gonna see that through? Because they're gonna mow the whole yard that way. I'm sure it's gonna be an absolute hack job of a thing. But all things considered, I don't have to do it then. Because they've done it. And that's a pretty strong motivator in my book. I like not having to do my yard work. It's not the worst chore on the list, but it's definitely one of those ones that, like, can be very time-consuming. We'll sell the mayonnaise. Alright, so what do we still have? You need one of these to go in the box. Bam. Actually, I had one. Alright, one of these gets to be sold. And now we can go by the lab and, you know, do the rounds. Go by the lab, go by the blacksmith, get it all done. Drop off at the museum with whatever we got. Like I said, eventually we'll start hitting the point that there won't be a trip to the museum. Like, very often. So good news is we're going to have our barn upgraded. We've got our backpack upgraded. If you saw your neighbor frantically waving a sickle, would you want to talk to them now or later? Yeah, that's also a fair point. Depending on, like, their disposition as best I could tell at a glance, you might definitely be one, like, I don't know what's going on. All I know is right now I need to not be between them, like, that sickle in my yard. This is one of those ones to just give that as wide a berth as I possibly can. All right. Oh, I was like, why was there a cinematic? Hey there, Groucho Gopher. Heading towards the school. Let's see. I'm gonna go with the taco truck. I'm craving one. The answer is the taco truck. It doesn't matter what this option is here. Literally, this could be anything, like going to turn in my winning lottery ticket. The answer is still you're going to the taco truck. You might go and turn in your winning lottery ticket next, but you're going to the taco truck. I had a craving. You know how it is. Yep, Emma does amazing tacos. I'm picking Oliver up. Let's walk together. Also, if this is like vaguely the Philippines kind of area, like tropical paradise, I wonder how good the tacos would even be out here. Because I definitely know when I got tacos in New Zealand, that was, or not, when I saw the tacos in New Zealand, I was like, nah, man. Tacos and mayonnaise, nah. Unless it's like a fish taco or whatever, but these weren't fish tacos. Big day, huh? I'm tired, Dad. Can we have ramen for dinner? Way ahead of you. Already made a special one today. They're either off with the best thing you've ever eaten, no in between. I could believe that. Alright, so back to what I was doing, which is teleporting down here. Let's see, your neighbor didn't even want to talk to you when you were empty-handed yesterday. You got a nasty stink eye for knocking on their door to let them know their garage is open. Yeah. I mean, for me, that kind of thing can happen. Not like the stink eye, but like when a neighbor comes by, it's almost the, okay, what do you want? Like, what is the thing I need to do for you that is probably none of my responsibility? Not that it can never be something that, like, they're genuinely helping me out, because I definitely had one where the lawn people gave the, where the faucet comes out the side of my house a little thwack on accident, and so it was just spraying water out everywhere. Like, not like you could just go up and, like, close the tap or whatever, like, it actually broke the pipe. But, like, the vast majority of the time, if someone's knocking on my door, I'm already put off. Alright. Gotcha, yeah, like, mail delivered to the wrong person, they made a stink. Yeah, we definitely had a number of times that happened. We had, our one next-door neighbor, there was a lot of times we kept getting their packages. Like, the address was just wrong, like someone had put the wrong address on the package to begin with. So we had a lot of that happening. But our neighbor's pretty chill. Like, I always approach the door and I always answer, like, you know, trying to give a smile and all that. But, when you're, like, at the door and it's like, you know, you're like, you know, hey, how can I help you? And then, like, whatever they're soliciting, you're like, no, thank you. And then they try and go for the second one. Usually I've had to tell them, like, no, thank you, and around the third one, it's like, look, man, I'm being nice, but I need you to go away. Like, I've been nice up to this point, and, like, social contract kind of here, you're pushing my buttons. Like, the nice will go away if you don't walk off. Clearly, I'm not interested in whatever you're pitching. Take your loss, move on. I've actually done that. I've literally told someone, like, I'm being nice here, but I want you to go away. Solar the worst? Yeah, ours... We do get... Not recently. We do get a decent number of people trying to schlep the solar, and usually the ones that drop by and harass you are not the most reputable ones. You know, the more reputable ones will, like, you know, they'll just chill while they're installing the solar stuff. And then, you know, people be curious to know more about what's going on when one of their neighbors is having a big project like that. You know, whether it's like a back patio or having pavers put in their driveway or solar, like whatever the big project is. Or, you know, having a pool installed. And usually the people who do that can get a bunch of sales by just making themselves available for questions to be asked at that point. Or, like, sometimes while the installation's going on, they might, if they see someone, be like, hey, you know, they might be like, hey, are you looking? And then if you say no, they leave you alone. But the ones that just come by your house randomly and be like, have you ever thought about solar? The vast majority of the time you're gonna get, like, a very cheap, poor quality installation. If they're having to do the level of desperation of kind of just harassing you at your house, it means they're just not getting the sales they need. Which usually means there's a reason they're not getting the sales they need. Oh yeah, no, I love the ocean cleanup. I think it's an excellent mechanic. Because, like, yeah, you're kind of repeating doing the same thing, but there's a very visible feeling of progression. It's kind of like when you're doing, like, Power Washing Simulator, where, you know, you start out, the whole thing looks like crap, and you're just going through and tidying it all up, and you're getting, you know, like every N amount of time, you're getting the happy jingly sounds and the measured progression where you're like, oh good, you cleaned up another spot, it's so pretty. So it does an excellent job of being like, here's your dopamine drip. Enjoy. Alright, let's grab these. Snag 2 of those real quick. Yeah, so the rare trash thing, it's one of the perks we got. So when you level up, you can choose between a handful of perks, and you can get them all. It's just you kind of choose what order you get them. And then the last point, you have to actually spend a currency in the game you earn. The merit points. It's basically just what you do for like attending festivals, for doing errands for people. It's just, you know, a secondary currency. And for the record, no microtransactions in this game kind of thing. They do have, like, you can buy some, like a couple of cosmetic things, like only that, but nothing that's functional. It's not like you go on, like, The Sims where you buy all the crap. They had one that they made available for, it was an ocean wildlife restoration charity that basically you could donate to the charity through Coral Island, and they would give you some cosmetic stuff. I think that's long since ended. It was like a temporary thing, but it could be wrong. Alright. But basically, you do stuff that's optional in the game to get the merit points. Like, again, doing tasks for town. The point I'm trying to make is it's not like a premium currency you buy or something. Nice collab, though. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. They're like, a key aspect of our game is like conservation and all that. It just makes sense to work with an actual conservation charity. So I'll probably finish that up, and we need to get out of here because it's getting late. On the plus side, we did find that before we had to back off. Alright. So get both of those done. And the stuff we're doing there, also like that quest you see where it says heal the coral tree, that's what we're physically doing, is this is how you heal the coral tree. So nothing too exciting we grabbed this time from there. So you can pop over here, grab out you, put you in, grab you, drop you there. Alright. Yeah, so we got a bunch of money for the pumpkins we sold, putting us back up to 6,000. So it's Deepa and Sura's birthdays today. Let's go and get some bouquets, unless we find out that they don't like them. Bouquets seem to be like the thing that's like, you know, in a lot of these games have like the universal like, where almost everyone likes it, and they'll usually have always one person who doesn't like any given universal like, or two or whatever. So we don't know anything you hate. We don't know anything you hate. Alright, so you're gonna get bouquets, because bouquets are easy and low effort. Alright. Oh, right, I got the bigger inventory. I was like, man, I'm carrying everything this time. Right, because my inventory is bigger. That's kind of how it works. Alright, so we can drop you off. Drop you off. Drop that off. We've got the lemons now. And the cocoa beans. Alright. We'll probably also never try and do the bronze quality blue Delilahs, so we'll go ahead and sell those, just straight up get them out of there. Okay, and you're all doing fine. You're getting close to wrapped up. Right, we got the meat aging. We'll just keep letting that happen. Let's go check on the animals real fast. I'm also trying to hold on to money now. I think we're gonna be done on any big sales or big purchases until we get into the winter. Because unlike a lot of these games where you hit winter and then you're just done farming for the most part until you get back around to like spring, that is not how Coral Island works. Coral Island, you do have just a different variety of crops that you can grow during the winter. It is a much smaller selection, but there are winter crops in the game. Okay. Then grab the 3 milk. Keep making the cheese. Alright, probably not gonna worry about the coffer at the blacksmith today, just because we don't have that many and they're not open. Let's see, how the chickens laid eggs the size of their head, we will never know. Oh, they're just very committed to their craft, that's all. We can get the blessing. Diving proficiency, alright. Well, let's just put the whole day into diving. Let's not worry about literally anything else. We got the extra diving proficiency. We're jumping in here right at the very beginning of the day. And just full send, making it happen. Alright. Why'd you forget the birthdays? Oh, I got wrapped up in the digging trash. I did forget the birthdays. Alright, when we have to move positions to re-put the anchor, I'll deal with the birthdays real quick. Because at that point, it's going to be kind of a reset position anyways. Honestly, even if I forget the birthdays, it's not that big a deal. This isn't a game where it's like, oh no, to finish the game, you gotta be friends with everybody. There's none of that kind of thing. I'm mostly just dealing with birthdays, because birthdays are a good way of getting a decent amount of friendship all at once. Even more so we actually find stuff they love. It's also the thing that if I'm really pushing it, ultimately what I'll do is I'll get the cloning thing, where I can clone an item, and pink diamonds, I think there's only like 2 people who don't like the pink diamonds. Everyone else absolutely loves pink diamonds. Okay, got both of those done. So this whole area up here is cleared. So now I should be able to go down here and get into the side area. And the side area is the last part of the map. At which point, then, you know, we heal the coral tree. Alright, we'll start with the first set over here. Like I said, we're going to drop the anchor, we're going to quickly pop up, make 2 really fast bouquets. I believe it was Dinda and Surya? I know Surya was one of them. I think Dinda was the other one. We could check on the calendar in just a second. I can do it right now. Yep. And I could craft them where I'm at, but my luck is it would take stuff from things I don't want it to. And you can actually go and say, this box is not eligible for auto-craft, like crafting directly from, like that kind of thing to prevent that. I haven't bothered. But it is functionality in the game should you choose. Alright, so let's grab you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Craft. 1, 2. Alright, so where are they? So Dinda's probably home, because it's raining. No, she is not. Huh. It's fine. Alright, so Dinda is X-Socket and Pan. And you are probably at the observatory. Oh, no, that's actually perfect. So one's at Socket and Pan, the other one's at the salon. So both of those are like pretty close to right next to each other. So salon is right here. Last time I went diving, the corals were more colorful, and there were more fish before. That's sad. Give flower bouquet to Sayura. Yes, this is in fact my birthday today. Thanks, Groucho Gopher. Cool. Now we have Socket and Pan is right here. You remembered? This is great. Thank you for the birthday gift. Excellent. We are so thoughtful. Alright, and teleport right back down here and get right back to what we were doing. Because they'll do stuff like give me recipes. It is also a thing that anyone who's your friend every once in a while will just send you a gift. And none of the gifts are like, oh my god, that's amazing. But you'll occasionally be like, oh, they just straight up sent me a gem or whatever. That's cool. They'll send you lots of food that you can use to recover stamina and whatever. A lot of the gifts are crap that you're just going to immediately throw around, you know, immediately walk over and just drop into your for sale box. But you know, that's still like an extra 50, 60 bucks that you wouldn't otherwise get. Alright, so this is going to be a tricky one because I have to figure out where these things are going. Alright, got the Shiloh Seahorse. That works out. Yeah, the other one, if this one's going down here to clean up, the other one's probably going to go up to the right there. But I won't know for sure until we're, like, in it. But no, it'd be pretty good if during today's stream we managed to get both the mine and the ocean basically sorted. Alright, this will be a bit wasteful, but I'm gonna hit that Jamu. Take that down so I don't accidentally consume another one. Yeah, so you're just gonna circle around and you're gonna clear that area up to the south. So that'll make this area. So we got those two, and then I think there's one. Actually, there might be like one or two more back there. So I'm probably looking at 6 or so, maybe 8 left. All right. And the whole time we're getting all these fossil nodes and all that kind of stuff. The coffers for the artifacts. We'll probably end up with just an absurd number of duplicates. We'll also want... Before we go far, let's see if there's oil up here. If there's oil up here, that means this one over here on the left associates with that. If we don't see oil, then we're probably good. Yeah, so the oil's up here. So that one down below that saying to the upright is actually over here somewhere. Because something has to come over here to clean it, and that's the only one that's in a position to realistically do that. And there you are. So I want to check for that before we went on to the next area and then had to circle back and just go by memory of where stuff was. Yeah, because I mentioned it a couple times. I've mostly found the trick to figuring out where those things can be is where's the oil. Go find the oil and follow it back to where you have one of those that's not set up. That's those two done. We've got one over here, 2 down there, 2 down there. And I think there's probably going to be one more set somewhere over there. So like I said, I think we're looking at like 6 of them. So realistically, if we're making the pace we're doing now, 2-3 in-game days would do it. Granted, we're definitely going to lose 1 to the Halloween festival. Yeah, so just the 2. So we're going to have 1 over here. So I'll start working this way towards them. Because it's a pocket without one of its own, and it's got oil. Yeah, get out of here, Shiloh Seahorse. I caught enough of you. Yes, I think one will vaguely clean up the area we're at. The other one's probably going to clean up down left. Or to the left. Alright. Another thing that'll be worth us doing soon You see the technically mess, and it makes you anxious but happy. Yeah, no, we're pushing it back. We're kind of down to that last home stretch. Because once the ocean's cleared and the mine is done, then you focus entirely on being like, okay, scale up the farm, go after relics and fish and bugs to, like, you know, you start just pushing the town rank full force. And money full force. And then we'll see a lot of stuff come up with that. Because by then, it means you're just down to the museum and the offerings. There's not a lot of stuff to chase down. And some of those things, it's like, oh, I gotta wait for a rainy day to be able to go after the next fish. So you can just kind of, you have a lot more chill time. It's also when a time you spend a little bit more time on, like, the relationships around town, because you have a day where you go, oh, no new fish today, no new bugs today, no new forage today. Like, there's no thing I have to do today. Versus the early game, if you're trying to, like, make progression, you end up rushing around constantly trying to do all the things. So Red Sea Urchin's new. Let's get rid of the... Let's just get rid of the sea mushrooms. Go to here. Drop off all of you. Oh, and the one sea salt. And all this. And that's a duplicate, so we'll get rid of it. Alright. I'm going to go a little long with stream because I am just enjoying it. People seem to be hanging out and enjoying this as well, so it's like, you know what? The heck with it. We must have ranked something up. Because Eva, Zara, Walter, Archie all gained rank. We couldn't have... There's no way we've ranked up to, Town Rank C already, right? Because we were at about D halfway through. And while I've been pushing stuff and dropping off a lot of stuff at the museum, I can't imagine we went that far. You're my number one favorite streamer? Have you had second Modern Warfare game? Well, thank you. So, Archie gained a level, Jack gained a level, Theo gained a level, Millie gained a level, Surya gained a level, Noah we had to rank up, right? Charles gained a level, Valentina gained a level, Raj gained a level, Zoe gained a level, Oliver gained a level, Randy gained a level, Raphael gained a level, Luke gained a level, Betty gained a level, Sunny gained a level, Jim gained a level, Leah gained a level, Deepa gained a level, Paul gained a level, Lily gained a level, Eleanor gained a level, Mark gained a level, Scott gave a level, Kira gave a level, Antonio gained a level, Ling gained a level. It wasn't quite literally everyone, but it was pretty close. Alright. And it's Sunny's... Well, no, it wasn't a town rank up. What did we do that everyone gained something? Was it just we... Oh, you know what? We might have ranked up the museum or the ocean. So we didn't rank up the town, but we ranked up one of the major things. Your farm building just expanded. Yeah, so let's check the town rank. Ah, so we ranked up the museum and the ocean. So the ocean is now B, and the museum is up to D, and the heritage site is at E, and the town rank is at D. So it's Sonny's birthday. We don't know anything he loves or doesn't like or whatever. Another question, but what does the color of the hearts represent? I believe it's red means it's a romanceable character, and yellow means it's not romanceable. Hello, Groucho Gopher. Thought I'd share my pad thai recipe. Made it for the family last Sunday. It was a hit. Let me know what you think. Your regards, Jack. Groucho Gopher, here's a recipe for roasted chestnuts. I had one too many. Sick of them now. But it's a great and easy to make meal. Dear Groucho Gopher, how are you doing? I was leaving through the family cookbook and this one recipe for clam chowder just fell out. None of us uses this recipe often, and Mom said I can give it to you. Better than wasting it, right? I have got to move those because it's getting hard. Like, it's hard to click on them. Alright, just 2 more days and then the season's done. I don't recall winter having any crops that you plant and do multiple rounds kind of thing. Like, I think almost all of them are, you plant it, it grows, and then it's done. Get yourself some new seeds. Like, fall's the one that has just the abundance of these ones where you plant them, and they keep doing that. Yeah, and where we have the skill that's giving us new seeds for replanting. Those are just gonna get tossed into a box. Okay, so I do not have time to replant those. They take 8 days, and we got 2. So those go into the box and get to be forgotten. We chuck you in there. We chuck you in there. Ooh, those are higher quality. Cool. So drop you in there. Okay, so we're all good here. And sell the rest for now. I grab you. Dropping off more of the honey to be made into mead. And that cranberry wine gets sold. Drop the rest of you off. And let's continue to grab stuff from here. So we're down to those. Let's go ahead. Drop off the grape juice. It'll be nice when we have the auto chests. Alright, so with that said, we've got the ocean just about done. I do have some boxes we should pop open real fast before it gets too far. Let's do the Goddess's Blessing, see what's going on. It's going to be something like mining and be like, I just don't need anything from the mine, sorry. Alright, so no blessing. So let's drop by here. This is going to be a huge mess because I have a lot of those coppers. Because we skipped doing them yesterday and we had a very productive day in the ocean yesterday thanks to the blessing. I also need to go by and get our goat. Oh, and I also need to take care of the animals. We missed the animals. Alright. Okay, in the future I'm gonna have to do the thing where we process them all. We're getting to that point where I'm getting enough of them that processing them one by one, well, it is fun to watch the graphic. You know, there's a point where you're like, okay, I'm just doing lots of click. And one birthday? Yes. And one birthday. Let's see. Process these. Got a pterodactyl wing. And a stegosaurus claw. Family lore and recipes was so conclusive in the olden days. Anything to lord over other families with? Yeah. Alright, so let's drop the junk off first. And there's not a lot of time for here. Let's make sure the ranch is actually open. Yeah. Because they close at noon. So we're going to want to get a goat. Oh, 8,000. You suck, goat. Alright. So we're going to choose to select this building, and the goat's name is Second Mortgage. Oh, I can't fit it. Debt. Nah, the goat. Sure. Thank you for the Gigantify, Randall Thor. Yep. And don't get me wrong, the goat's going to pay for itself. Like, we'll get our money's worth out of it and everything. But there's definitely that middle point where you're like, ow. Okay, so let's see here. All of those have been donated already. Cool, cool. Yeah, so all these ones we get from the stuff we've been working on now, most of those will end up having donated just because the most instances. Alright, so now we have a birthday to deal with. So let's go over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Make a bouquet. And where are you now, Sunny? Sunny is at home doing diving, or doing fishing stuff and all that. Beach shack things. Oh there, Groucho. Sorry. Hello there, Groucho Gopher. Suki, shame you're just walking by now. You could have eaten with us. Maybe next time. Alice and I, we're in a bit of a hurry. We have something in the oven for the guests tonight. How's the food here, guys? Good as usual, but not enough options. You can never have enough fish on the menu, that's what I always say. I don't disagree, but the quality of the catch just hasn't been as good lately. And fish have gotten so expensive. We just don't have the supply we used to. In my time, there were plenty of fish to go around. The ocean was bursting with them. But these days, you're just likely to haul up an old shoe as a sardine. Maybe you caught all the good ones, Dad? Nah, that's rubbish. Today's fishermen just don't want to put in the work, that's all. Maybe if you followed in my footsteps and taken over the family business, Suki and Jim here wouldn't be hurting for options. F you, Dad. Reminded me of my niece, Minato. Good girl, that one. Taking over her brother's sugarcane factory. Complete with the slavery, because that's what happens at sugarcane factories. Ah, the old history. Smart girl. The factory's bigger now since she took over. Impressive. She must work with a lot of farmers like Groucho Gopher here. Yep, except they're not paid. That, you know, forced labor and all that. Minato is a lot like you and your sister, actually. Very exploitive. You're a good kid, taking over the inn for your parents. Not running off to stargaze like this one here. Alright, I think I'll be going back to the inn. And avoiding this drama time bomb that I want nothing to do with. Enjoy your meals. I do more than stargaze, Dad. I'm proud of those girls. The twins, carrying on the family business, providing a needed service to the people of Starlet Town. Can we go? Alright, alright. See you around, kid. You suck, Dad. Genuinely, there's only one way to describe you, and that is that you happen to suck. Give flower bouquet to Sunny. Thank you for the birthday gift.
I will cherish it in the 30 seconds it takes me to walk over to the trash can and deposit it right on in there. Right all the way to the bottom. Right below the moldy fish that we couldn't quite sell in time. Right there, right at the bottom with all the grease. Yeah, obviously you're catching on that... Ooh, Leafy Sea Dragon. Low-key, Leafy Sea Dragon's one of humans' favorite aquatic critters. They're just weirdly look like they're covered with things. That kind of father? Yeah, no, he's definitely like... He comes around and everything. Because he's going through his own crap and all that. He's just really, really bad at thinking about the stuff later. But eventually he comes around. But yeah, he sucks pretty bad. Early on, Wataru, you're like, dude. It's like, dude, it's not even read the room. There's like a neon broadcasting sign that you are just cutting your own kid down again and again and again to his face. And it'd be one thing if he was like some kind of like absolute screw up or whatever, and you're like, this kid's pissing away his life, hasn't brought a paycheck home in years or something like that. You're like, okay, I mean, it's still kind of a dick thing to say that, but like you'd have at least some justification. But it's like, no, he's actually a working scientist with a job that probably actually pays well, considering he's living on this like bougie island and everything, in a, you know, in his place set up here. You know there's gonna be money involved, because otherwise there'd be no way for it to operate. Like, he's probably well paid, probably had to be well credentialed to get the job because it'd probably be a competitive one and everything. Alright, so that should take care of the one that opens it to the bottom. And then this area over here is going to be where the other one is. Most likely it's going to be farther in. But it's going to snake through all this. Alright, learning astrology. We got crabs on the beach. Yep. Yeah, no, there's... And it's a thing that, like, you know, different jobs I've had over the years. Definitely growing up, me and my father did not see eye to eye at all. And it wasn't like he was wrong about anything or anything like that. It just, you know, the situation he grew up with and the situation grew up with were just very different. The career paths and trajectories were very different. And so he was well-meaning, just trying to help his kid out, but like, you know, time changes. He kind of backed off that one because I found a lot of success in my own career and all that. That of my brothers, I kind of launched my career, you know, the quickest, and then to that degree, not counting the streaming thing, to that degree, out of my brothers, like, I kind of was the, you know, like, the most successful early on. That's not, like, a brag or, like, to diss them or anything like that. Just, they focused on school, and while I also did school, I kicked off my career, like, immediately being able to and never stop working. And then I was just a very ambitious person at a younger age. I'm still ambitious now, but it's more, I've come to realize there's ambition that can be good, and then there's ambition which is simply volunteering yourself for work you're not going to end up getting paid for. And one of those gets you farther in your career, the other one gets you exploited. But yeah, so it's definitely a thing that there were a number, not arguments, I don't want to overstate it, there was a number of times that me and my dad had disagreements that didn't get to, like, heated or whatever. But, you know, that came to be. But, you know, he came around. It's actually, like, one of the things that was kind of a moment that
like, me and him were, like, didn't get along very well towards the end of high school. Because that's kind of when a lot of things started to come to head, where we disagreed on things. And it really didn't start to get better until probably, like, my late 20s. And I think one of the big things that was kind of like the start of things improving was, you know, he was having kind of a vulnerable moment, was just like, hey, like, you know, I don't have advice to give you. Like, by all metrics, your career, like, you're doing better than I did at your age. Like, you've succeeded and you've done, like, of the, you know, of my kids, like, you're the one doing the best. Like, I don't have anything to give you for advice, which was horse crap as well. Like, just because some of his advice was dated doesn't make it all bad. But it was definitely one of those things that, you know, he is kind of coming to terms with, be like, hey, no, you've been successful, like, whatever you're doing, keep doing it, kind of thing. That it kind of helped us, like, bury the hatchet on that one, where we butted heads so much. You received an osmium kelp essence from Octa. But yeah, and then, you know, like, once that was kind of behind us, like, things improved. And it was never amazing, but that just kind of more, just different people with different personalities and different values. No ill will or anything. Alright, so let's go up here. Most likely I'm going to be clearing all the way over there to the right where it's just at. I believe at this point we see all of the remaining ones. I believe those 6 will be everything left. Alright. I'm glad everyone's been hanging out and enjoying this. It's definitely one of those things that, like, when I was streaming it the other week, it's just kind of a bummer. You know, it was a bunch of numbers thing. Tonight's been pretty good. Well, that's a nice early find. That's good. But it's been a good night and all that. It's always a tricky thing as a content creator, because you have to be a certain amount aware of numbers and all that, because you'll have one of the common things that happens when people hit partner is they'll be like, I've made it, I can stream what I want now, like, you know, I've succeeded or whatever, and then they start like just streaming whatever they're in the mood for in any given moment without any consideration to other stuff, and you just watch their channels tank. Because, you know, it's not quite that lenient. Like, maybe if you've been streaming for a very long time and have had a lot of time to build up a very large core audience, that might be able to get something to get away with. For year 1, you're certainly powering through. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I've done multiple playthroughs of this game. I very much adore this game. So I've had time to, like, learn, you know, oh, when I'm working on this is how I approach it. Like, even, like, knowing how to find those beacon things of, like, watch where the oil is. Because I remember the first time, just wandering around aimlessly, I had one of those things of, like, I can't figure out where this thing is. I've cleared all around it. I don't understand. You know, but nowadays I know just, oh, go, like, one screen to the right. Yeah, you see oil over there? Yeah, it's going to be down there. Somewhere. You won't be able to, like, precisely tell, but, like, that vague area is where it will be. Or between that and the start point. Yeah, so that area got clean, but this one's all still oily. But yeah, so it's one of those things. I think part of the thing that also kind of hurt with the first time I was playing it is, you know, I was coming off of a pretty good binger of, like, Project Zomboid. You know, we had played a bunch of other games in there too, but they're all kind of that vibe. And needless to say, this is obviously a pretty big departure from that. So I think it kind of especially hurt things just because of the pivot. I've been doing kind of the same thing for a little too long. that is starting to build up an audience around that versus the more vague variety, which is fine. It's tricky to navigate a lot of that stuff. It's one of the things I think helps when you've got a content creator who's generally been at least reasonably successful fairly long term. The longer you've kind of found success, the more flexibility you get with some of your game choices. There's still a limit on how much you can kind of indulge, but you can kind of get away with indulging a lot more once you've been around for a while longer. Just because people are like more, like you built up a larger core audience, people are more comfortable watching you move between stuff and following through. You're less likely to have, like, less of your audience is going to be there for that one game in the moment, percentages wise. And all of that does help. Alright. So I got all those we can drop off. That's lower quality than we got. That's higher quality, so we can swap those. The Leafy Sea Dragon I've only got one of right now, so let's drop you off in there. Oh, right, we're moving slow because we're exhausted. Okay, so we got all that. We can pop in here. Keep drying these out. Okay, so we can go to the bee houses and... grab all those. And I know I could put these in to make them in the wine. I'm trying to focus on the mead. Alright. And I believe the festival isn't this upcoming in-game day, but the next in-game day. And the farming was another solid 6,000. Love to see it. Because like I said, we're going to be pushing through, just holding on to the money until we switch to winter. We're going to buy the seeds and work on getting the whole farm set up right away at the beginning. And then that way during the winter, I want to... Oh, boom. It's fine, don't worry about it. You felt a large impact last night. Starlit Town residents, get ready for the Spooky Days celebration tomorrow. Join us in the town for 7 p.m. onward for a host of games, variety of costumes, and a captivating Ooga Ooga parade. Sincerely, Mayor Connor. I feel like I horrifically mispronounced that. Doesn't look at all like it's spelled Ooga Ooga. And this is the last time you get watered. The last time you get watered. Because tomorrow, they will still be growing, but the day after that, they will die from the season change. And this is actually one of the big things that changed with 1.2b, is when the game first came out, they were supposed to all have costumes, but, you know, things got delayed and yada yada, due to, like, the Humble forcing them to, like, release early and all that, again, which we can't 100% verify, but is pretty heavily supported by everything that kind of happened after the fact. But because of that, you know, you had this Halloween costume, and they didn't actually have their costumes. They were just in their normal outfits. And they even had lines referring to their costumes and all that. But again... Oh, I forgot to give you more feed. Which, like, the animals won't die if you don't feed them or whatever. What ends up happening is the quality of the stuff they produce takes a big hit until they won't produce at all. And you'll have to, like, do a lot of work to, like, get them back up to snuff. But missing it one day usually doesn't have that big of an impact. Alright, don't even remember I think it was raining yesterday. Alright. So with that, we got a bunch of milk and all that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. We're gonna make some big cheese, big mayo, and little salted eggs. Alright, so we're going to probably pop the coffers to that whole bit. Let's check on the goddess thing. No blessing today. And pop up here. Oh, we got Paul doing stuff. Whoa. Have you been sneaking up on me? Yeah, kind. It's like, oops, no, sorry. Yeah, it's be like, yeah, kinda. I'm gonna need to talk to the mayor about this. No, it's okay. It's just so quiet in here. I guess anything would have shocked me. Sorry, I thought you heard me walking. Okay, I thought you were Anne. I was supposed to go get some fresh vegetables at Sam's, but I thought, why not take them from here? Nature, right? It's much closer distance, let's face it. They all taste the same. Just insulting my organic small farm locally grown produce. I see how it is. I see how it is, Paul. You didn't have to say it to my face. Alright, anything new relics-wise? Not really. And that's how a family ate poison mushrooms. Yeah, no, I mentioned it previously that we're going through a thing in the US that they're putting out a bunch of advisories being like, do not eat wild mushrooms right now. That apparently this year we're going through a death cap super bloom. That they're like, yeah, just, you know, if you don't, like, it's just, we don't even recommend doing it right now. It's just too high risk. They're having, like, a weirdly high number of death cap. I know they explained why. Oh, I haven't donated the Moonlight Earrings? I've been sitting there stacking these by, like, the dozens. Alright. But yeah, so, like, they're just putting out an advisory being like, just don't. Like, right now, just don't. And I know there was a bunch of upset people being like, you're pushing people away and scaring them from doing, you know, like an environmentally friendly thing. It's like, right, but they did it because people died. You never touch food from mushrooms that I haven't personally picked? Yeah, like it's, like if someone else, like, I went out and picked wild mushrooms, I think I would actually turn them down. Like, it's just like one of those things, like, nah, man, like, here, like, if you really, really, really know what you're doing. What is this? Oh, that's just one of the, Kickstarters. I've got big plans for my mushroom vacation. Mushroom hunting. Lily Jinx. Tatted up face. Oh, it's gonna be so much fun. Alright. But yeah, no, it's like one of those things. It's like, yeah, like, I know I don't know enough to feel comfortable just going with whatever mushrooms I found. Like, I do not have the experience or the knowledge to identify with high levels of confidence the different mushrooms. And I know like in the areas there's like, well, mushrooms of this style, there are no poisonous mushrooms of that style in the area, so have at it. And I also know there's also mushrooms in the area that's like, okay, this mushroom is extremely similar to a very dangerous mushroom that sure there are ways to positively identify it, but also probably just don't. You ate some porcinis while you were camping. You found well edible. While they were edible, you got queasy from them. Said you think they're a bit spoiled. Yeah, I mean, and that's the second thing is just not only can you identify this is a safe versus not safe mushroom, but also being able to be like, okay, is it like fresh or is it starting to go dodgy and all that? There's just a lot that goes into it. And again, if you're someone who's had like survivalist background training and all that, and you're in an area you know extremely well, sure. But even then, of the people I know who are very wilderness conscious and all that, they're like, oh yeah, I went and picked some wild mushrooms. I'm like, man, I don't know. I will gladly get mine from the farm, where when they say it's a moral mushroom, you know what it is? It's a moral mushroom. There's not a path for you to misidentify them. Not realistically. Because you only get to F up your identification once. If you don't have immediate medical attention on hand, then you're done. That's just it. That's why mushrooms are so dangerous. The ones, the poisonous mushrooms, a lot of those things, they're not just kind of poisonous. Your liver will not be functional very soon levels of poisonous. One and done. Versus like a lot of poisonous berries, they'll usually just make you like real sick. Or like give you like bad indigestion or whatever. And there's some that are way more dangerous, just to be clear. But most of the time, berries are more just a bad time versus call the mortician. Alright, so that should be good. Yeah, so it loops to like make you clear this whole area. Okay, cool. Alright, so that should open up to the path to the south, which leaves these two and those two, and then I believe that's it. That'll be the whole area done. And then the ocean will be cleaned, and then there'll be just, like, actually doing the coral tree. Which is just... It's like a cinematic. You walk up and you do the thing. Get out of the way, Cthulhu. Love it when we find it early. Because quite often when you're following one, you have a good chance of finding one of the other ones. Especially when you get to these later ones where they kind of crisscross and hit almost all of the trash. The bot saying 360 no scope. You're like, Ling, I'm gonna need you to not say that. I'm sorry, Ling, but your midlife crisis is gonna need to take a back seat. Be like other people with their midlife crisis. Buy a boat or a fast car or something. Maybe go on some vacations you can't afford. Get a tattoo. Nothing wrong with tattoos. It's just, it's a very common, like, almost trope of when someone's kind of going through a midlife crisis that they never got a tattoo or a piercing or something. They'd be like, no, I'm still young. Get their tattoo or whatever. All right. Okay, so that one's done. We are going to need more energy, so we'll slam a Jamu. Yep, so those two will be over there. And I'm not expecting to see the oil go from down here. Yeah, so we still got the oil down here. We got another one down here somewhere to do. They got the two to the left there. I was amused that it's not really a bug, but people are calling it bug. That it's apparently a thing that you're not really donating anything to the museum for the bulk of your playthrough. It's around Town Rank C that one of the main storyline, quest lines, whatever you want to call, happens. And so what you can actually do is you can run to a situation where you can skip all the way from, like, Town Rank D to Town Rank A, where you basically bypass an entire main storyline. Like, you still get the credit for everything involved. Like, you don't miss out on rewards or anything. But where you were supposed to get a bunch of story about, like, events happening with pufferfish and things coming to a head and all that, you just skip to the end result. And you're blissfully unaware of any of the machinations of pufferfish in the town. By just waiting until then and then just dropping everything on the museum. And skipping it from, like, rank E or D all the way up to A. And same with the offerings. But it was one of those things that people were like, it's bugged. I didn't get the quest stuff with Karen to happen. And they're like, yeah, you skipped it. Alright, where is this thing? There you are. So it should come down this way. I'm hoping if we keep clearing, it'll just show up here and we can clear what little it gets stuck on. If we don't see it for a minute, we'll go up there and catch it. Alright, where are you at? Eat one of those oysters to give myself a bit more energy. Ah, there was a bunch left up here. So it immediately hit stuff. Trying to get this one done. All right. I'm not gonna get done. All right, that's fine. So that one's just got like a couple more left, and then it'll be done. And we'll have just those two more, and then the ocean will be completed, so I'll get the mine and the ocean complete today. Like this stream day. Okay, nothing new to add there. Drop those off. Grab those. Okay, so this upcoming day at 7 p.m. is the festival. It would be nice to get it knocked out where... Yeah, Spooky Festival is at 7 p.m. It would be nice if we can get to the ocean and get those last 3 done before 7 p.m. That's going to be just how our luck goes on finding the things. The one we've already got, and the other 2, they're not in a big area. So there is there is definitely a chance we could finish the ocean this in-game day. Alright, so for right now, you chuck the spare honey there. Let's grab you. Grab the maple syrup. So sell you, and you. Move all this to the bottom. And there's no need to water those, they all die tomorrow from the season change. Okay, inventory is full, so let's drop off what we've got. I'll put those in there, and those for right now. The seeds we got aren't going to get planted, so I'll drop them. Sell that crap. Okay, we can grab your stuff. And pretty soon, like, I think the next in-game we'll get our first round of, goat milk. Alright. So as we get all sorted, we can drop all you off. So let's see here. 3 and 3. We've got the bronze quality Taro root. We'll just sell that. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast. I'm going to do that, and I'll be back here in just a minute. And thank you again for tuning in. So something is getting messy in the physics calculations. Oh, I see a real problem with going this way. Hang on, we might need to go around. That one log on the right looks like it'll be a little problematic for taking through there. Just gonna go on a guess here. Get out of my way, man. Alright, so it is 5 below now. And then continuing to go down. It should be flipping at some point, because it's 210.8 was the flip point. Oh, there we go. Steam is down to 5 kilograms. It's cooling down much more rapidly now. It's actually fluctuating wildly. Okay. So we got that. Alright. So things we got going on today. So we want to go and run to the ocean as fast as possible. We've already taken care of the animals and all their stuff. Let's go ahead and do the festival thing. So the festival itself is at 7 p.m. So we do need to make it over to that place by 7 p.m. But in the meantime, we can beeline down here. And the goal here is, I've got one beacon we've already triggered that just need to finish its nonsense. And I've got 2 beacons we haven't found yet that are right around the corner. And then we might have like an awkward thing where the festival happens and then, you know, we need to like return like in the evening to do the healing of the tree and whatever. We'll get that all figured out. I'm probably gonna go pretty late tonight because one, I just feel like it. I'm enjoying Coral Island and I'm using this as an excuse to allow me to at least finish up another thing here. Okay, so we've got you sorted now. So it should clean this up and let us through. There's no more trash down there for it to get stuck on. Yep, there's the sound of it charging up. Okay, so I've got 2 more here. And I believe these ones are just going to be randomly in here. So we're just going to kind of go to the highest concentration of trash and start going. And let's see. Yeah, and they're up and left. So yeah, we'll just go through the highest concentration of trash in the vague direction of the things. And that's why. And if we're lucky, while we're clearing this one, we'll find the next one. And then these are the last two, and then the ocean is cleaned. Which I believe that gives us the A rank. To be clear, everything can get an S rank, but most of those S ranks don't become available until the town is A rank. Oh, you turn up that way, that's fine. All right. Okay, so it's looping back again. Okay, that one's done. Let's eat a Jamu. It's probably be this last section of trash here. Let's try and go fast. It's already at 3:20, and 7 p.m. is when the festival starts, and I think we have to be there by like 11 or midnight or something like that. We don't want to push it. It'd be better to go to the festival and miss this by a day than the other way around. Because the festival... Alright, there we go. This is very promising. We should be able to get this knocked out before the day's up. Alright. Oh, 1900 to 2200? Yeah, so okay, 7 to 10 p.m. Yeah, either way, if we get to 7, I'm gonna bail on it. It's just not worth the risk of missing the festival. If this goes like one extra day, that's not a big deal. But it's looking pretty good. I still got a bunch of time left. And we've almost cleared up all the trash in the area. Alright, that's it. I think the big concern is that it's being sucked back into the coral tree, If we've learned anything, it's the reality that the coral tree is actually a demonic thing, and it was allowing everything out. So definitely the answer is we cut down the coral tree. I should get my mouse to not be like right over everyone as they're all panicking.
That tremor we felt, what could it be?
Oh, let me snooze that ad so you don't get caught in the middle of the cinematic. Okay, that should be plenty of time to prevent it from interrupting that.
Unbelievable! The coral tree, it's healed!
It's a miracle. To think that land dweller did this.
I knew Groucho Gopher could do it. This is incredible. It's more beautiful than I remember. The people of our kingdom haven't been this invigorated for a long time. Yo, despite our current respite, I can still sense the lingering roots in the land above. We must seek guidance from the guidance on how to proceed.
Yes, your majesty. Let's hope the goddess is as pleased as we are and can offer us guidance. We should head back to the castle. There's an important matter concerning Groucho Gopher that we need to discuss.
Yes, my queen, you read my mind.
Alright. So, exit diving. We don't need to be here anymore. Alright, so let's check the quests. Complete that. Yeah, let's drop the stuff off at home and make our way to the festival, which will be easy. It's the entire town. The winter festival is one of the cooler festivals so far as like just the ridiculous amount of like decorations and all that they've got going on. All right. And with that, we arrive... Well, actually... Just drop those off. And with that, we arrive, like, right now. The festival opens now. Start the spooky festival? Yep. Oh my god, the loop ring. I forgot. That thing was so hard the last time I did it. But for those who missed, one of the big things of this update is the haunted house actually is in the game now. So we got the costumes, we got the haunted house. It's just there. We could do all the things. Alright. You found a scavenger hunt item. Spent forever getting ready today, but it's worth it for the spooky festival. Such a blast. I think it'll blend in pretty well with the locals, don't you think? Sure. The mayor had a problem with my scarecrow decoration, and he's all smiles with a million pumpkins scattered all over town. Yeah, because now it's actually Halloween. People say the festival is supposed to be scary, but I see smiles everywhere. We used to make our own costumes. With 4 kids, we had no other choice, dear. Rummage through the trash can. The last time Suki and I dressed up as a pair of freshmen was freshman year university. So B2, it's a blueberry that's all upset and ghosty. We went as blueberries in pajamas. She was B1, of course. It's fun to get all dressed up sometimes. I like that hers is all hers is all like a happy blueberry, and then Alice is like the super kind of someone.
I want to play Bonk the Skeleton game next.
Bonk the Skeleton minigame. Alright. So I don't actually want the sus hammer, but the merit points and all that are worth it. So start Bonk the Skeleton. Oh. I think red was bad, if I recall correctly. Oh, you suck. Give me a test. Okay, red is not bad. Okay, so anything but the green candle, smash. $300 points. Then round 3. And this one wasn't bad. The one that's bad is there was the ring toss. The ring toss was absolutely brutal, as I recall. Okay, and we won it in the first one, so awesome. Shame is Waldo from Where's Waldo? I love it. Up for Bonk the Skeleton, Groucho Gopher? Excuse me, Leah. Apparently dressed as a succubus, I guess? It's hard to move in this costume, but sometimes fashion requires sacrifice. I mean, that's bold. What are you wearing? Good gosh. That's fair. This event takes me back to my youth. This time of year is always busy for us, Miles. A devil? I mean, devil and succubus, it's somewhere in there. Work invitations flying around everywhere. Okay. Oh. So there's a couple people. This could be Athena? With the Greek flower thing going on? Too bad I can't dress Stefan up. I had this idea where he'd be Watson and I'd be Sherlock. It wasn't in the budget this year. Oh well. Oh, what are you supposed to be? Economical. I like it. Thought I'd dress up a little. Spice things up. Can't come as a blacksmith, can I? That'd be so boring. Oh, see. I see. Top Gun. All right. Don't tell him this, but Dad's not as good with scary things. That's why he hated the haunted house. Scott is the mayor. Oh, you look good. What about me? Do I look good? Where did the town get this many pumpkins? Did you supply them? It's up. Avoid Sam. I was talking to him earlier. He can't stop complaining about the town code. I think he's had it with the mayor. And he was Zorro. Alright. I need to keep an eye out. Oh, I didn't even realize.
This chilly weather just right for some warm indoor yoga. Y'all got any sessions around that, like here? Whatever, words are hard.
Oh, there's our scavenger hunt item right over here.
Today is super fun. Mom and Auntie dressed up too. Are you okay, bestest friend Groucho Gopher? Do you collect the scarecrows, or is that Stardew Valley? They both have it. You look scared. Okay, thank you. Going to Halloween as Santa Claus. Honestly, I can get behind that. This event goes till late. I don't think I could be brave enough to walk home alone. You're an alien? I love it. Frank dressed up as himself. He's so boring. Okay, we already talked to you. I'm not here for work. I'm here to have fun. Okay. Are you a specific mad doctor? I feel like I recognize that. SpongeBob SquarePants. Screw ya. Some of the ghosts of the haunted house scare me for real, and I don't get scared easily. You're SpongeBob SquarePants. Dina made a lot of props. You could tell we use the best quality wood. The town's been using the same props for years, and nothing's broken. No poor quality materials from us. SpongeBob SquarePants. Sure. Now they're having an event to get spooked? Odd thing to spend money on. This festival could be something more profound, like honoring our late loved ones. Now we have all these people in this silly empty house. To be fair, with the orange flowers, does have that feeling. Who are you? Alright. Rush, I got this costume back in San Francisco, full price. It went unsealed 3 weeks later. But it's worth it. Look at the quality of the fabric. Can we join Pufferfish Company in this game? No, there isn't a Pufferfish run. Maybe someday, but there is no siding with Pufferfish and like getting the museum turned into a warehouse. I don't know if they ever planned on it or not, or that was just kind of like just a thing. Yeah, so that is certainly a costume. That neck piece goes on for days. Well, you're Tinkerbell. Good for you. Have you heard of the tale of the little boy who steals at night? Alice told me about it. I personally don't have anything lost, but she said this little ghost boy likes freshly harvested crops. They remind him of his farmer family, which for the record is actually a thing in the game. He's a jerk. Sailor Moon with cat ears? Tossing rings can be a bit of a workout, especially when you're trying for a high score. Why am I the only one sweating, though? It is tiring, right? Okay, so if we hit the gold star, then we get a glow-in-the-dark ring thing. Alright, and this is the mini game that wrecks me the most. So we're gonna have like a couple of like warm-up areas. Okay. It worked.
They had a lot of new sounds to this. So how many points do I need? 110, so that's not as bad as it used to be, I believe. I believe you needed like 140. It was basically you had to get all but one of them was what you needed to win when they first did it. A lot of these games got tweaked to be a bit easier because some of them were pretty merciless. Nice. Okay. Ah, come on. Count it anyways. And we whiff it at the end. Yeah, so literally I can get all but, like, if I get all but the 2 10-pointers at the start, that's all it takes to win. Typical carnival. Yeah, what you don't realize was actually a magnet on the bottom, so it pulls the ring forward, so you always lose. It's also amusing me that I'm actually landing the 30-pointers pretty reliably, but it's the close ones that are supposed to be the easier ones, or the ones I wasn't sure if that was going to take or not. Alright, well. Yeah, I didn't think I had it. Oh, that's not going to do it. That I think is good. That ties up the score. Do I get first? Okay, and a tie I win. Yeah, they did make that easier. That game used to be really brutal. Because I think it was like I said, I think it was like you had to get like 120 or 130. Like I said, you could miss one thing and think, the town looks so good. The Sanchez's have done a great job decorating. Positive energy everywhere today. This is where I'm supposed to be. Right now, I can feel it in my gut. And thank you for, I don't actually see, thank you for the 50 biddies for the on-screen celebration. I do appreciate that. It took me a moment because I didn't have the preview right here, so I was like, what just happened? But thank you so much for that. Yeah, we did take the win on that one. Oh, you're Jasmine? I overheard Sunny mentioning something about a ghost. Do you think it could be real? I haven't seen anything myself, but I did feel a sudden cold breeze near my neck earlier. Have you noticed anything strange? Oh, scavenger hunt item. I think I saw a ghost over there. Alright, that is definitely a cowboy outfit. With the pecs on full display. Someone's been playing with the AC again? Yeah. The town sure dressed up today. Oh wow, Millie. Okay. Oh, my favorite tropical fish. Have you checked out the haunted house yet? The things they make of these festivals are so interesting. I'm curious about how much work goes into the haunted house getting up and running. Paul is just unflappable, especially when it comes to spooky things. When he went through the haunted house earlier, instead of screaming, he was commenting on the props. It's neat seeing everybody's costumes with different ideas of what a ghost looks like. The real thing is a lot more boring. Emma's really good at these things like this. I guess she must be in order to keep the food truck running until midnight. Okay. This is another Kickstarter. I love your costume. What are you supposed to be? Bringing mine took up half my suitcase, but totally worth it. Got plenty of cute pics. Alright, haunted house minigame. Check partner. No partner yet. Ask someone to join. Gotcha. Don't be like the spring dance. Invite to the haunted house. That sounds fun. Count me in. Oh, thank goodness. I was waiting for her to be like, no. Thank you, but I'm flattered, but no. And then we go through the cycle of asking everyone and just being rejected again and again, but by like 30 people. Check partner. You have invited Zara to the haunted house. Start the haunted house. Do you want to start the haunted house? I have no idea what this is, by the way. This is new. The room is decked out with eerie Halloween decorations. Ahead, you see 3 doors, and in the center, a pedestal with a note catches your eye. No, I don't have control. What's that weird purple thing in the cauldron? Read the note. Welcome to Starlit Town's ultimate spooky adventure. The best frights are ready for you, if you're brave enough. 3 doors? Which one are we going through? Any thoughts? First is the worst, second is the best, third is the one with the hairy chest. Alright, so doing the second one. You sure about choosing this one, Groucho Gopher? Yes. I have no input of any information whatsoever one way or the other, so... Oh, so it's got giants? Is that a real skull, you think? And that was the last they were ever seen of game over screen. So mad scientist vibes. This room resembles a mad scientist lab dark, filled with strange machines and instruments, all seemingly connected to a body lying in a glass cage. By the cage, there's a schematic. This place looks like something straight out of a horror lab. We need to figure out what's going on here. Looks like we've got an escape room set up. Let's start hunting for clues. Okay. Check the schematic. Turn on power. Alright, so it's notes. It's notes, chat. It looks like we're actually doing like a puzzle here. So, turn on power for alchemical solutions. Turn on life support. Okay. Let's turn on the power. Not that's a particularly hard thing. The lights in the room flicker on, illuminating everything. Lights are on. Step 1's done. What's next? Continue. For alchemical solution. And then you release Frankenstein's monster, dooming the entire town. This was not actually a haunted house. It was just a mad scientist. Should we try to operate this machine? Press the button. The body twitches for a few seconds, reacting to the alchemical solution. Whoa, it's reacting. I think we're on the right path. Return. So I wonder if each of the rooms will be able to do all 3, or like each year you can choose a room to do. Turn on life support would be the last one. Think we should try this machine? It looks like it's part of what we need to do. Press the button. The body violently shakes as the lights flicker. It starts moving its limbs, snapping its restraints, and rising from the table, struggling to break free. You notice the exit, once locked, is now opened. Run to the exit. Why are you making Frankenstein's monster? It just happens. That was intense. I didn't think we could get, I think anything could get me like that. I was even on edge. Glad I had you with me, Groucho Gopher. Okay. So then the question is... check partner. Yep. No, it's the Halloween thing. Ask. Invite to haunted house. That sounds fun. Count me in. Alright, so we took door 2. So it's going to take us a hot minute. Because I'm assuming each door will be different. Alright, so it's going to take a minute because we got to watch him do the cinematic. This room is decked out with eerie Halloween decorations. Ahead of you, you see 3 doors, and in the center, a pedestal with a note catches your eye. What's the weird purple thing in the cauldron? Enter door number 1. You sure about choosing this one, Groucho Gopher? Yes. Is that a real skull, do you think? You enter a corridor styled like a grand but eerie mansion. This is one long hallway. We need to move. Let's keep moving. You walk cautiously down the corridor, feeling a chill that sends shivers down your spine. You pass by a window, a hand suddenly smacks against it from outside, leaving a chilling handprint on the foggy glass. That is a very happy gasp. She's like, gasp. Did you hear that? Let's see. Goddess help me. Let's keep moving. You continue creeping forward, each step bringing you closer to the distant door, though it feels like it never gets nearer. With every footstep, faint taps and clicks echo within the walls, unsettling you. This is a very long hallway. Oh, well that's interesting. Just as you're only 10 steps to the door, the entire room begins to shake violently, sending the paintings and small objects crashing to the floor. This place is a wreck. It's coming down. Run to the door. That was intense. I didn't think anything could get me like that, but I was on edge. Glad you had you with me, Groucho Gopher. Alright, so we got one last haunted house thing to check. And the reason I keep choosing Zara is that's the person we're romancing. I wonder if you could choose, like, non-romanceable characters. Okay, no you can't. Invite to the haunted house? That sounds fun. Count me in. Just bring someone like Sonny with her who's like, I'm so scared. Why would you bring me here? I hate this. I want to go. Alright, and then we have door number 3. Oh, I guess there's a hint because there's like slime on the bottom here, and then this one's there. That one I'm assuming is going to be really dark, maybe spiders. So it's decked out with Halloween decorations. Ahead you see 3 doors, and in the center, the pestle with a note that catches your eye. Next, because I'm going to ask about the tentacles. Your partner had never been to a haunted house last Halloween, and you went on one that was like 5-in-1. Gotcha, that's cool. What's that weird purple thing in the cauldron? Haunted houses for me are very hit and miss. You sure about choosing this one? Like we used to go to Halloween horror nights because we had friends who could get us in cheaper and all that. But over the years, I found their haunted houses tend to be, they're the ones where like you step, someone jumps out at you, you step, someone jumps out at you, you step, someone jumps out, and you're like, oh my god, please just stop getting in my face. Like, I don't care about being scared, but like you're getting all up in my personal space again and again every 5 steps. And because of how packed it is, every bit gets spoiled because you hear the person scream in front of you and you're like, okay. Versus there was haunted houses that was like a way less popular one, not too far away. I'm not going to say the name to not dox myself. But like they did an amazing job of having like sitting fog and all that, where you had just people like stand up slowly from the fog. You just turn and be like, you know, jump back because they weren't jumping out like screaming at you or whatever, but there'd just be a person there. And you're just like, holy crap. But it's like the ambiance for like this tiny little like community haunted house is so much better than like the big commercial one. Is that a real skull, you think? So I find the ones where people just get into your face again and again, it gets pretty old pretty fast, or just loud noises. Okay, so it's a bunch of our neighbors. You step into a museum-like room filled with wax sculptures of the townfolk, each frozen in different scenarios. The sculptures are disturbingly lifelike, almost as if they could start moving at any moment. Check the exit. Do we even have the keys? Better check before we move on. Oh, I was assuming I was going to check the exit and it was going to give me a hint on what key to grab. That like one would be the right key and one would be the wrong key. Everyone knows this would be Betty's doing. So we're going to check the left key. That Betty here standing in the pentagram would be the one who deals with all this stuff. The lights flicker briefly, and when they come back on, some of the sculptures have changed their poses. Did you see that? Those figures definitely moved. Take the right key. I mean, that sculpture is having a bad day. Oh, she's actually freaking out now. The lights figure from a, you know, some of the sculptures are missing altogether. Wait a second. Weren't there more statues here? Return. And Zara's like, well, I hated it. Looks like we got both keys. Let's see if they work. Check the exit. Absolutely, Betty would be the one doing this. Alright, we've got the keys. Let's get out of here. Place the first key. The other one, Zara didn't seem to have much of a reaction, but this room is definitely freaking Zara out. I actually really like the being scared animation they've got here. The light flickers for a second. When it comes back on, the sculptures have shifted, now standing closer to you. Wait, did that thing just move? Place the second key. I also like how we're not responding to Zara at all. We're just like, nope, just gonna keep doing our thing. The light flickers again, and the sculptures are now even closer. The door is now open. They're closing in. Doors open. Let's get out of here fast. They needed to give her more character art where she actually is a little more freaked out. That was intense. I didn't think anything could get to me like that. But even I was on edge. Glad I had you with me, Groucho Gopher. Okay, so we did all three of them. I think the last one was my favorite. Like, the first one being, like, vaguely escape room, but, like, super easy puzzle. It was fine. But, like, the last one with that, I think, was the coolest. Dressed up as Frank, the bartender. What do you think? I'm disappointed. Oh my god, yes. Yes. My niece made me dress like this. Don't get any ideas. I am happy you are a little angel, Mark. That is amazing. Oh, you're Raggedy Ann. Are you okay, bestest friend Groucho Gopher? You look scared. Winter settling in, Goom. Is great time for serene snowy hikes. The haunted house is so scary, but I did it. Mom said I was brave. Are you brave, Groucho Gopher? Did your mom say you're brave? Archie, don't open these wounds, man. Unless you are ready to deal with the outcome, do not open these wounds. Attaching that massive skull to the arch couldn't have been easy. Pablo did great. The skull is very heavy. I made it. Yuri as Sherlock is a lot of fun. Hey, Groucho Gopher, you look nice. Enjoying the festival so far? It's like it's not even Starlet Town anymore. The whole place is spooky. I like these costumes. I can't help but worry that someone might get too scared of the festival. What if somebody has heart can't handle the scary surprises? So I don't know if you're a pirate just in general, or you're supposed to be like Captain Jack Sparrow. It's really kind of hard to tell. Wouldn't it be funny if one of those ghosts turned out to be the real deal? Well, not funny. You know what I mean, right? I hope you enjoy the spooky festival, Groucho Gopher. Plenty to do here. Take a look around, will you? I think that leaves. Yeah, that leaves. Alright, so we found, I believe, 3 scavenger hunt items. You tried to open the chest, but nothing happened. Okay, so there's a couple of scavenger things here. Let's double check on the pamphlet thing here. So we got 5 of them. So I gotta find 2 more, and then we've done all of the other mini games. So what we're looking for is little purple eyes that blink at you. We found 3 of them, and I need 5. Was that Dr. Horrible? I think so. I'm not confident. They're definitely a mad doctor, but I wasn't sure if they're Dr. Horrible or a different doctor. There's a lot of excellent costumes that reference a lot of different things. You've got, like, Disney, you've got Musketeers, you've got Zorro, you got SpongeBob. There's, like, a lot of good costumes here. There's one right down there. We got 1 more to find. And at that point, we'll have done everything in the, thing. And, like, you just got Sailor Moon, Tinkerbell. But you're gonna be honest, Eva? Tinkerbell? You're being a little, you know, little, as some might say, little basic there. You want some vanilla and caramel? Because that's what you get with the Tinkerbell costume. That's the kind of person who goes as Tinkerbell. It's fine. You just gotta accept that you're just a bit of a basic person. Oh, we have the parade, isn't there a parade at this one? Yes. Let's see. Well, Ellie, there was this Brazilian TV show where they scared people on camera hidden on filament, and then they turned a train that a woman and her small child went in alone into a zombie horror, and the mom kneeled and cried and sheltered her child all the time. They suffered, heart attack or not. Yeah, we've had the discussion. All right, there's the last one. We've had the discussion before about, like, the... Oh. Okay, so that's good. They didn't used to have that thing that, like, let you know where to find it. You just had to know. But yeah, no, we talked about, like, the old prank shows and all that, and how some of them were, like... They were pretty awful. They did some pretty genuinely terrible things. A pink diamond. I mean, that's nice and all, but it was not really worth all that effort. But that's fine. Alright. Start the Ooga Ooga parade. Yes, children. Carry heavy things for our amusement. I think I like the Raggedy Ann costume the most out of the kids. I'm not sure of the adult costumes. Yuri's Sherlock was good. The Mad Scientist was really good. There was a lot of really good ones. Yeah, you're all good. I mean, granted, Mark's Angel's pretty fun, but like the Doctor Horrible one, I'm gonna go with that's Doctor Horrible was a fun one, because it's a reference that I don't think a lot of people would get. Like, of the references here, I figured people would get SpongeBob and all that, but Doctor Horrible, it's like, you know, for those who don't know, is Doctor Horrible is like an internet blog kind of thing. Also, Leah's another one that's a pretty basic costume going as a succubus. It's one of those ones like, you can just go to Party City and get that. Come on, come back with a real one. I mean, Sherlock Holmes kind of in that same area too, but it's a little more niche than a lot of them. Let's see. You look on the VOD to see Dr. Horrible probably later. Yeah, like I said, I'm pretty sure it's Dr. Horrible. But I'm also not super sure. It was definitely Mad Scientist. It's whether or not it was specifically Dr. Horrible or not. Yeah, Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog. Yeah, I'm not saying it's, like, not a thing, but you're comparing it against stuff like SpongeBob and Sherlock Holmes and Sailor Moon and all these ones. I definitely feel like that's more internet famous than, like, broader appeal fans. So So the keg is probably the correct answer, but we're going to be leaning into doing mead, and I don't need more kegs. Yeah, so like of the characters presented there, that one felt a little bit more niche than the other, because you also have like Jasmine from Aladdin and a whole bunch of that. All right, so we got Sam, Kenny, Chame, Erica, Aaliyah, Yuri, Emma, and Chieftain. We gained one for Chieftain. Solid money there. So we're almost... Alright, so the season recap. We shipped more cranberries than anything. We made about 90,000 bucks over it. I sold the sus hammer for 2,000. It's fine. The sword we got in the cave's better. The sus hammer is actually pretty good. So that puts us into winter. I am going to keep going just a little bit longer. I know we're going plenty late tonight. But I am going with the intent of just knocking out where we finish the ocean. Let's see if moving back here was the right decision. Let's see, you presume the red hearts are partner candidates? Yes, and the orange ones are not candidates. Yes, you are correct. Groucho Gopher. This Naki recipe is the bomb. Give it a try and tell me what you think. Hey, Groucho Gopher, I hope the farm is treating you well this time of year. Here's one of my favorite recipes, fish tacos. It's a bit complicated, but I'm sure you'll ace it. Farmers, cold weather is here. Please bring your animals inside and use a heater. Keep them indoors until spring. Dear Groucho Gopher, in recognition of your service to our kingdom, King Krakatau and Queen Nanda Devi extend an invitation to visit Naga Castle. We look forward to welcoming you at the castle. With respect and gratitude, the Royal Consul of the Naga Castle. I'm just impressed that they can use like human mailing system and that no one's like, hold up, where is the supposed castle in the ocean and everything else? Hang on, we need to discuss this. A conversation must be had. I'm glad that these didn't. Like, a lot of times, a lot of this will get unplowed between season, and it's looking like none of it did. Which, again, I'm happy, because it usually happens. Why is there salty wet letter in the post? Yeah, just the mailman being like, we can't deliver this wet mail. It'll ruin all the rest of our mail. Alright. So now, before we get too far in the season, I'm going to pull all this up, because this will go away if I recall correctly. So I'm just trying to pull up a bunch of this, so we've got... Hey, there's always a possibility I might have to buy feed during the winter. That's okay if it happens. I'd rather not if I don't need to, because that'll cut into our margins. Like I said, it's one of those things at the beginning of the year you have the grass here. I want to say it disappears after a while. If not, that's fine too. But I vaguely remember needing to replant the grass after every winter. Which is not a big deal. You can craft the things that... Give it to you. Alright, that's probably fine for right now. So drop you in there. Mostly topping it off. Now, downside is until I get an auto feeder, I gotta come in here each and every day and refeed them. Once you get the auto feeder, it's no big deal. You just pop in there real fast. Oh wait, I need to actually put you up here. All right. We can pop over here, do this. So one of those is going to be offered. That needs to be offered as well. So I'll drop those off real fast. Let's make some heckin' fancy cheese. Give me these. Okay. So sell those two. I'll go and put down one thing of wild seeds. Alright, so let's drop these two off of the guys. Hey, Sniper Space, how's it going? No blessing today. So drop these off at the temple. Okay, barn animals. So yep, so once I get the large goat milk, that's done. The fruit, we got our cocoa bean, so that's good. So yeah, so the other ones, we actually have the lemon planted, we just need to get a silver quality. And we also have an apple tree planted. That's not going to be relevant for a while, unfortunately. Alright. So with that, the next move we need to do... So I should pop all these coffers. Let's pop the coffers. Because it might knock something else out in the meantime. Oh, also... Let's go to the lab. Basically just go through, get all these things processed, and then we gotta buy a bunch of seeds. This many coffers and all that, I probably will have to make 2 trips. Maybe more. But that's okay if that comes up. We should have plenty of time to process everything today. Cool, so we were able to process everything. Yeah, use the thing that processes it all at once. If you run out of inventory, it'll process up until the inventory runs out. That's fine. So we did actually have the inventory space, but that's because almost all the coffers were the same type. And what you can get out of them is determined by what coffer it is. Okay, let's drop all this off. And, okay, so what do we got new here? It gives you an idea of how many, where I've got 16 of some of these. So that's one we need to drop off. Yep, no, we're going late because I'm finishing the ocean. Like, we've got it, I just gotta do cinematics. So I'm like, alright, let's just wrap this thing up. Get that squared. And it also means the next time we play, I'm just starting in the winter, so we can start, like, just fresh in the winter and all that. And whatnot. Yeah, and I'm definitely going pretty late. So now we need to go over here and make real bad decisions about our lives. And buy a lot of seeds. And apparently you get hit with a cinematic. Hi, Groucho Gopher. Hey, Aaliyah, you look good. What's going on? Oh, I was just... You keep a secret? Sure, you can count on me. Great, because I'm dying to tell someone. So, I think I told you that I'm home from leave from the air military as a pilot, but my big dream is to become an astronaut. Every year, the air military selects a few pilots for astronaut training. It's very competitive. Usually, you need to put in a few years flying jets before they'll even consider you. But I decided to try my luck before I came home, and I submitted my application. I qualified for the next round. Wow, congratulations. What happens next? I have to take some tests and an interview for the program leaders in Pokio. It's not a sure thing by any means, but I'm closer than I've ever been. That's great, I'm excited for you. Thanks. I'm excited too. I'm just worried that I might not get it. Thanks for listening, Groucho Gopher. I really wanted to tell someone my news, but I can't tell my family yet. I don't want anyone to get their hopes up just yet. I'll wait to tell them until I'm farther along the process. Good old air military? Yes. Alright, so we got you. Errands. You want eggs. I can get you eggs, Randy, don't worry. Nope, another cinematic. Because everyone gained relationship with us at the same time. Hey, Eva. Do you make any cakes today? I kind of need one fast. I didn't, sorry. I have some fresh-baked cookies, though. Will cookies do? Well, I guess so. Why? What happened? Last week was my mother's birthday, and I forgot to bake her some cake. She sent me a letter asking if I sent any like usual because if so, she hadn't received it. I feel so bad for forgetting her birthday. What should I do? You can say, tell her the truth and apologize. She's your mom. This doesn't have to be a big deal. You mean well. She doesn't have to know. It will just upset her. Tell her you did send the cake, and maybe the mail service might have sent it the wrong address. Send her flowers and one of Dina's wall clocks, too. I'll just tell her the truth. Yeah, I think that'll do. I just feel really bad because she must have been waiting for it all this time. Thanks for the help, folks. I think I'll buy a couple of cookies to send over. Because any reasonable person who are like, hey, like, I just lost track, you know, they're gonna be reasonable about it. And if not, well, screw them. I gotta go and write some letter. Bye now. Like, it was a thing that occurs a lot. Someone can start getting stinky about it. But even then. Oh! I don't have a high enough town rank to buy the seeds. I've not run into that before. That's a problem. That's a big old problem. Okay. Alright, so that's an issue that we gotta resolve post-haste. Because that's my crop for the season. Alright, so let's go to the kingdom. There's a good chance we're gonna get a pretty big boost into our town rank just by finishing this. Because, let's check the town rank now. Yeah, so the ocean is still marked as B because we haven't healed the tree, and that'll probably boost us up to C rank. And then what I'll likely need to do is just do a bit of fishing, and honestly just going around and catching the bugs. We'll probably be able to knock out the museum to getting another rank up pretty quick. Because now I don't have a need to go to the mine or the ocean unless we're doing so to get materials.
Welcome, Groucho Gopher. Today we bear witness to an exceptional resolve. It is your strength of character, and you saw past the initial doubts and persevered.
We confess that when you first arrived, our hearts were filled with uncertainty. Yet, you did not allow our hesitation to deter you. You healed the coral tree, restored vitality to our kingdom. Your actions spoke louder than any reassurances.
Today we honor you and your unwavering spirit of bravery. We present you the Seal of Naga, the highest honor of our kingdom. This seal symbolizes our trust and friendship and represents your freedom to enter and leave our kingdom at will as a cherished friend of our people. Let's see, why didn't these people clear the trash themselves? Look, man, trash is gross.
With the seal, we also pass on our heartfelt gratitude and respect. You were once a stranger, now a friend. Our kingdom will always remember your heroic efforts.
As for our final order of business today, we have been tasked by the goddess to summon the spirit of the coral tree. This'll rid the land above of lingering roots. To summon the spirit, one must blow the golden conch. We all agree that honor of doing so should be bestowed upon you, Groucho Gopher. When you're prepared, please visit the coral tree under the cover of night to evade prying eyes. The oracle will guide you farther. Okay. Seal and Naga. Cool. So we gotta wait till nighttime, and at nighttime we can finish that, and that should take the town to A rank. Sorry, take the ocean to A rank, which would give us a very big boost to our rank of the a very big boost of the rank to the city, most likely pushing us into C rank there, which should unlock more plants and all that for us to do. I need to clean up this path. That's one of the things we're going to work on for the winter, is some of those things that have been kind of like left to just go to crap. Oh, wrong one. Like some of these paths have just gone to crap. Start cleaning them all up. All right. Okay, that's those ones that we gotta, like, make it come to us if we're gonna have any hope of catching it. Okay, we got a torn page, so let's go check that real fast. Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. Also, who else is new? Oh, it's gonna be one of the, Oh, there you go. Alright, so torn pages. Rock collecting log. Top 5 rocks I found today. 1. Smooth gray. 2. Sparkly white. 3. Looks like a duck. 4. Heavy. Okay, so none up there. Alright, so we've got the butterfly that's over here. I might be able to catch it if I get it coming our way. So it's gonna move. If it flies towards us, I might be able to make it work. Because there's a trick that it very, very slowly builds up being scared if you don't move. Got it. And that's how you catch the hardest ones, is you just position yourself where it's going to be, and you do not move. Oh. Oh, we got a cinematic with Zara. Oh, hey. Surprised I'm not doing something amazing right now? Even adventurers need to eat every once in a while. Wait, that came out a little harsh. I'm sorry. Everyone around here thinks I'm some sort of heroine who's doing all sorts of daring adventures. Either that or I think I'm a mooch who just lives off a trust fund or something. It seems like everyone has an opinion about me. Let's see, what kind of adventures do you go on? All kinds, really.
It's nice when someone's paying me to find some rare gems or a map out an unknown part of a cavern, but I also like to find like little pieces of history on my own. Top 5 rocks, a list of 4 rocks. Yeah, to be fair, Archie wrote it, so it makes sense that he'd get that wrong. Look, this was fun, but I need to finish eating and get back to exploring. See you around. Phew. Excuse me, that's strange. I wonder if there's... a cat around. Look, you're cute and all, but, I'd rather enjoy my lunch without sneezing. Where are all these cats coming from? Shoo! Can you give me a hand, Groucho Gopher? I'm okay, thanks for asking. I have a mild cat allergy, but don't worry, it isn't anything terrible. I just don't want cat hair in my food, that's all. But now I have dirt all over my sandwich instead. I'm gonna go home and eat. You're good, right? I'll see you around in our time then. I missed what insect was here, but instantly got alerted and went away. Okay, that's another one that got alerted really fast. Let's let that drop down. It stopped moving. Yeah, if it stops moving, that's your worst case scenario because it forces you to run at it because just waiting will make it go away. Alright, so let's go grab the last of our traps to effectively reset them for the winter. I missed that one as well. There's Brussels sprouts. I believe that's one of the offering things. We can deal with that in a minute. Okay. So we've got those. That is to donate and all that. We got that. Okay, so the olive wing's ready to be donated to the museum. That's shipped. That'll be offered and shipped. Alright, so this should kick off the merfolk thing. I believe. Let's go to our quests. So we visit the coral tree, which I think is... oh, it's up here on the right. And then that should kick that off. And that'll be the ocean done. Greetings, Groucho Gopher. Before us lies the Golden Conch, an artifact of significant historical and spiritual importance to our kingdom. It's believed to carry the ability to summon the spirit of the coral tree. It is no small task that you've been given, and we trust... I should wait just a minute. We just had an ad break, so I'm gonna wait till the ad break goes away before we continue. It's only got like 1 minute left on it. Just that way anyone's getting caught with that. Let's see. Aw, sweet kitties, come stay with us while you and Zara go eat. Exactly. But yeah, we'll be able to get this done, and I'll end up wrapping up the in-game day, which will be good. I do think we're gonna probably potentially play out the entirety of this Coral Island run Is she said Oracle? Yes. She is the Oracle. That's gonna give us the golden conch to blow to like get the coral tree spirit to fix the roots on the surface. Which is, like I said, I believe that's when the ocean is cleaned. It becomes A rank. And my hope is that'll be enough to push us over to C rank in the city. If not, we'll be very close. So then we can run around, do a loop, get all the, get all the bugs and all that, and catch some fish and all that. We should be able to push to C rank. It's just a matter of how many days we lose. Okay, and I apologize for everyone who got caught in the ads. We did pause the moment I got into the cinematic, so you missed like 1 or 2 dialogues. Basically, she was like, this is the golden conch, it can summon the spirit of the coral tree, and that's all you missed. It's no small task that you've been given. We trust that you'll perform with the same courage and determination you've shown us so far. Take the conch, Groucho Gopher, and blow into it for 3 seconds. No more, no less. Patience, everyone. These are ancient magic and workings of the goddess. We must trust in their ways. Yep, so all the black roots that are everywhere. Yeah, it used to be the bridge to that was just blocked off at the early game, so you couldn't even get out to it very easily. But they just, for whatever reason, they got rid of the thing that blocks it so you could still walk around it earlier. But we got donations in the basket to deal with. All right. Okay. So quest complete. All right. Mark that one. And with that, we have done all of this. So now if we check on the town rank. So that bumped us up to A on the ocean. So we are just a little bit shy on the town rank. So what we're going to want to do is run around really fast and see like what bugs we can catch and all that. We'll probably need to fish a little bit. The fish will probably be the big one because we have done jack all fishing this whole time. I'm going to run around and check all my traps really quick. I should have a trap over here somewhere. We got tarantula. Those are the ones I know. Oh wait, we have a couple more traps up here. So I'm going to try and do those, because each one of these we drop off. I think it's like 3 or 4, and then when you hit thresholds, you get some bonus points or whatever. And considering I've basically not fished at any meaningful amount the entire run, anywhere I go, we're going to pull up like 4 or 5 different fish that will count towards progress. That's fine. catch what we can really fast. That's a sockeye salmon. That's another one I could drop off at the museum. Because then one of the other things we're going to end up needing to do is check the ocean stuff as well. But yeah, this is gonna be a thing we're gonna probably have to do until we get to the C rank. Is just do a pass, catch all my traps really quick, and then just choose a different spot to fish at until we work our way around to getting enough museum rank to push us up to the next rank up. We also have the goat on their way, because that'll do that. We got the Brussels sprouts we can use for the museum as well. Got tilapia, that's another one. That's also an offering one. We want to catch 3 of those, ideally. What you doing? Playing some Coral Island, and at the moment, we're trying to catch fish to get our city rank up. Because we have to drop these off at the museum for its aquarium. Any fish that we haven't dropped off before. Okay, so after this fish, I'm going to hop back to the farm. It's the second tilapia. So I'm going to go ahead and do this really fast. We're just going to run over here. We can go to you, alter, freshwater fish. Drop off 1 tilapia there. You hop back to the farm. They've got, that's one we don't have before. We do have the sockeye salmon. We'll sell one of those. The grasshopper's new, the tarantula's new. We've already got the praying mantis and the ground beetle. The olive wing. I've got a spare here. We've got the Brussels sprouts. Okay, the Brussels sprouts we wanted to drop off at the offering as well. Because the hope is that I can get enough of these to push this over to getting the next rank up, because I need the farm or the shop to have seeds for me. There's the first of you. Because the good news is none of the things you grow in the winter have a super long grow time. I want to say the flower is the longest one at like 8 or 10 days or something like that. But definitely more than doable. So drop you off and you off. So we did 2 things for the offering for the heritage site, and then we did 2 things for the museum. I don't remember what the I think the heritage site are like 5 points each. All right. And then we go to sleep. And how close did we get to ranking up the town? So not a lot of money today because I didn't take the time to grab the cash. So it'll be Raj's birthday on the 2nd. So we didn't rank up the town. But that's okay because the stores actually do change their inventory when you do the rank up, not have to wait for the overnight. So let's check to see what the actual rank up is with the town right now. Okay. Right, so... Oh, with the heritage site, it doesn't seem like it ranked up just by finishing that. So I got, we've got to get a couple of fish and all that for the museum. The ocean's done. But we're looking really good for getting all this on the next stream. So with that said, I've already gone way longer than I normally do. and my headset is beeping at me because its batteries are getting low. So thank you so much for watching. If you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop that follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. If you're watching over on the YouTube side, the stream is going to be dropping abruptly because I don't have a host ready for you, but thank you for tuning in, and don't forget to like and subscribe. And then for those over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who I